Chapter 950, The Secret of Samsara. What matter can have? Even ye Amran, such women do not have an evil thought. That your not only spirit has the issue, the body also a little problem. World Lord said, is signaling with the eyes to the little old man. Do you want to do? Jiang vigilant retreat. This old small today is not. Quite probably right. Somalian mansion overlords are only the appetizer, you are the full meal. World Lord circled Jiang Yi behind, blocked him. The man olds before his time stand in front of Jiang Yi, turns out together. The jade from the space ring, knows why to use? Memory crystal stone? Did you peep eye? Its function is to record the history. What special history it recorded, with flaming the development of heaven. Is related? The Jiang Yi eye pupil condenses slightly, suddenly has an anxiety. Little old man optional is turning the jade, the profound vision observes. Closely Jiang Yi firmly, the history that this above records is precious. Because takes a broad view at the dark green, profound mainland, preserves the influence of this phase of history to be few. Now the world knows that phase. Of history, same very few. The history of what age? Jiang Yi at heart anxious was more intense, but in surface and as far as possible is maintaining the nature and tranquility. Said that is near, getting off the subject is not far. Millenniums. Don't the millennium ago history, how possibly have how many people to remember? Because by seal. Whose such big ability can affect the historical inheritance? 8 side emperors in sight, 12 sovereigns say, /way collaborate, the dark green. Profound 1 trillion people collectives are silent. What important matter at that time had? Raising brow that Jiang Yi pretends to be surprised. Did you say? Shouldn't you say? You should be clearer. Senior, cracked a joke. How I can know the history of seal. The little old man is turning the jade, in the profound eye pupil exudes the bright light, the history that in it records is not comprehensive, but enough. We understood that at that time had anything. Why think so me? Has the relations with me? Jiang Yi thought of the 5-row space in deep hole suddenly, is the boundary forcefully break through time. Exposed vermilion bird spirit mark? The important personage who in it records looks like with your spirit mark. Very much. If I have not guessed that wrong, your spirit mark should be. Little old man and world lord, with one voice, the ancestors of 10,000. Bird, vermilion bird. Vermilion bird? Cracking a joke, I am only an unimportant person, how? Possibly to have the relations with the vermilion bird. Were you afraid? I am certainly afraid, you pull a history, doesn't the hard stopper on me harm me? If really the strategic point you were not talked to you here, was not our to talk to you. If I really the strategic point you are not the stand here, but lay on the ground, forces in the furnace. You really made a mistake. Jiang Yi refuses stubbornly to acknowledge. World Lord circles to Jiang Yi in front of, do not worry to deny. Hear others. Haven't we come to treat honestly? I first said that my status, you do chat. Your status again? I do not want to listen, are not related with me. If all right, I first walked. You must listen. I am very busy, was too busy. The Somalian mansion died, what person do you have to damage? Halts to me. World Lord, I really do not want to listen. You do not listen also to listen. My situation, with your similar, is the samsara rebirth comes. The first few words that World Lord reveals on own initiative attracted Jiang Yi. I am not quite the same as your situation. I am the suicide, you belong are killed, I die before 3000, you died before 1000. World Lord looks at Jiang Yi, to continue to listen? Jiang Yi hesitates over and over, I not that busy, listens also to might as well. I flaming World Lord of Heaven at that time, blazing heaven past and present. Rare Saint King Spirit Mark. My spirit mark is the empty day cauldron, can altogether melt with the world. 10,000 fires, directing 10,000 fires to enter the body, takes itself as the cauldron, in refining up elixir. I once took the empty day cauldron as to direct, the sensibility world fire. Hazard, spies on the wonder of Saint Sovereign. I was once ambitious, want to promote to flaming the heaven position. Thoroughly gets out of the royal status, advances into sovereign say/way. However, flaming heaven eventually is the refine the pill of immortality. Influence, can only by the fame and influence seek the name of sovereign. Say/way, cannot capture with the war pattern forcefully. But the pattern that the dark green profound 12 sovereigns said that has consolidated, although they are willing with flaming heaven are on good terms, actually does not hope that flaming heaven to treat as an equal to them, particularly Lord of Antique Temple Southwest. My trying hard life, has not seen the hope. At the point of death before, I thought of the special method. Rebirth, again come. How do you achieve? Jiang Yi was really curious. Samsara mysterious complex. Mysterious, even Celestial Empress needs to prepare, specially, how does she achieve? Stretched across entire, in 3000. My rebirth and awakening, used 2-day elixir. First, 9 tribulation samsara pill. Second, said source pill. Does here have 9 tribulation samsara pill, sovereign attention. Listens respectfully. 9 tribulation samsara pills effectiveness are the samsara rebirths. After taking elixir, mortal body, soul and consciousness, rapid dissipation, by the gate of unique drug efficacy opening samsara, but does not enter the hell. Returns after the samsara deep space rebirth directly. Does not enter the interesting part of hell is, the previous life is what? Spirit mark, what grade, rebirth such, the consciousness of previous life will recover along with the rebirth similarly. However did not enter the hell to be equivalent to disturb the samsara main road, momentarily possibly by destruction, possibly lost forever in 9 quiet deep spaces. In other words, this elixir bets the life. You have the possibility rebirth to return, have the possibility to wither away thoroughly. But said source pill, used before awakening spirit mark stimulates the potential. After taking this elixir, the comprehensive thorough stimulation whole body potential, will have enormous hope birth high-grade spirit mark. Moreover, the potential is bigger, the effect is stronger. In other words, you should awakening day, such as after this elixir, will have about 1/10 hope awakening Saint Kings. If you are the Saint King, 1% hope awakening Saint Sovereigns. Although hopes vary slightly, but is very attractive. The voice of pill sovereign reminded in Jiang Yi mind, 9 tribulation. Samsara pill and say/way source pill truly is 8 elixir, is day of elixir. To refine day elixir, must be the day of spirit mark refine the pill of immortality master, as well as stronger flame and cauldron furnace. But the day elixir medicinal herb is quite rare, the chance of success is excellent works elixir 1/10. Day elixir hermetic art, in my pill sovereign ancient scripture, only has 9. Blazing heaven to have 2-day elixir hermetic art unexpectedly, really surprises me. Consciousness of Jiang Yi, in mind light language, flaming heaven is pill. Says the royalty after all, but also attempts to advance into the sovereign. Saying that how without the background can be good. World Lord continues saying, the day elixir medicinal herb seeks extremely. Awkwardly, the refinement difficulty is higher, not to mention chance of success. But in then flaming heaven is happen to preserving 9. Tribulation samsara pill, no one has dared to attempt. After I take samsara pill goes, leaves behind the teachings of the deceased. Descendant World Lord spares nothing, refinement source pill, waits for my rebirth to return. Afterward, I roamed about in the deep space in 3000, experienced suffering lonely. Fortunately after the rebirth, flaming heaven to prepare. Source pill. However, I am Saint King Spirit Mark, level that has not achieved the expectation. World Lord is in trance, is recalling the experience of finding it unbearable. To recall. After her once anticipation was died, several hundred years can the rebirth. Finally roamed about fully in 3127 in 9 quiet deep spaces. In that endless deep space, she does not have the specific direction, could not find the road of samsara, because disturbed the samsara main road, but also is intervened by mysterious energy frequently, falls into the stupor. Innumerable. Starts also to insist, afterward lost gradually. Dozens years, several hundred years, over 1,000 years. She flutters in endless void, stupor in endless darkness. Has not exported, without end. Desperate and lonely. Her side each has fluttered the soul, has own home to return to, only then she seems like the vast duckweed, floats to flutter, flutters to the endless destruction. Until afterward, her heard a sound, probably summon, probably sob. She is too quietly long, without attention. Afterward, has not known how long, the spooky light language appeared again. A time. A time. Once again. She regains consciousness from the despair, starts to track down that sound. The deep space is vast, the limitless, mysterious energy disturbs continually. Always draws the abyss her. Does not know how long sought, the stupor many years, she followed the sound. To find a mysterious sacrificial altar finally. Big dragon remains were passed through by the sharp sword, are fluttering the air/chi of strong samsara. 8 giant beasts, guard the sacrificial altar, is releasing the endless Saint Prestige. A skeleton, the phoenix coronet cape or shawl worn by upper-class ladies in ancient times, is burning own bone. That is in her hazy memory the most profound picture, was there saved her. Gave her indistinct direction. Chapter 951, Power and Power Union. My secret said that your World Lord looks at Jiang Yi, is waiting for the answer. The little old man is anticipating, anxious. Vermilion bird spirit mark that if Jiang Yi awakens accidentally/surprisingly, they can definitely work with him, mutual achievement. If Jiang Yi has the relations the millennium ago secrets, they really must consider. After all, they want to become the new sovereign, saying that do not move toward the destruction. Jiang Yi was silent, the subconsciousness must shake the head to deny the ambition that the character that may take risk, moves restlessly, is actually provoking him. However, his at this moment silent in World Lord their eyes, has been equivalent acknowledges in disguised form. The small old man brow big wrinkle, in the World Lord eye actually sticks out. Suddenly several points of fine glow, you, although took away young king, but you have not disappointed him, he had not regretted. No matter how I then flaming in heaven regarded this matter, but I was very admiring his courage, gave up the extremely easy to obtain glory, striving for success own dream. Dies for the dream, the feeling better life has not striven for success for the dream. His life strives for success for the dream, finally actually dies for me. The Jiangyi sad light language actually looks like the startling thunderclap to resound through World Lord their mind. Acknowledgement? Was this acknowledges personally? Even if we're ready, still anticipated, may hear the answer of Jiangyi truly. They are shocked, could not speak. Really is he? Does the dark green profound Lord burn the deity sovereign? His unexpectedly samsara rebirth? The historical data records him to be killed by the day tribulation bang. Obviously. Possibly how can also come back. With ascending Tianqiao post-war, does the God Dynasty Collective go to event? To be related? World Lord remembered her suddenly in the picture that in 9 quiet deep spaces sees, at that time felt the deep space sacrificial altar that lasts forever through ancient times. We, since we're mutually honest, then chatted the cooperation? Some Jiangyi worries, after all the identity issue is he biggest secret, related to payouts. Of God Dynasty innumerable hero's soul goes astray one step, beyond redemption. However, if really conflaming heaven drags to board the chariot, he is equivalent to Headkind finding a place to live and recognizing and develop. One's being the capital. In Northing territory, forms an alliance for 9 days, had the corresponding energy. The little old man coughs lightly several, hints World Lord with a look. First discussed that in private under discussed with Jiangyi again, the hungry wolf, but who World Lord has smelled the smell of blood probably, spoke frankly directly. I suffer hardships in 3000 in the deep space, is to lead to flaming heaven, to aspire to seize the sovereign to say, so long as can achieve, my anything is willing to pay. However, your secret was too big, you must with the entire dark green profound revenge, you probably challenge the dark green, profound all sovereigns to say, we unite with you, will only have 2 fates. First, your heavy palm is dark green, we become the sovereign to say, if you 10,000 th forever prosperous, we will never deteriorate. Second, you take revenge the failure, the thorough death, is hopeless, we are buried along with the dead, the skeleton not saves. What condition do you want? Jiangyi deeply raises the tone, put down the worry. But not only his decision because of the World Lord ambition, Yi Anren. And 5 lines of Divine Dragon. We want a safeguard. World Lord ignores the little old man's look to hint. Completely, vision brilliant, is choked up with emotions. What safeguards? Jiangyi serious, welcoming World Lord hot vision. Yi Anren remains to flaming heaven forever, coordinating me to promote to flaming the strength of heaven. If someday, you will really be defeated in the future, what Yi Anren must first do, is flaming heaven is separated from the real world, and assures the security, does not bring to flaming heaven to be buried along with the dead with you. Jiangyi gives the guarantee, my previous generation has not come back young. Wangsong, this life will ensure, surely blazing the heaven security. The little old man has not thought that World Lord is so careless, but already like this, does not need to stop again, since must cooperate, I hope that both sides can be honest. First, how do you come back? God, Dynasty Celestial Empress, and the others, died, same came back with you? Which the southeastern Tian men of disappearance, destroyed, was hidden by you? Is the energy that you take revenge what? Jiangyi said, we do not need now, anxiously, the matter that discussed the cooperation, might as well first waited and first has a look. After all my status had not announced, you do not need to take risk for me. Now. Which day waits for I to need your times truly, we chatted again in detail. How? Other secret, I cannot discuss. However Celestial Empress? Azura. The little old man stares at tight Jiangyi. Jiangyi of previous generation, can the rapid rise be dark green, 2 have lasting achievements, 1 is Celestial Empress, 1 is Azura. They are known as Jiangyi to be right hand, is holds up to lift the 10,000 th, God Dynasty Pillar. Celestial Empress is startled to pick certainly colorfully, the governing day is invincible. Azura having God-given wisdom supernatural might, looking disdainfully. Outstanding heroes. They both break through the Saint Sovereign barrier, transform Spirit Mark. Aspires to seize the spiritual God boundary. They in 10,000 th God Dynasty, and even the dark green, profound great prestige, pursue, burn the deity sovereign. If this life that too big have not gone against heavens will strong person. He very finds it hard to believe that Jiangyi can rise again. If that too can the homing, the hope of Jiangyi revenge also considerably increase. Jiangyi is slightly scruple, spoke frankly, Celestial Empress came back. Azura in Kunlun Mountain's eye. The little old man raises the cold air, secretly, came back? They came back. This really must take revenge. The dark green profound mainland will reappear the dust-laden history. It is not right, once the Jiangyi status exposition, will certainly raise the difficult situation, this phase of brand new history is doomed the millenniums ago is grander than is broader, even is more solemn, more, and stirring. He once recalled that phase of history, has not thought that can enter history unexpectedly fortunately. However, blazing history that heaven really must integrate this will soon gallop. The glory of all the winning is surely dazzling, but if we're defeated, the waiting blazing heaven what is? He looked at World Lord quietly. The fine glow, as well as that depressing frantic of World Lord eye ground, let his brow tight wrinkle, is filled with worry. Since we're honest, you can feel relieved that remained to flaming heaven to pass the life and death boundary, had what need, looked for me directly. The World Lord corners of the mouth, bring back wipe the strange curve, before the bystander, I am World Lord, you are an elder, maintains the respect. No. One time, is intimate, I am long your 2,000-year-old, you called my paternal grandmother, I called your grandson. Jiangyi whole face heavy line, I have the matter to process, remaining is not long. I can arrange the person to process for you, believe me, blazing the strength of heaven, compared with being stronger that you imagine. This matter can only I do. What matter can you go personally? Enters the territory, the visit highest heaven day. Do you want to go to 9 days of God? World Lord and small old man surprise. Visits him. 9 days of God observed closely me, their ancestors asked me to negotiate to the highest heaven day. Although I am not fully correct his attitude, but if succeeded, I will reverse my situation thoroughly. How many assurances do you have? The smile on World Lord face disappeared. 9 days of God is the territory day reveres the sovereign, saying that the position is honored, the strength terrifying, the influence covers each corner of territory land. Has not grasped, can only strive. Jiangyi is actually very free and easy. If not go, must die without doubt, going also to be hopeful, therefore has nothing to worry, proceeds and that's the end. In territory danger, your life and death boundary cannot. I could not delay. Jiangyi shakes the head, said, all right, I had a look at the Somalian mansion. His spirit mark is the 5-color ceremonial fire, cannot waste. However, after they leave blazing a day of palace, in the corner, among of main hall. The dim floors, with the insect gently vibration wing that the space blends. Dawdled to flaming a day of palace. Shortly, blazing the exit of heaven, the ominous spirit period of 5 days. That the dragging has not left intentionally, caught the small insect, grasps. In the hand, left flaming heaven. Chapter 952, The Epoch-Making First War. The Somalian mansion beheads, to expose to the public. Biography showed to flaming the heaven interior, Sky Xinghua, and Overlord. Warring States. Beheads the reason, plots to murder ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion. Cho Seung, to flaming heaven third-class elder Jiang Yi, accidental injury. World Lord. The Somalian mansion the elder, who brings from Holy Land, complete execution. News one after another triggered the tremendous sensation, Sky Xinghua, and Overlord Warring States boils completely. Everyone knows that Jiang Yi, and between the Somalian mansions has the gratitude and grudges. Some people guessed that among two people will have the competition. But no one has thought, the good play has not started, actually obtained the so frigid result. Flaming in heaven is very close, they do not know that the specific situation. However, the brief phrase, as well as brutal handling, making everyone understand the order of severity of matter. However, did the Somalian mansion die? He after all was once South Lord, top character who everyone awed. Thinks back on for 3 years ago, flaming heaven to also compete for him. Faced directly central Holy Land. The short 3 years, end up unexpectedly, are so out. People sobbed at the same time, guessed that exactly what happened, can cause World Lord to handle unexpectedly blatantly, rather than secret disciplinary punishment. Especially the biography shows all parties, has not had shame. But while shocking, deeply realized, the Jiang Yi position obtained stably. 10,000 God, the 9th lunar month dynasty, in Guhua Imperial City. Secret kept here personnel is shocking. Before flaming heaven World Lord to preserve Jiang Yi, did not hesitate to detain the tricky cold front. The pursuit 9th lunar month, Guhua, is to behead the Somalian mansion now. They could not imagine Jiang Yi to make anything to trade with World Lord, but is certain, Jiang Yi is deep World Lord to regard as important. Blazing the heaven central forbidden area. The Somalian mansion was processed. I was about to leave. Jiang Yi strolls with Yi Amran in the fresh forest land, is enjoying the rare relaxedness. When walks, Yi Amran peaceful is walking, the sweet and pretty jade dimple is pure, the graceful physique is slender and wispy, elusive makings, as if with the surrounding forest land perfect fusion, to race pleasant happy feeling. After and other bronze towers are peaceful, should be quick. When the time comes Yang discuss, Li'in, Jiang Ben, will stiffen, the clever bird must go out, the chaos source fire in jade egg will also regain consciousness, has them to accompany me, you do not need to be worried. Jiang Yi goes out of the forest land, arrives at the lakeside, holds up the hand of Yi Amran. You were the life and death boundary, the strength was not steady, accompanying me is too risky, stayed here. I believe them, but I do not believe you. What Yi Amran worry is the Jiang Yi character. This goes to the territory affirmation danger numerous, bearing the brand is the world prison. Jiang Yi needs to protect, needs some people to discuss. Jiang Yi said with a smile, wasn't I before a person? Before was before, you are the life and death boundary, the mood are very now easy to be affected. If impulsed at crucial moments, will be in danger. Momentarily. Yi Amran wants to stay here, but also is really worried about Jiang Yi. First has the world prison, opens the big mouth momentarily, latter has all royalty, eyes covetously. But the vast territory has various, that the Jiang Yi previous generation leaves behind hidden danger. These hidden dangers some probably become the friend, some probably turn into the enemy. Road that this goes to 9 days of God, being doomed is one difficult journey. That is full of the twists and turns. Without is so serious, believes me. This road to me is an experience, informed. And experienced strength, more informed more and experienced mental, I can. Walk, should walk. Jiang Yi smile looks at Yi Anren, gets hold of her hand, stays behind. Flaming heaven to know my status, is willing to cooperate. However among us. Can cooperate what degree, entirely depends on you. They're what new? Flaming heaven to retain that phase of history, they should know new. This World Lord is also an ambitious person, her goal is to lead to flaming heaven. To become the dark green profound sovereign to say. You stay here, not only need grow as soon as possible, must observe this world. Lord, striving as far as possible arrives at a better cooperation. If can be flaming the heaven sincere support, I with energy of 9 days of God negotiations, will be bigger. Yi Anren hesitant over and over, slowly nod, I can stay behind, but you at least need to wait here for 3 months. Why? Waits for months later, Li Yin and Yang discuss they almost can regain consciousness, when the time comes you walk again. Yi Anren actually and other Qiao Fragrant and Xiang Wanqing, present bronze inside the tower is flooding the chaos strength of rushing, there is an almighty troops to regain. Consciousness the extraordinary energy of release. Very likely the effect on Qiao Fragrant and Xiang Wanqing, accelerates them to regain consciousness. 3 months later, even if they do not wake, was still similar. She also felt relieved. Also good, 3 months. You happen to help me evolve the mountains and rivers. While these days, to vary greatly. Although Jiang Yi has to leave, but has not worried. After all is in the life. And death boundary, must attach great importance, cannot pull rank. Yi Anren looks at Jiang Yi, hesitates slightly, the jade dimple exudes too. Blush slightly, you first wait for my a while. You prepare slowly, does not worry. The life and death boundary uses the energy forcefully is very dangerous. Jiang Yi has not noticed the unusuality of Yi Anren, arrives in the forest. Deeply attracts several tones, starts to recuperate the condition. Helpless Yi Anren shakes the head, slender and wispy entered in the woods. Yu, Pale Sovereign, sighed lightly, separated the relation with Jiang Yi's soul on own initiative, thorough quiet. Master, how? Jiang Yi is strange, suddenly what chi sighed, disliked me not to have the refine the pill of immortality? Pill Sovereign disappeared, without response. Jiang Yi summoned several, shrugs, has not paid attention again, the consciousness is gradually calm, the sensibility mountains and rivers, were inquiring about silently buries the mystery greatly. Although here blazing heaven, the security independent world that isolates with outside, but can have the induction with here big earth mother chi. Although without outside is so real and vast, but is only the research, was enough. With perishing of Jiang Yi consciousness, the surrounding scene is gradually dim, the mountain and forest land turn into the pure energy, in consciousness. The world flutters. However, when Jiang Yi starts to sense, the energy in consciousness suddenly wells up, probably received some intense hauling. The Jiang Yi consciousness regains consciousness, opening eyes of surprise. The surroundings flutter unexpectedly, the thin dense fog is covering the fresh mountain forest. The mountain rumble transfers forcefully, the forest is insanely long. Camouflages the sky. Surrounding area several kilometers mountain forest, probably in forcefully. Seal. Jiang Yi sets out, is just about to vigilant, in the front dense fog walks a graceful form, slowly. Her lotus steps, the physique is leisurely beautiful, in this dense fog, in this fresh forest vision ally, as if gently beautiful elf, graceful, has no time beautifully. She comes slender and wispy, across the emerald green forest, passes through the flowering shrubs, the place visited, the vitality winds around strongly. Fragrantly, colorful butterfly light dance, entire field of vision. For it bright. Jiang Yi opens mouth slightly, looked directly dull. Yi Anren? She removed the loose clothes robe, changes the frail long skirt, exquisite. Accident ground gently beautiful tender body, perfect development at present. The graceful curve is glittering the gloss flesh, annoys the person infinite. Daydream. Under long eyelash, in that pair of bright pupil, probably profound sea. Charming blushing that, because the beautiful tender face, the cheeks appear. Were many several points of attractive gentle. Jiang Yi looks, felt the whole body exudes a heat flow, probably the flood of. Out of control, is spreading turbulently. He appreciated the happiness of Yi Anren before, does not dare to offend, does not dare hurriedly. Because looks like the pure elf safely, only may observe. Can only appreciate. But now, he was infatuated. It seems like world is happy to walk toward him, cannot bear must hug them. Holds them. Yi Anren arrives at side Jiang Yi, the charming unlimited, moving tender face. The graceful physique, the flesh of illumination, that wholly happy makings. Make people dazzling and intoxicating. If Jiang Yi, this is not clear, that was really life's white/in vain too. Lifetime. Happily but, this comes was too sudden, making him unexpectedly somewhat helpless. Yi Anren sips the tight red lip, wants the language also to rest, although she had the courage, but the girl has not experienced this matter after all. Stands there as helpless. The happy atmosphere fell into the subtle awkwardness unexpectedly. However, the intense impulsion, the primitive stimulation, lit Jiang Yi. Quickly. Jiang Yi is restraining that wanting swallow alive, diligently her moving. Restlessly, as far as possible gentle hug, front female. Enters the bosom, mildly. The marvelous feeling is infiltrating each other. Then. The first war after rebirth, starts. In this dim 5 lines of microcosms, in this nearly in the epoch-making chaos. Small space, they fights imposing and fervor of hitting to rush impulsively. Chapter 953, The Shock, mixes day of spirit treasure. Yi Anren was too charming. Jiang Yi really has a getting a taste of blood feeling. The Yi Anren youth is ignorant, initially tastes the forbidden fruit, somewhat. Is caught up. However, was being told to toss about 8-9 celestial. Empress by Jiang Yi, she started unable to resist. Person. Almost good, to be how endless. World Lord is raising the stick. Stands in front of dense fog that in turning wells up, makes an effort to knock nearby big tree. We are practicing. Before long, Jiang Yi awkward walks, does calmly. I am make you come several, has not made you toss about. We are practicing. Among men and women this exposes the matter, having anything was good to cover. Up. Took the measure? The life and death boundary is not suitable, has a child. 9 days, forgave her, you also rest. The hit/prick tight pants, follow me. Does? Helpless Jiang Yi shakes the head, has the memory rebirth is different. Your bronze tower was peaceful. Jiang Yi considered only to spoil Yi Anren, forgot the matter of bronze tower. The bronze tower was peaceful, means the chaos source fire in Jade Egg too. Regain consciousness? At this moment anticipated is too long. Wait Yi Anren, dispersing dense fog, walks from inside. Although diligently stays quiet, may be able to see, is somewhat different. Jade dimple slightly red, the vision moves fast, some facial expression non. Nature's. Before was fresh, the nature was fine, aloof from worldly affairs as always. Very difficult to approach to the race indifferent, looked like the miss in picture. Currently really has the charming youngest daughter stance, probably. Walked from the picture. More real, was more charming. Jiang Yi saw charming that she tries hard to hide, the heart cannot bear. Almost must flee the anger. Yi Anren stares his one eyes charmingly, without you tosses about. World Lord leads them to proceed, along with tastes, makes a suggestion to you. Starts again, made a seal to be good simply, do not make 5 lines of domains. Wants cover Nizhong. World Lord, under the mouth is forgiving. Also felt all right to say me? You do not know do oneself make the big noise? 5 lines of domains are truly close, we could not see from outside anything. But it with consciousness safely is interlinked. Your time, the dense fog is peacefully peaceful, you move restlessly, the dense fog surges, you are resounding time, the dense fog is imposing. Screamed safely time, the dense fog can go against the space goes. If we're not, I reminds the old fogey to make a seal outside alone, sealed up. Here, all flaming heaven to appreciate your rhythms. Blushing of the Jiang Yi god, rubs. Yi Anren is greatly bashful, almost looks for a crack to worm one's way into. The heart space had restored in the past tranquility. The 5 colors ray blooms from 5 fierce vortex, interweaves the colorful, mysterious light shadow space. The big dragon spans, huge boundless, brings the suffocating oppression, as if the spiritual god overlooks the common people. Bronze tower float in upper air, is blooming the intense ray, but has no longer absorbed the chaos source strength of big dragon. Expressed gratitude to the big dragon for me. Jiang Yi, with the light language, the consciousness controls the bronze tower. Safely, directs from the upper air, turns into the palm of the hand size. In the first space shining, the jade egg broke open, is only left over the egg. Shell of disruption, is blooming the brilliant ray. A fine tender and delicate little girl is suspending the tall and slender tail. To walk randomly everywhere, bright and intelligent big eye curious looks at the surrounding environment. Its flesh is white and tender, the probably good beautiful jade is common. White scale who the tail covers entirely the close shining white, is exuding the glistening white light. Handicraft that it carves probably carefully, lets the person be fascinated. The consciousness of Jiang Yi condenses the human form appearance, arrives to first. The little girl has not escaped, not vigilant, but is crooked the head. Curious front looks at sudden monster. From head to foot, from the foot to the end, small face full surprised, is thinking probably, it is big, how below separated, with my difference. Hello, did you call the assorted name? Jiang Yi is paying attention to the look of child, pure bright, does not have any evil intent, probably a white paper. Moreover, the aura is steady, has not detected the danger. The children open mouth, reveal delicate white tooth, probes his opening and closing several, studies Jiang Yi to make the sound, hello. You called. What name? Doesn't your what remember? You. Anything. Do not remember. The children are very probably curious to oneself sound, the repetition, is then suspending the small tail, looks at Jiang Yi excitedly. Probably also wants to hear other sound. Jiang Yi smiled, relaxed the guard. No matter how it is born, at least looks like has not harmed now. The little girl studied several, wanted to touch Jiang Yi, the result was the biography. I am only the shadow. The Jiang Yi joke, more looks more lovable, cannot bear. Probably deliver, shares this with Yi Anren, slightly lovable. You after Yi Anren, did Unify want the child? The voice of Pill Sovereign. Makes a sound in the Jiangyi mind. Master, the Jiangyi cheeks twitches. Did you work as the child it? Your beforehand vigilance. Sound rare serious. Of Pill Sovereign. What does it have is not normal. It absorbed 16 days of chaos or strength, possibly is normal? Let alone. Was an egg, even if half-saint, possibly brace exploded. Jiangyi knits the brows slightly, carefully observes the little girl. The little girl feels fun, studies Jiangyi to make to knit the brows. The serious expression is dumbfounded with him. You arrive at third look again, Pill Sovereign reminded Jiangyi. The consciousness of Jiangyi leaves first, rises to third. The vast 100 li, 0.5 kilometers, space submerges by the strong energy and ray, the powerful power and influence shake space, to continue to thunder, deafening. More than 80 mountains are swaying, probably possibly crashes momentarily. Li Yin, Yang discuss, are fusing with the weapon, Jiangben spear receives the stimulation also to start the depth fusion. The way of fusion looks very frigid. They by brutal tearing, were then meeting again unexpectedly rapidly, after meeting again, tear again, so reciprocation. The sad and shrill pitiful yell, mixes and fierce thundering resounds through the space. Yu Jingzhan, red secure, stood in the third corner, shock looks at the upper air, was pale. This fusion way, are you familiar? The voice of Pill Sovereign resounds, was more serious than before. Jiangyi deeply frowned, thinks the whole wide world fights Zhou. Do they fight a Zhou rank with the whole wide world? They are outraces treasure and Saint Mix's Day of Spirit treasure. Is human race refining up the soldier technique and hermetic art to high achievement. You can understand our brand new life body of human race creation. Different from human race and monster clan, the demon clan and spirit clan. Even is the alternative life that the ghost clan has. Pill Sovereign by the Jiangyi consciousness, pays attention to 3 to fight. The soldier, the sinking sound said, mixes the day of spirit treasure. Situation to be complex, but there is a common feature, is the fusion way that. You see. They can dissolve liquid, with host thorough fusion. They are the hosts, the host as they, coexists. Fusion? Host? At the beginning of Mix's Day of Spirit treasure is born, does not have the self-awareness, after the fusion, it will provide the strength to the host. The host needs to offer a sacrifice, to offer the soul strength, to them. Waited for the host dead, the soul will stay in inside, evolve the soul. Nourishment. Later, it will wait for the next host, until someday, it evolves completely. Own independent consciousness. Mix's Day of Spirit treasure. Jiangyi is meditating the strange name. Absolutely does not have such change in the memory of his previous generation. Is saint and divine tool. Mix's Day of Spirit treasure, to represent human race is building up the soldier division to the high achievement, the life can refine one, dies also. Dies, content. However, can refine Mix's Day of Spirit treasure, the building up soldier. Division, must, if soldier sovereign level. Such character past and present are rare, create to Mix's Day of Spirit treasure. Is quite precious, even in our time, cannot discover several. What did you think of? The Jiangyi brow wrinkle is tighter, stares at the energy tide that is turning fiercely wells up. The gorgeous light shadow continues to bloom, interweaves the complex scene. It seems like the netherworld hell, a probably vast vault of heaven, seems like the ups and downs mainland. We guessed wrong. Is completely mistaken. Chapter 954, has buried the day. Pill Sovereign tone is serious, Mix's Day of Spirit treasure, if has followed. A host, will have the weak self-awareness, when chooses the host, is nitpicking. First tastes the blood, then product soul, spies on the consciousness. If inappropriate, it can the seal, not fuse. Has never had the host mixes day of spirit treasure, does not meet. Nitpickingly, does not choose, easily can obtain their hosts to fuse. Comprehensively. First is Jiang Ben, is Li Yin, Yang discuss, I did not mean that they are not outstanding, but as they fuse as quickly was too direct. This means that these three mixed day of spirit treasure, other that 2, 5. Mixed day of spirit treasure to be completely brand new, has not appeared. Outside. We have not guessed, they were built up the soldier furnace, to forge by that. Is has guessed, but I have not thought that they mixed day of spirit treasure. Unexpectedly. Shock of Pill Sovereign goes far beyond Jiang Yi, because Jiang Yi did not understand that mixes the day of spirit treasure significance, he clearest. Because of the monster child, is mixes day of spirit treasure, that his lifetime painstaking care makes. By his then achievement, lost the life. But, does he really have 5? Who can achieve? He does not believe that a person can achieve this degree. But, 5 soldier sovereigns? Can through building up the soldier technique achieves the sovereign level. Several thousand over 10,000 years, cannot present one. Possibly how to have 5. Those who make Pill Sovereign be vigilant, 5 brand new mixes day of spirit treasure, protects a jade egg unexpectedly? Pill Sovereign said, I suspected the girl who jade egg is also one mixes day of spirit treasure. The consciousness of Jiang Yi returns to first from 3, she is a weapon, is elixir? I favor elixir. Refining up to mixed day of spirit treasure elixir, is more complex than the weapon, that refined the pill of immortality master surely is. My level, even compared with me, is stronger than you? Jiang Yi shocks at heart. The refined the pill of immortality masters are very proud, particularly to master level, in the subconscious thinks own first under heaven, no one can. If can make him directly acknowledge that are stronger, can only explain that. The opposite party was truly strong to the unbelievable degree. Pill Sovereign said, like me just said that mixes day of spirit treasure is born time has not realized. Front Jiang Yi sees the joyful pure little girl, she has the consciousness. She has her self-consciousness completely. Independently. How to achieve? Only if were. That refined the pill of immortality master refining up oneself. Pill Sovereign voice is exceptionally low and deep. Jiang Yi hears scalp one, to tingle with numbness. First do not worry. Can make them so crazy, this elixir chaos source fire is not simple. I inferred them at that time, when restoration chaos source fire multiplied. The ambition fused more flame. Now affirms that this guest, they not only added many flame, likely added other god fires. Pill Sovereign looks at front small snake, is really inconceivable, what existence this should be, what life body do they want to do? Jiang Yi also felt vigilant, soldier sovereign? Pill Sovereign? Since they can refine so the most precious object, why chooses burying, rather than inform the world? Place that needs to pay attention. No matter refines elixir mixes day of spirit treasure, refinement weapon mixes day of spirit treasure, needs the extremely precious material. Arrived what degree, you told preciously, even / including Shinshue adjust the upholstery. Various materials, are precious are rare until the past and present. Therefore, wants to refine 6 to mix day of spirit treasure, wanting the independent several people is not possible to achieve, wants the secret collection material, several thousand years cannot collect. Was your meaning? Many people participated in this mammoth project at that time. I cannot imagine what time can portray 5 soldier sovereigns. I cannot imagine where they got so far as the material of such scale. I cannot imagine they must do. Pill's sovereign mind thoughts constantly welling up, are not really able to stay quiet. At that time they discovered underground refined the soldier field time above. Unexpectedly also 10,000 spirit blood trees, endless monster bone of burying. In the monster bone really also has the white tiger big dragon? That inevitably is an incomparably prosperous time. There has even had some stir, entire time's important matter. The soul of Pill's sovereign read the drastic fluctuation, thought of some frightened possibility. Has that time buried the day? What to do, should I take her? Jiangyi also felt thornily. This little thing has the possibility to hide the huge secret very much, has probably the terrifying strength that is inconceivable. Okay, raising, is building up the sentiment. I first keep her, teaches her to speak, teaches her the truth, works as the daughter her. When her which day fully approves me, relied on me, let her too have a look at the world again. Jiangyi said, suddenly feel strangely, this raises a daughter? How to feel? That must raise an ancestor. What does bronze inside the tower have? The Yi Anren facial expression is complex. The big dragon lets her vigilant Jiangyi unexpectedly, is vigilant. Inside jade egg? Jiangyi shakes the head, later said. Jiangyi asked, what secret you are hiding, mentioned listens? Jiangyi hangs the bronze tower to the neck on, secret, naturally must be used. To keep secret. No return Holy Land. The big dragon blade and star sword regain consciousness, fuses with Zhou Qingshou and Han Ao. Tearing, reorganization. Probably is repeatedly tempered. They are in deep sorrow, almost must collapse. Can drive the reason that they insist with hardship only, will tear into shreds the reorganization process to have the marvelous energy to pour into the body each time, will also deepen a point with the fusion of almighty troops. They while painful, in obvious feeling oneself are stiffening. Pain? Living to might as well die. Strengthen? Full. No return Holy Lord always protects inside, seriously the reminder they keep. Sober. Before Jiangbin fused, is not so frigid, therefore her not clear this what's the matter, can only encourage them to insist, should not be destroyed. Anxiety that elegant monster and the others looked as pale. Too painful, this is any weapon. Is here no return Holy Land? Small will Holy Land, how have this so astonishing energy? Leaf Zhu Tian is tracking down the feeling, arrived at outside no return Holy Land. Although no return Holy Land has opened law, the dense fog seems like the sea. Tide to turn fiercely wells up, is covering the vast forest land. However, that two energies were too strong, in strong dense fog, partly visible. Cast light upon everywhere stars the dense fog, was mystical and indistinct. Forms the big dragon in the dense fog, is huge and dignified. The intense power and influence infiltration dense fog, fills the world, the fright absorbs the mortal form, let strong feeling that the person has to plant to submit to pays homage. Accompanies Leaf Zhu Tian the man also to look dignified, continually, cannot conceal that shock. What rare treasure in no return Holy Land is hiding, how to have this power and influence? He must report the antique temple. A star sword? Leaf Zhu Tian the consciousness is communicating the vast starry sky, spies on the stars in dense fog, saw a radiant great sword unexpectedly, refers to the heaven slantingly. The great sword glare spurts thinly, is twisting the space, as if there is innumerable stars to surround and protect it, seems like the galloping galaxy to surround it. The powerful star's strength causes the dramatic turmoil of his inheritance. Secret technique unexpectedly. He wants to deduce the secret, was also disturbed unexpectedly. Such weapon here's something never heard of before simply. In the antique temple has not recorded continually. Side that big dragon is really arrives huge shocks, as if occupied several 100 li, 0.5 kilometers, no return Holy Land. Is no return Holy Land doing? Such weapon where they also obtain. Great wilderness? In mysterious great wilderness appears? Leaf Zhu Tian thinks that a while ago rumor, Qiao resisted fiercely attacking of 3 saint ancestors using the great wilderness abyss. They are my, Leaf Zhu, the Davai bottom flashes the corridor to read. Corruptly, the white face of even/including Qingxiu scholarly appears fiercely. Slightly. Do not act rashly. Although the men are shocked, longs, but reminded Leaf Zhu Tian, do not offend no return Holy Land. Present no return Holy Land is the South Revere's Lord. If offends them, offends World Holy Land. Central Zushan, there will not give up. Although the antique temple does not fear Central Zushan, but challenges. Zushan, challenges the common people. This name, can find the excuse to other sovereigns say/way, is selecting the name of maintenance common people, initiates to the antique temple fiercely. Attacks. This without doubt is the good reason for war. In the history has also truly happened. Although Leaf Zhu Tian moves restlessly, has not actually impulsed, they will come out sooner or later. My Leaf Zhu Tian most excels waits, patient waiting. Chapter hashtag number 956 number 955, the meats of 2 gold/metal embryos. Ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion. Below Jiang Yan, pays a visit the ominous spirit period of 5 days. The Jiang Yan secret arrived in the Overlord Warring States, paid a visit the ominous spirit period of 5 days directly. Accompanying also has weak and yellow pie. Evil person king, Jiang Yan? The ominous spirit period of 5 days received. Jiang Yan in the stone palace first saw his boundary. Half saint. The imposing manner is stronger than him. Evil person king is the beforehand name, now only calls Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan is also observing front ominous spirit period of 5 days. Is slaughters the blood flame mold worthily half saint, even hangs the seal, to affect his consciousness. Probably will lose momentarily, falls into crazily. Stood in the blood-color battlefield, probably, the frigid murderous aura tide. Submerged one after another toward him. Weak and yellow pie, brow tight wrinkle, expression pain. Probably the front. Sits is not a living person, but is the savage wicked beast that possibly sticks out suddenly momentarily. The ominous spirit period of 5 days said, were you before excellent works? Spirit mark? Gap of excellent work spirit mark today spirit mark, is hard to span. But regarding people like us, can actually make the miracle in the unique method. People like us? Hasn't Jiang Yi told you? Has not talked clearly. We are the people who Uncle Yen raises. In the body is very quiet the special bloodlines, to can affect spirit mark specially. So long as obtains the corresponding chance, the bloodlines can stimulate. I have not felt have been to the bloodlines. Possibly was the fire of slaughtering was too special, covered the induction of bloodlines. But I can guarantee, you truly have the special bloodlines, so long as can activate, you can make great strides forward day of spirit mark. What chance? Meets Jiang Yi, is your chance. Grasps, Yukin the awakening bloodlines. Attack the sage boundary. Jiang Yan is somewhat strange. Since Jiang Yi can obtain the ominous spirit. Period of 5 days help, smoothly enters blazing heaven, but can also kill. The Somalian mansion should very be intimate with the relations of ominous. Spirit period of 5 days, is from the tone of ominous spirit period of 5 days, does not seem to bring to light the status. However, Jiang Yan is very clear ominous spirit period of 5 days such. Person to remain in limelight absolutely, the ambition of rushing suppressed. Because of the spirit mark grade limit. Be forced, accepts fate. Once knows that his achievement is not limited to this, he does everything possible to take absolutely forward that step. Half saint, in the innumerable world eyes, absolutely is excellent works. Spirit mark to the high achievement, is worth respecting, is worth looking up. Stands the person truly in this position, knows oneself pitiful. The saint. Boundary at present, actually because of the spirit mark limit, halts in this. Obviously forever, is unable to shed truly, every enters the saint. Ominous spirit period of 5 days, unemotional looks at Jiang Yan, but does not look at his eye, but is looking at his face. This face, regardless the personality influence, regardless the look. Influence is how similar to Jiang Yi. This face, is young with him time, is how similar. Child who Uncle Yan raises, is an appearance? Did Uncle Yan, how many children raise? He thinks the image of graining soul insect secret record again. Millennium ago history? Jiang Yi is the ancient of rebirth. Is shouldering the huge secret, has had the ancient of endless legend. Is Uncle Yan, who? Who is Jiang Yi? Who is he? Yellow Dabing said, Jiang Yi has not brought to light the status with you. Possibly stemming from your respect, does not want to disturb your life. I give you a suggestion, if you also want to make the warring states ominous. Spirit period of 5 days, do not bump this chance, once because bumped. You did not come back again. But if you want to bump this chance, must prepare for abandoning you first. Half of life all, do not turn head again. After Jiang Yi obtains Ho residence notifies, at the maximum speed leaves. Blazing heaven, arrived at the ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion. You know how? Jiang Yi saw that their facial expression are good, cannot help. But shows the smile. The 9 heavenly palace saint ancestor meddled, first was helps us deal with. The ancient Huashing ancestor, latter shifted South Azure military sea area us. The old ancestor is leading others to shift now everywhere, attracts the attention. I worried that you're here security, has a look. Before Jiang Yan comes, was really worried Jiang Yi will encounter the problem, has not thought that blazing heaven not to hesitate with the god to resist unexpectedly, guaranteed him actually, a while ago was beheads the Somalian mansion, the biography shows the inside and outside. Conceivable, the relations of Jiang Yi with World Lord is intimate. This is also they dares to come, directly reason that visits the ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion. I with flaming heaven cooperated. Jiang Yi briefed the World Lord situation simply, as well as Yi Amran with flaming the secret of heaven. Jiang Yan, they sigh with emotion, flaming heaven World Lord unexpectedly is. The person of samsara, formed an alliance unexpectedly. Really is the human affairs is variable. So-called outlet forever is walks. You go back now, met with Chiao Wu Hui as soon as possible. Shifts here the nirvana boundary, following clansman. Completely, is received and instructed to flaming heaven by Yi Anran. According to your beforehand view, World Lord has not worked with us truly. This delivers rashly, can offend. You cannot lead so many people to wander around, below nirvana boundary also. Needs to live and needs cultivation. I with World Lord will discuss that by opens in the forbidden areas safely. Alone chops a microcosm, not only safe and secret, but can also have the pure 5 lines of energies. Good. R goes back. Did not have hobbling, your following actions may unshackle greatly, main. Attack Guhua Imperial City. If there is an opportunity, tidied up the next 9th lunar month dynasty on the way. That side Guhua, before there are your evil person valleys, the informer who leaves behind 9 heavenly palace, fights 1 to 2 hard wars should not to have the issue. However, attack before 9th lunar month, best first relate with Celestial Empress. She an elite Deluo, is scheming the Samsara mystical place. Scheme Samsara mystical place? Weak they shake the head. Celestial Empress is. Celestial Empress, more than 10 years old, dare to play such in a big way. Here is a mortal pill, you go back goes to no return Holy Land on the way. Gives the enlightened ruler personally. Jiang Yi being loaded with the immortal pills brocade box, gives Jiang Yen. Turns out one set of martial law conveniently, this is the small bright saint. Technique, the complete set, just duplicated. Whom the belt/bring goes back to. Have a look at to suit cultivates. R goes back, you also pay attention to the security. 10,000 Daoshan. Cannot teach to give up, Gu Hua, 9th lunar month, possibly stages A. Come back. After Jiangbin urged, bringing weak and yellow pie to leave. Before they come, is very anxious, currently has a joyful relaxed feeling. Jiang Yi can with flaming in heaven cooperates is really accidental/surprised. Was too pleasantly surprised. Although was unable to announce now publicly, but they had the partner. Finally, is the elixir royalty. Blazing heaven not only to provide the absolute backing, but can also provide abundant elixir. If Celestial Empress their alliance, Daluo, controls the Samsara mystical place. Again, their situations will have the enormous improvement. 2 space bases, 2 royal allies. Thinks excitedly. At night will soon abate, bright at present. Pan? Jiang Yi, they send out Ho residents the time, unexpectedly detected the familiar feeling. Yes. Hasn't the world prison lost heart? Is using this way to test him unexpectedly. Pan in their hand are it seems like many. Jiang Yi pretends that has not felt, very natural, going out Ho residents. Since they can adjust the new Pan to test him, likely suspected him. This situation was investigated either honestly, waits for them to leave. Either attacks suddenly, has the initiative. That person who Jiang Yi does not wait for the trial, best tries to find a solution, stimulates them. Jing battle. The Jiang Yi consciousness reaches in the Bronze Tower's 3rd corner. What has to tell? Red Hall head, clear/Pain Kong, bullies your brother and sister a lot. Clear/Pain Kong. Yu Jingzhan eye ground cold light twinkle. Once these made him be in deep sorrow, the picture that does not dare to recall appeared in the mind one after another. What is most serious, was after the homicide, the Red Hall 2 guards, Chu Yuan, towed him to the younger sister room and unexpectedly, making him look helplessly. Disgusting fat pig. Damn chop suey. Yu Jingzhan once the fantasy, killed him innumerable. No, ripped him. Boiled him. Then even/including Tang brings the meat, eats cleanly. Elder brother, past. Read secure, to grasp the elder brother, in a soft voice comfort. Cannot pass. Forever cannot pass. Yu Jingzhan face twisted. I make today to you him. Jiang Yi moved toward the first area. Chapter 956, Little King shows weakness. Ginger Elder, the fortunate meeting, I am Fu Manor Lord of Cloud Lanshan Village, pay celebrate. First meeting, a meager gift, but also. Please kindly accept. Ginger Elder, what matter do you have to process? Gives me, I am glad to work. For very much. Jiangyi walks on the long street, some people chit-chat unceasingly, after having wanted the saddle lead horse, had actively gives a present, told the younger sister to introduce. Enthusiasm and respect. Present Jiangyi differed from the past. Although blazing heaven openly to announce that cable/Sir Qitong violated the taboo, accidental injury world lord, must be head by the criminal law. However, in many will of the people, felt that as Jiangyi and war between Somalian mansions, moreover wins total victories to come to an end by Jiangyi. The death of Somalian mansion means that Jiangyi is flaming in heaven to come to a stop thoroughly. The footsteps likely also won the favor of world lord. The future is limitless. The Jiangyi polite response spoke thoughtlessly to ask, who knows that now? Where clear/Pain Kong is at Taiyangong, he now is the reception of Taiyangong. Immediately some people reply. The first city, Taiyangong. Here was the overlord warring state's hugest chamber of commerce, was the most honored chamber of commerce. Because blazing elixir that heaven refines to have about half to transport to. Here, directly sells. Special elixir that all parties respectfully request, registers here, then waits. Taiyangong belongs to the Tyrant Palace, to manage, moreover in Tyrant Palace. In mountain at the foot of the mountain. Also really with. Jiangyi can feel Pan clearly after behind not far away. Tracing observation that never says die, is very evidently deep to his suspicion. Cannot sit waiting for death. Directs. Jiangyi pretends anything not to know, surrounded by people, arrived at Taiyangong. Jiangyi? In front of the main hall, an attire magnificent and expensive obese man is smiling is welcoming the guest of communication, when sees Jiangyi. Expression immediately not naturally. Clear/Pain Kong? Such skillful? Jiangyi smiled, under high and low takes a look at Clear/Pain Kong, from the flowered building to Taiyangong, boss, Clear/Pain this is rises high. Clear/Pain Kong Yanjia twitches, must make a smile reluctantly, actually. Really cannot push. Although the Red Hall is the flowered building, is actually the well-known top recreation area, the contact is the large clan young master, every day. Depositing magnanimous crystal coin, his Clear/Pain Kong is also the favorite. In Tyrant Palace. But Jiangyi one tosses about, not only destroyed his Red Hall, overlord. Warring states all flower buildings were being cleaned up. He also from once Red Chamber boss, turned into the Great Hall, to receive a guest. At heart aggrieved, only then clearest. The Jiangyi racket Clear/Pain Kang's fat face, is saying with a smile, the performance, do not disappoint the Tyrant Palace well to your thinking. Highly. Clear/Pain Kong one hand that pats in Jiangyi, face shivering all over on fat. Air/Chi, do not think that became the elder to act in a self-serving manner. Here is Taiyangong, dominates the subordinate chamber of commerce of palace. You best give me the convergence point. Yo, are you threatening me? I am warning you. Elders, but blazing the elder of heaven, here, was the warring states of overlord. You dare this tone to speak to me unexpectedly, believed my a few words to make your gate unable to look. Hee ha. Words that I spoke, can't you understand? If you in the third city, but can also depend the ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion to act in a self-serving manner, but here, you did not have that strength. Why no matter you come to here, the easiest convergence point, not to look to oneself embarrassedly. Clear/pain Kong Buxy curling the lip. Goes to shout the clear/pain C. Is the clear/pain C you shouts casually? You should call the young prince. Informs the clear/pain C, is I have the matter to ask him to come. He was really serious oneself. Jiang Yi, before the broad-style front door, annoys countless people to surround. The guards gather here, but no one is willing to go forward to annoy. Troublesome. Goes to please the young prince, said that blazing heaven third-class elder. Jiang Yi to cause trouble before Taiyang Gong blatantly. Clear/pain Kong shouted loudly intentionally, disdained looks at Jiang Yi. He can feel that the small prince's recent mood is very unusual, maybe made by the Jiang Yi matter. Today happened to the opportunity that the young prince catches, shames Jiang Yi ruthlessly. Before Taiyang Gong dissolute, brings contempt upon oneself simply. The crowd discusses spiritedly, is waiting for watching the fun. Jiang Yi, blazing heaven, now the hot third-class elder. The clear/pain C, dominates the spoiled child in palace. If really makes, will be definitely splendid. Shortly, the clear/pain C rushes to hear from the tyrant palace, the brow tight wrinkle, the complexion is gloomy. The young prince, clear/pain Kong Ganjin walks, happened to complained. Finally the front surface was the palm of the hand of clear/pain C. Dissolute. Dares to stop to flaming the heaven third-class elder before. Taiyang Gong, who gives your courage? Clear/pain Songming wishes one could to pat this fat pig. He preserves a life with great difficulty, pledged that does not contact with Jiang Yi, result bastard toad Jiang Yi to him in front of unexpectedly. When obtains the news, he even suspected that Jiang Yi he comes out with. Clear/pain Kong Yin intentionally. Jiang Yi enters the main hall, the young prince, the reception of Taiyang Gong. Seems like in the eye, only then tyrant palace, has not flaming heaven, even. My third-class elder cannot come, was a little excessive. Clear/pain Songming hurries saying, Taiyang Gong always blazing heaven. Dominates the palace to guard. This clear/pain Kong gang life few months, did not understand the custom, I for the tyrant palace, asked for mercy, to the ginger elder. Like this, the ginger elder has a liking for anything today, is paid by my clear/pain C. Do many people look at this surprisedly, the good play of anticipation? Did the young prince lower the stance, to Jiang Yi unexpectedly on own initiative? This is even Cho Seung no treatment. It seems like rumor real, Jiang Yi established the relations with World Lord. Directly, the repeated champion palace must respect. Clear/pain Kong is Gung the unbelievable, young prince actually apologizes. With Jiang Yi? The young prince is the future overlord, his Jiang Yi at the most is an elder. Jiang Yi said, such person stays in Taiyang Gong, is very easy to cause others to misunderstand. Like this, how many days for the young prince do I train? Leads him to flaming heaven, familiar under their custom. Young prince, clear/pain Kong Jingjiao, the vision of plea looks at the clear/pain C, does not want, false to Jiang Yi, he surely does not have the good end. Moreover, if the clear/pain C today easily gave up him, even if he will be living in the future again, could not do including the dog. This matter not troublesome ginger elder, I brought to teach personally. Clear/pain Songming subconscious must resist, arrogant half a lifetime, too. Does not adapt to others' bows. I happen to lack an aid, gives me. Jiang Yi welcomed the vision of clear/pain C, in the look has the warning. Remembers the tyrant palace. Present situation, remembers you also owe me a life. The clear/pain C struggles at heart, even if unwilling, may give up, that was troublesome, the ginger elder. The young prince, did not want, clear/pain Kong Juoang. Jiangyi the nape of the neck, that seizes clear/pain Kong Fei Shua, is directing the black air/chi of bronze tower, submerged clear/pain Kong, draws. Third, forcefully. The luxurious spacious main hall, is slightly peaceful. Here is the large clan representative who all parties come, look evil, and cruel, the city mansion is deep, they look, not only the surface, is savoring the back significance. The clear/pain C shows weakness on own initiative, without doubt is conveying an information. The overlords, and even the entire overlord faction, are dreading this new elder. This dreading should not only be Jiangyi with the cooperation of ominous spirit period of 5 days faction, Jiangyi definitely found a stronger backer, for example World Lord. Jiangyi was the World Lord person, was very intimate that only by doing so, can let the arrogant clear/pain C low head. This is the ginger elder? Fortunate meeting, fortunate meeting. A neat sound conveys from the palace. The Jiangyi complexion is tranquil, actually did the surprise, direct at heart quickly? The good play that he designs has not completely let loose. Has the opposite party prepared to meet with him? Outside clear/pain Songming sees the person who walks, restores the normal manner, Morong brother, has not come the warring states for a long time. Chapter 957, Intelligent Person. Clear/pain Kong? Yu Jingzhan and read the fat pig that secure looks at too. Drop from the clouds, some god. Although anticipated very much, but has not thought Jiangyi said making. Really making. Yu Jingzhan? Quiet dream? Chu Yuan struggles to crawl. Where is here? The Jiangyi sound passes to here, he is your brother and sister. Your welcome is Dai's lives, all handles, depending on you. Yu Jingzhan expression is fierce immediately, clear/pain Kong, you have thought we'll have today? You. Here, clear/pain Kong, look at the energy raging tide that the sky boils, periphery has a look at the vast forest again, is here some type of space weapons? Bang! The thunder tide thunders, deafening, Yu Jingzhan started dazzling thunder. Tide, the front surface submerged clear/pain Kong. Clear/pain Kong Fonting was flying, pounds layer on layer/heavily on the rocky mountain. Whole body covered with blood, reveals the dense white bones. He had a high and respected position, by such injury, he looks at itself too. Reveal outside bone internal organs, send out the malicious ghost pitiful. Yell. Here is your hell. Your clear/pain Kong Haijai hell. The wild wolf that you. Jingzhan goes crazy probably, through toward Chu Yuan. Wait, first waits, you listen to me saying that listen to me. Taiyang Gong. A azure-robed man, hearty laughter is entering the main hall, the young prince. Makes reparations, was truly long has not come. Who makes me be only the heaven Saint Mark, cannot compare the young prince to the sage Mark, the life and death boundary crosses is very difficult, easily does not dare to come out. Morong brother also life and death boundary? Hesitant was very long, 1 year ago came. In the respected family, does not retrocede forward, the retreat must come under attack. Male child long/grows is not handsome, but also is a little simple and honest. The frank smile is very easy to have the intimate favorable impression, the bright light that, but in the eye often flashes through, demonstrates this. Person astutely reserved. This is Morong Jing, the successor in Azure Prison Clear/Pain Songming. Introduced to Jiang Yi. Jiang has elder heard the Azure Prison? On Morong Jing neck is hanging the pan. The bright eye is paying attention to the Jiang Yi expression. He tracks the Jiang Yi person. These days has brought Pan to ambush outside the ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion. Waited till with great difficulty, finally Jiang Yi does not seem to respond. But had not really responded, conceals intentionally? He needs to determine personally. I am friendless and unlearned. Jiang Yi is prepared early, but looks at Morong Jing, has not glanced toward his neckband there. Clear/Pain See Simple introduced, the In territory has 4 big holy land. Under 4 land controls. The World Prison is the Southern Underground. Control, the Azure Prison is one of the world's 7 prisons. Morong Jing made an effort to shake the hand of Jiang Yi, underground. Influence, just like the evil person Valley of Resolute Elder, is the person of seeking a livelihood, likes becoming friends free and easy and at will. You're such saying, the feeling was suddenly kinder. Haha, I look at the Ginger Elder, knows that is a free and easy person. Others said that the Ginger Elder is strong, works crazily, but I like such person, pleased love and hate, real personality. Moreover, the man should have the appearance of man. Jiang Yi polite is dealing with. Worthily is the successor in Azure Prison. The glib lips is easy to use. Several words, several expressions, several movements, can cause the favorable impression. Is practices. Clear/Pain Songming said, Morong brother, since entered the life and death boundary, how also to come to here personally? Morong Jing said with a smile, I must have 2 years not to come, did not fear that the young prince blames. The recent mood strength is happened to stable. Hurries visiting. On the come road also heard the matter of Ginger Elder, especially wants to have a look as a man who has the big charm, can obtain us to flaming the favor of Heaven World Lord unexpectedly. A few words, not only maintains the clear/pain, see the face countenance, and praised Jiang Yi, is proper. Jiang Yi initiates the invitation on own initiative, I see brother Morong Ma. Refreshed person, is worth associating, do we find a place to sit? Haha, Ginger Elder these words, I do not travel at double speed in vain day. And night 170,000 li, 0.5 kilometers. Is the young prince, the heroic building? Walks, old rule, I treat. Clear/Pain Songming is the corners of the mouth twitch, a guest? With the Jiang Yi same place? Crack a joke. Thinks to feel irritably. Young prince, please? Jiang Yi also lifts the hand invitation. My life and death boundary was getting more and more dangerous later. Recently, the royal father gives my order is as most has a look as Taiyang Gong, other places are not really convenient. That first respectfully congratulated the young prince successfully to pass the life and death boundary, when the time comes I arranged a banquet. Again the congratulations. Morong Jing said goodbye to leave, turning around. Time, with no trace took in the neckband Pan. Jiang Yi noticed his small action, but pretended anything not to know. Clear/Pain Songming gazes after Jiang Yi and Morong Jing to leave, the brow wrinkled slightly. Although knows that Morong Jing personality, the enthusiasm becomes friends. With Jiang Yi is also in the reason, but is in front of his not to understand. The taboo, seemed somewhat anxious. Jiang Yi and Morong Jing arrive in the luxurious passenger compartment in heroic building, the small talk takes a seat. Jiang Yi somewhat is at heart strange, has not seen Li to seal/confer. Unexpectedly. Although the big grave secret technique can change the appearance, but the Look makings did not change. He can determine that and does not have Li to seal/confer. Strange. He disappears as so long, Li to seal/confer should be flustered, should mix reasonably and the team comes to be right. Li to seal/confer was injured on that day very seriously, has returned to the world prison training? Comes. Morongjing is clapping to out of the door. While Jiang Yi thinks time that must recommend what great person, unexpectedly. Ying Yan came in 9 beautiful females. Has lovably, has gently, has charmingly, has selects high, has plentifully. Has pretty. Each attractive in their own right and character and style vary. Completely is the wonderful peerless superior beauty, dazzling and intoxicating, thinks. Morongjing paid attention to the Jiang Yi facial expression, Hai Sound said. Is gawking doing, has not saluted with the Ginger Elder quickly. Ginger Elder is good. 9 females salute bashfully. Haha, comes, the Ginger Elder, especially for the gift that you prepare, how? All was your. What is this? Jiang Yi cannot feel Morongjing repertoire, seems like very astute person, can pull closer the relations with this way unexpectedly? Vulgar. I heard that the Ginger Elder just entered an overlord warring states then. Anger is a young person, makes a big row, the Red Hall, seizes the chief among flowers, causes many troubles. But I listen to be intimate with on the contrary, because we are in the person of same belief, the person. Morongjing is blinking to Jiang Yi, shows the smile that the man understands. Is I on the road is selective from various cities, the makings figure purple. Character weight, /etc., is good, clean. Morong brother took the trouble, but I cannot want. Jiang Yi understood his intention. This is must make the breakthrough point with the Red Hall event. Investigates reason that he robs the quiet dream. Oh. Is a man, I understand. Is open about the facts Jiang the brother, I am. Also good this. Our men spell, is not puts together a position. Puts together the position for what? To not enjoy. Enjoys honored, enjoys the wealth, enjoys the woman. Morongjing displays warmly is very very intimate, pulls closer the relations. With the way of most man diligently. Morong brothers' good intention I declined with thanks, but they are not quite suitable I. These 9 have the characteristics respectively, doesn't have one to suit the Ginger Elder? Did I really guess the thoughts of wrong Ginger Elder? Before I come, heard that the Ginger Elder makes a big row the Red Hall, is impressive, therefore. Morongjing is paying attention to the Jiang Yi expression, is guiding the topic. Just as of Jiang Yi guess, he must determine real reason that Jiang Yi robs. The quiet dream. I like the woman, but only likes looking at the cross eye. Initially, on the day of the warring states, the name of greeting on first meeting Red Hall. Wants to go to experience, result quiet dream that special makings attracted. Me, at heart one soft, in the fervor, blurted out that must save her. Although impulsed at that time, but my Jiang Yi has a strange temperament. Complies with the matter of person, must achieve, particularly woman. At will Jiang Yi refuses is dealing with. The words that I have not remembered incorrectly, the Ginger Elder, just entered the ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion at that time a few days, can have such guts to make a big row the Red Hall unexpectedly, has not. Feared the tyrant palace, burnt down the Red Hall. My Morongjing is really admires. Morongjing continues to guide the topic, is deep cutting various reasons. At that time set on fire, is impulsive, has no recourse. How did this word say? Because the quiet dream was afraid at that time very much, the fear tyrant. Palace snatches her, the fear was suffered again, probably is also afraid too. Sell here person her very much. Since I saved the miss, how must a security? Since, therefore. Burnt down. Chapter 958, Being in Sharp Opposition. Quiet Dream Miss can bump into the Ginger Elder, is really lucky. By the Ginger Elder present position, even if holds her hand to take a walk outside, some people will not speak half a word idle talk again. I think actually, but she is afraid very much, is not willing to make an appearance. Has the Ginger Elder to support to her, what is she afraid? He, who has not selected in the past. Fear sells here person her. Found that person, catching in front of her killed is. If the Ginger Elder trustworthy world prison, might as well gives my Murong Jing, most 1 month. I am sure hands over in that person your hand. The person who I have arranged the ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion. Has investigated, but does not have the news to the present. It is not my Murong Jing boasted, this matter is our world prison excels. The Ginger Elder said that she still remembers anything. She only knows that because of saving 2 people exterminated the clan, other does not remember. The characteristics of that group of people he remembers the extermination of. The clan? Murong Jing is paying attention to the Jiangyi facial expression. Somewhat is at heart accidental. Jiangyi actually has really asked the life experience of Quiet Dream, but also arranged ominous spirit period of 5 days, mansion investigation? He carries off the Quiet Dream, not only after wanting monopolized and play. To throw, must discuss the sentiment with the flowered building woman. Unexpectedly, revenged for the flowered building female? Said, Jiangyi really has the relations with Pan, what must? Investigate as Quiet Dream clansman that saves 2 people who late. If so, today also really comes right. She is stimulated in the evening, anything does not remember. If the Ginger Elder trusts us, personal enemy who worries to investigate the Quiet Dream Miss, might as well gives us her, we lead her to return to the spot, could recall anything. It is not has not used. I do not think that she recalls that evening tragedy. Again. Did not have the clue, matter to pass so many years, was not really good to check. However Jiang Elder felt relieved, my bulletin to the world prison, as far as possible checks. When had the result, first told you. We drink, today can know the Ginger Elder, is really my being honored. Murong Jing takes up the wine pot, setting out to give the Jiangyi, but actually liquor. Murong brother should not be so polite, since must become friends, do not do. What ritual saying that we are how comfortable how come? Jiangyi takes the wine glass to set out to welcome the liquor. Oh. This is not the ritual said, is the respect. My Murong Jing rarely admires anyone, but the Ginger Elder really makes me hold in high esteem. This did not flatter. The Ginger Elder has the side desolate, can actually achieve today's achievement in just several years, the South, North and West. Is well known, is really the model of our generation. Truly achieved some achievements, but the model was exaggerating. I hear the world prison today for the first time, many issues want to consult, we let us not be impolite. The liquor, I come. Jiangyi is pulling the wine pot. Intentionally. Ginger Elder must make me give you to pour this first cup. You want not to pour to me, I must give you also but actually 1 cup, comes. 2 people small talk pushes and shoves several, Murong Jing experiences rich. Driving taking a seat, we left politely, each one but actually own, but the first cup, must be, I respects the Ginger Elder. Jiangyi is just about to take a seat, suddenly observed closely. Murong Jing neckband. Before leaving Taiyangong, Morong Jing ingenious conceals Pan, but Jiang Yi, taking advantage of pulling, stood the rightful position, very natural. Discovery Pan. Morong Jing complexion slightly cannot be checked changes, but quickly return to normal, under very natural reorganization, the front piece, avoids the Jiang Yi vision to start, but actually the liquor. Jiang Yi continuation is standing, on the face did not have the smile, Morong. Brother, you are hanging, where does the jade from come? This, decoration, I respect, Ginger Elder 1 cup. Jiang Elder is not only the third-class elder of royalty, has Chiao such strength. You first wait. I want to take a look at Morong brothers, that jade. Jiang Yi changes from guest to host, is confronting Morong Jing. Ginger Elder is not interested in the woman, is interested in the jade? Here. Does not know that which type the Ginger Elder does like? Morong Jing is somewhat caught off guard, is good as deep because of the city mansion enough. Has not displayed on the face. I do not like the jade, I am felt that your jade looks familiar very much. Looks like on the quiet dream is hanging that very much. Like this ruddy jade, in the store finds it everywhere. What on quiet dream is? Which young master delivers? Sells here that group of people her, hangs on her forcefully, added that only. If she died, otherwise cannot pick. The fingertip of Jiang Yi has delimited. The bronze tower, draws out on the quiet dream was hanging that Pan from. Inside. Pan is the fragment, after previous generation crushing, will distribute to the section, therefore the appearance will unable to see the similarity, but is blooming the weak red light, will form the outline of bird faintly. Also is really very looks like. Morong Jing sees with own eyes unable to hide, can only put out own Pan. Quiet. Dream said that some people do put on to her? Had said what person, is what? Reason? I take the liberty, whether please the quiet dream miss can come, did we chat in detail? Jiang Yi sneers at heart, installed also very looks like. Quiet dream lived in flaming heaven, I do not think that she remembered the beforehand nightmare. Again. However. What? I have promised her, must help her find the extermination of the clan personal enemy, must scrub her these years the humiliation. The request overlord, cleaned up the warring state's flower building. Thoroughly, gives her a confession. Then, I must find out to extinguish that group of people of her entire clan. Then, extinguishes the entire clan of that group of people. The Jiang Yi eye ground cold light presently, observed closely Morong Jing for the first time, Morong brother, I am become friends today, is not becomes enemies, therefore. Explained? Jiang brother misunderstood. Morong Jing sets out hastily, very earnestly very serious, way, this jade is I obtains accidentally, does not have the least bit to relate with the quiet dream miss. Our world prison works is also neat, does not leave behind the future trouble, how possibly to tow to this lively city, but also feeds in the flower building? Accidentally obtains? Wherefrom obtains? Could invite Morong brother, was the explanation clear? Jiang Yi observes closely Morong Jing, grips the initiative, starts to counterattack. To come the repertoire I? You are tender. In some chamber of commerce, I am flame spirit mark, when meets it to have a strange feeling, on belt/bring on body, by present many years. My dare say witness prison with the matter of quiet dream miss irrelevant, the Ginger Elder, do not misunderstand. Jade as I trace is the only clue of quiet dream personal enemy, actually bumped into your here, can I not misunderstand? With all due respect, your explanation, I do not believe. I am very truly difficult to explain clearly, is inferior to this, gives me 2 months. I will follow this clue, finds out the murderer, to Gingerin. Elder satisfactory explanation. 2 months? Most 2 months. Without the clue, I am very difficult to check, but there is a clue, 2 months were enough. Jiang Yi unemotional looks at Murong Jing, for a long time said very much. Today the banquet first arrived here. 2 months later, but also here, I invited. However the premise is, you can check the murderer to me. Murong Jing sets out to see off, most 2 months, wait for my good news. Jiang Yi goes out of the room time, suddenly asked the sentence, is Murong brother very good with the tyrant palace relations? Our Azure prison is responsible for giving other prisons to purchase elixir. These years relate insidely faction through the tyrant palace directly. This, you could change the strategy. Why? Dominates the palace to break off the relations with the Li faction. Comprehensively, if you also want elixir of Li, left again through the tyrant palace, in addition, sought other ways. Dominated the palace to break off the relations with Li? After Azure Prison and other Jiang Yi left, the complexion is gloomy. Immediately, when matter is this. The door of opposite room opens, old withered, simultaneous/uniform elder. Walked, are this year's elixir orders, just gave the tyrant a while ago, the palace, but dominates palace, their attitude to be very subtle. They received, has not given the specific time, does not have the negotiations. Corresponding price. I also think that is blazing heaven to have anything to change, originally was. The tyrant palace has a falling out with Li Jia. Simultaneous/uniform elder deeply frowned. Why? This should not. Without the support of tyrant palace, Li is very difficult to keep the position of second faction. Without the support of Li, will dominate the control effort of palace to other Ho residents also to drop. This is mutually wounded. Their high levels should not be so sane. It seems like flaming heaven to have many things these days. However, what matter can force the tyrant palace to break off the relations with Li? Murong Jing thought of the attitude of clear/pain C to Jiang Yi. This gives the Azure prison to investigate. What's the matter? Does not probe. Jiang Yi, how to be belayed by him? I underestimated him. I had just Xiao Huarong, invited you, was felt that you were more appropriate than him, reminded you to seriously treat. You now was an underestimate, too. Irresponsible? Chapter 959, The Secret of Black Prison. I underestimated his astute degree, can carry over Gu Huaqiao Jia, can direct Holy Land to protect full power, is really not the average person. However, Jiang Yi counterattacks suddenly on own initiative, with some desirably explained that he is very vigilant. From starting to see my moment, started to guard. This two possibilities, first, he can feel pen only, knows that I came. Second, his natural disposition, has vigilant about the stranger, routine on own initiative attack. Which do you favor? Uneven elder complexion, slightly slow. I consultant simultaneous/uniform elder issue. You possibly for a flower. Building female, in did meet, for the second time, burnt the entire flower. Building? Will you for a female, possibly eliminate the flower building of entire warring states for several days? I cannot in any case. I believe the Jiang Yi, such astute person, will not be impulsive. Only if, he were really at that time angry, is the beyond control anger. In jest, Jiang Yi, when mentioned that quiet dream, the look also disclosed real killing intent. By his present position, so long as opens the mouth, wanted the woman, the Business guest of warring states can let him absolutely all year round daily. The non-identical style. He to the flower-building female who once led a promiscuous life, so never forgets, but can also revenge? Only if the Jiangyi has not subsided anger to the present. That no longer is the hatred of Quiet Dream, but is his own hatred. Your meaning is, simultaneous/uniform elder nods slowly, this has the appearance of tattooing prison successor. I before Jiangyi meets, is suspecting him. Today meets, do not test him to know anything, what person is to have a look at him is, then, discussed. The matter. If is really the sex maniac, he also calculates an explanation for the Quiet Dream crazily reluctantly. If he is not, that matter had the issue. I 50% assurances, can determine that now Jiangyi has the relations with Pan. However specifically related to what degree, needs to further confirm. How do you prepare to do, simultaneous/uniform elder was more satisfied. Finally, person who came to work. What did the elder brother of Quiet Dream call? Eugene fights. Hadn't he found to the present? Vanished with the guard leader in Red Hall together. If not in Tyrant Palace. In Jiangyi there. Should in Jiangyi there. After Morongjing thinks, said, Jiangyi is very astute, is very vigilant. 2. Investigate Jiangyi, but must start from the root. The simultaneous/uniform elder, Yu Jingzhan clansman, was you slaughtered initially? The ancestor last words, our black prison true mission is to capture Pan. Discovers one, assigns an elder alone, has full authority and responsibility. For several hundred years, around black prison has discovered 36 Pan, but has not given up investigation. 5 years ago, the black prison information in the coastal discovery secret. Small clan, the special order I have full authority and responsibility. But they are vigilant, got rid to encircle unexpectedly, kills the tight. Encirclement. I captured for 2 months, stopped up them in 100,000 mountains, after one. Slaughters, their head of the clan led the youngest daughter to escape. When we found, they have died. I do not know how they die, to saving their clansmen said anything, to maintain the secret of Pan, can only slaughter the entire clan, leaves behind 2 people to replace to make the bait. The words that I have not remembered incorrectly, in the coastal, that clan actually have the survivor. Has. Whether to ask him to use? Cannot. Why? He was stranded in the black prison dungeon lowest level, cuts off the 4 limbs, gouges the eyes the waste ear, by netherworld cold eye suppression. Until now already 5 years. The non-black prison marriage go between. Command, anybody cannot put him to leave firmly. Morongjing surprised looks at the simultaneous/uniform elder, Awal said. Very much, what treatment is his? Black prison is more than 200 years ago, ancestor announced the establishment. The mission was to capture Pan. More than 200 years, we pursued 36, related to 23 people or influences. Each master has special spirit mark or the bloodlines. Especially by this clan, most special. This is also they can hide the present, and avoids primary cause that at that time captured. They can affect the time. Can affect the time? Is the bloodlines, is spirit mark. Morongjing has not thought that in the black prison dungeon is hiding such a special figure. Unexpectedly. Spirit mark. Very strange spirit mark. He is the secret that the black prison, hidden, never foreign public, does not allow anybody to leak. Simultaneous/uniform elder is warning Morongjing. I am the Azure prison successor, I understand the custom. Morongjing is very shocking, was more curious to the secret of Pan. I determine an issue with the simultaneous/uniform elder. What do you trace the reason of Pan are? Found Pan, exiles, the different places it and its master, the secret. Monitoring, person who waits for has the induction to Pan appears. Has appeared? Has had several peculiar circumstances, finally was confirmed is the misunderstanding. This time? This time possibility should be highest. Since this, you can definitely to the Black Prison Lord instruction. Deliver that mysterious person, probes Jiang Yi directly. It is not good. The probability is too small. Most likely, 80%, assurances. The prison lord is impossible to omit him. The simultaneous/uniform elder shakes the head decisively. That dangerous fellow is the nirvana boundary, once found the opportunity to escape, they catch very much difficultly again, moreover hate of extermination of the clan, possibly makes him launch the crazy retaliation. Morong Jing hesitated the little while, said, since he is unusable, we change. Others. What means do you have? Doesn't Jiang Yi want personal enemy? We give him our. Gives him me? Let him chop me? He, the simultaneous/uniform elder, should not be excited. Aren't you controlling 36 Pan? Several master belts come, is in front of Jiang Yi. Killed. Is the stopper to Jiang Yi, making Jiang Yi be in front of R2. Kill. If Jiang Yi cannot achieve, or finds the excuse to shirk, that explained. That he has the major problem. Jiang Yi can feel the possibility of Pan, can achieve most likely, 80%. Simultaneous/uniform elder knits the brows slightly, this actually attention. However, each Pan is under the charge to the special elder, the order is very clear. Dies. If he pass demanded, is equal to wanting their lives, they will definitely not agree. Uneven elder thinks well. The mission of Black Prison continued for 200 years. If can be solved you're here, you were the hero in Black Prison. Morong Jing is stimulating the simultaneous/uniform elder. He very long has not been interested in a matter, this time must determine that the secret of Pan is anything. Jiang Yi walks silently on the road, deeply frowned. This Morong Jing gives his feeling is not very simple. But the world prison sends people to test him repeatedly, had obviously suspected to him. This suspicion will also possibly increase unceasingly. Morong Jing cuts into with the Red Hall event, should suspect him from there. However, even if the time flows backwards, he must burn the Red Hall. Impulsed, but did not regret. Was good with flaming in heaven deepened the relations, because of him, not shy. Prison. However, the world prison influence is complex, if discovered that his status announced that his secret was well known. First must determine that the world prison has anything to guess to me. The Jiang Yi brow wrinkle is tighter, this group of fellows were too astute. If frequent contact, is very easy to outsmart oneself. What to do? Jiang Yi stops from time to time, thinks, suddenly the spirit pass/test. Flashes. Right, how I forgot him. Chapter 960, Did the matter bear, what kind of? Jiang Yi knocks Stone Hall the palace gate, contemplates Cho Seung, who to greet with inside. Bear? Temporarily is also living. Cho Seung's situation is very bad, the expression pain, the whole body ties tight, blood flame uncontrolled violent surges. Like such that Pil Sovereign explained that slaughtered the blood flame and poor strange Xueyan killed the oppressive air/Qi 2 to be intense, after the body started to capture the control forcefully, without the blood flame that the consciousness suppressed will gradually lose control. How Jiangyi was very difficult to imagine Zhao Shiyu to insist in the past. To ask your matter is so polite, does not have the matter certainly. To the stove and Li Fire Holy Land Imperial Edict, the high-sounding talk. Escorts to Li Fire Holy Land. Isn't matter world lord arrangement on this scene? Thing who delivers, but I want to meet individual from Li Fire Holy Land, as far as possible security. What person? Nail and clear mirror. Has not heard. You receive, by all means, and that's the end. I arranged the person in the past. Today goes. Okay, goes today. Cho Seung leaves Stone Hall, entrusting several elder brother to be responsible for personally. Shortly, Zhao Shijing, Zhao Shiwu, and the others from Flaming Heaven invited to leave the stove palatially. When the Overlord brings personally the head biography of Somalian Mansion is showing various warring states city area, their high-sounding talk goes to Li Fire Holy Land 100,000 miles away. 3 years ago, blazing heaven to obtain the Somalian Mansion, the domineering resists the Crepe Myrtle Holy Land scene also to come clearly into view probably. 3 years later, blazing heaven to behead the Somalian Mansion unexpectedly. The high-sounding talk restore leaves the stove. This has to let experienced people of that event to sob, makes the people sigh. With emotion human affairs variable. To place that the stove passes through, all influences and innumerable people. In abundance attention. They understand, not only this blazing heaven to with Li Fire Holy Land be settled, because of Jiangyi in inside reconciling mediation. Jiangyi? The name that once no one knew, has spread over the southern mainland now, was known to everybody to be known to everybody. Before because Holy Land pursued, the royalty encircled, many people felt that his crazy stopped, his magnificence also appeared briefly, left people was the joke of spare time, influence that and royal position, cannot be shaken. But short less than a half year, the Chao evil person valley escapes. Encircles, kills 2 sage 2.5 saints, continually, Jiangyi is. Visits to Flaming Heaven adventurous, is Flaming Heaven to obtain the impregnable position. The legend, falls to the body of Jiangyi again. Now returns Holy Land to the stove high-sounding talk, withstood/top the new altitude the Jiangyi reputation. Everyone knows that present Jiangyi no longer is roving bandit, but blazing the heaven third-class elder. He can rely on this relations with Holy Land. Cooperation, abandoned child from once Holy Land again, turns into present Holy Land honored guest. Jiangyi can also stimulate to movement to Flaming Heaven, maintains the Southern Holy Land Alliance in the southern position. The Southern Holy Land Alliance can lift up high honored guest under the leadership of No Return Holy Lord. The name maintains Jiangyi. As the matter stands, Jiangyi on backs on south the Holy Land Alliance. Outwardly and blazing heaven 2 big super-neutral influences, in the back. Has the Chao evil person valley 2 powerful fight strengths. Who also dares to look down on this 20-year-old man? The vast southern land, clearly has the space of this man. Can arrive at what altitude as for him, but also needs to look at the following development, because of the threats of 10,000 gods, but also really exists. After Li Fire Holy Land obtains the news, immediately is led by Jiang Hongwu. Goes to greet. Since Flaming Heaven to lower the stance, they do not need to carry the rack again. Let alone, the Jiang Hongwu son to the opportunity that Li Fire Holy Land catches, cannot show due respect for the feelings. Ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion. Jiangyi elder, long time no see. The nail and clear mirror transition. Wheelchair, arrived at the Jiangyi garden. Arrived quickly. Jiang Yi pleasantly surprised welcomed, compared with expected quick about 10 days. I greeted with Jiang Dianzhu, to the stove. Young Master Zhao Shiwu said that you needed me to come. We avoided all parties to pay attention, came directly. You can come too to be really good, comes, rests to inside quickly. Among us, did not need to talk about old days, what need had I to do? Good, first process is the proper business. Your present soul boundary. Third heavenly layer, boundary promotion quick. Chatted, my boundary compares with you, difference of cloud mud. Your situation is special, now can arrive at third heavenly layer to be very rare. You want to ask that my moon/month I spirit mark cultivated what degree? Jiang Yi said with a smile embarrassedly, what cannot hide the truth from you? Right, I want to make you help me spy on a person true idea, checked the deeper the better, can check many. Nail and clear mirror, not anxiously complying, but hesitated the little while. First must look at his boundary. If the boundary is too high, the soul strength and consciousness strength will grow stronger correspondingly, spy on. To be disturbed very much easily. Next must look at his defense psychology, if we're trained strictly, can affect my spying on, but may also mislead me. If must investigate some information, I can help you. But if to the too careful thing, I cannot guarantee precisely. The thing that I must understand is truly important, should be his big secret. But he now is the life and death boundary. Were easy to do many. The mood boundary of life and death boundary is very unstable. In his weak pain, mood fluctuation intense time, I should be able to spy on the secret of his heart most deep place. Good. You in this rest little while, I give you to bring to come personally. The Jiang Yi half step left, found Cho Seung. Bear, busy? Busy. Cho Seung immerses in contemplation. Accompanies me to see individual? I said busily. In his busy steals an idleness. Father just walked, later came back. We are also quick. Father does not make me leave the stone palace half step. You just entered the life and death boundary, so to be anxious, following 3 years what to do? Walks, hurry up. It is not really good. I said the line on the line. Do not do such anxiously. Wait, do not begin, oh? Oh. Do not pull the chains. I am a person. Jiang Yi is entraining the chains, pulls off stone hall, Cho Seung. Don't I attach great importance to face saving? Drops. Under Cho Seung's depressed reorganization the clothes, leave with Jiang Yi. Other First City Refined Institute, is the temporary residence in Azure Prison. Uneven elder, 10 days, but also did no one respond to you? Morong Jing found. The simultaneous/uniform elder. I have contacted with 5 old friends, they said that can consider. Will consider? Is obviously perfunctory. The simultaneous/uniform elder, this matter does not have directly to relate with me in the final analysis. I am ordered to come to coordinate you. If you diligently, I did not have the means. My matter, I will certainly treat cautiously, but you do not know the significance of Pan, to our black prison elder. The black prison found together Pan every time, will relate with a life of elder together. Is just like me with the quiet dream brother and sister, if I died, must pass to the descendant to continue to stare, if they died, at the point of death. Must first multiply the descendant, to continue to hang Pan waiting. In other words, each Pan is connecting 2 lives. In front of me borrows to probe Jiang Yi to you together, is very big face. How many you make me ask to come, but also kills directly? This was equal to killing was responsible for their elders. We not necessarily really must kill, but is used to probe. They do not think. How they believe how depends on you to explain. The simultaneous/uniform. Elder, I entered the life and death boundary already 1 year, momentarily. Possibly dangerous, I cannot keep here, time is too long. Waits again for 10 days, you must give me an answer. If they can come, we make an appointment with Jiang Yi as soon as possible. Tests his response, makes the final judgment. If cannot come, we try to find other solution in addition. Simultaneous/uniform elder said, I urged them as far as possible, you also try to find other solution. No matter final output, Jiang Yi is the person who we must find. I feel grateful your help. At this time, the guards came to report suddenly. Jiang Yi came, but also brought Cho Seung. How to come at this time? Morongjing is somewhat strange, is apologizes? After all, on that day made, the atmosphere is not happy. I first evade, you observed Jiang Yi well. Simultaneous/uniform elder the half step leaves the room. Jiang brother and young marquis. Morongjing welcomed on own initiative, is greeting warmly. Jiang Yi arrives in front of Morongjing, left to look toward the neckband. Jade? Conceals? Jade is the present only clue, I have arranged the person to send to the world prison. On Morongjing face has with ease the smile, guarantees to say to Jiang Yi. Ginger elder felt relieved although most 2 months, I will give you a satisfactory answer. Jiang Yi said, I carried over to Flaming Heaven the quiet dream. Please the quiet dream miss, I ask quickly more detailed situation, looked. That has anything can help on clue. I comforted the quiet dream, asks then situation in detail, examined. Clear/Pain Kong ruthlessly. Obtains 2 important clues. Mentioned quickly listens. Morongjing is paying attention to the Jiang Yi. Facial expression, suddenly has to plant not the good premonition. Cho Seung has a look at Morongjing, has a look at Jiang Yi again, hastily. Stiff body, deep breath. World prison? Can greet ahead of time? Must play each time such exciting. By him the understanding Jiang Yi, must certainly cause trouble today. Chapter 961, His spirit has the issue. First, delivers to the Red Hall, their brother and sister, is the Azure Draw. Store near Red Hall, checks the true status of peace and tranquility chamber. Of commerce, can check the secret of that group of thieves. Second, is the Jade. Clear/Pain Kong although was reminded do not investigate the Jade, but has investigated in private. In several other places, there are their brother and sisters similar situations, is hanging the Jade, is waiting for anything. Such situation? Morongjing is not only listening to the Jiang Yi words, is observing the Jiang Yi look, his anxious and intense several points. I guessed, since casual can investigate several similar cases, definitely will have, is a special and strong influence, is operating this matter in the secret. Morongjing nods slowly, intentionally thinking some truth. This somewhat felt strange, why on your neck is hanging such Jade? Is it possible that is the world prison is operating this matter? Morongjing must explain. Jiang Yi approaches him suddenly, I am those words, I want to be the friend with Morong brother, but my person gratitude and grudges are distinct. If the enemy, the friend 2 characters may be out of the question. Ginger elder. I want to invite Morong brother, sits to the ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion. Is Ginger elder suspecting me? I have told you probably. I am tracing the murderer for the quiet dream, no matter who extinguished his entire clan, my Jiang Yi does not let off. You best explain clearly with me. If not you, I apologized personally. If is really you, hee hee. My Jiangyi is eyesore of many royalty, does not care to be many your world prison. Morongjing said seriously, Ginger Elder should not be excited, the jade is. Really, my chance buys. Also please believe me, the person who slaughters the quiet dream is not our world prison. Returns to the ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion with me, the explanation is clear. I can explain here. Explanation. Morongjing thoughts racing, various thoughts flashed through the mind. Continually, but was removed. Because Jiangyi obviously comes to him. This is also an initiative attack, who strikes the first blow has the advantage. Although crude, but is very astute. If he wants to get by under false pretenses, perhaps is not quite realistic. But how he also possibly said the truth. Jiangyi touched the ear, faces Morongjing, am I listening? Jade is really I buys in the Chamber of Commerce, as for matter why will involve the quiet dream miss, I am very surprised. This? You go the ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion with me, there. Spoke is more comfortable. Morongjing is just about to find the way to comfort Jiangyi, suddenly. Awakened, am I doing? The negotiation skill is sure to remember is suppressed. Otherwise is everywhere passive, is restrained everywhere. I think that the Ginger Elder somewhat misunderstands. Morongjing retrocedes 2 steps, change passively to actively. Ginger Elder. Just joined to Flaming Heaven, possibly does not understand the custom. The World Prison and Blazing Heaven to be the cooperation, so long as relates also. Between you and me should treat with good manners. If you are using the status of friend to consult the issue, I can consider in accordance with the situation whether replied many. If you are interrogating me, very sorry, as soon as you do not have the qualifications, to have no reason. I can definitely not pay attention. Are you rejecting? Said, quiet dream Jade, is really you hangs up? I am only very discontented due to my attitude. I have reminded, treats the friend, my Jiangyi never lacks the courtesy. Treats the enemy, my Jiangyi only has the sword and spear. If the Ginger Elder is this stance, I can only see a visitor out. If insists on wanting a result. With all due respect, you with quiet dream anything or not, her matter has nothing to do with you. The qualifications of your investigation do not have. Works also needs to be fastidious about the qualifications? This is the first time that heard. You, if only the local ruffian, all alone, you want to make anything to make. Anything, but you are to Flaming the Elder of Heaven now, is the honored. Third-class elder, works must speak the custom. Cho Seung also urged in a low voice and sighed, was almost good, for the flower. Building female, noisily when you must arrive. Jiangyi asked Cho Seung, you understand to Flaming the custom of heaven, you came to say with me. In what situation, do I have the qualifications? Investigates, you may matter? Is that type can invite the suspect to the ominous spirit period of 5 days, mansion qualifications forcefully. Stands as flaming the angle of heaven, your anything situation does not have the qualifications. Cho Seung hints Jiangyi to hurry to give up with the look. Before had reminded obviously, do not provoke the world prison, because in degree of hazard, this underground world's control compared in the northwest 10,000 god dangers. That is the lion, this is the wicked wolf, late at night, in fleas and all directions in the pack of wolves of wilderness. What qualifications? Does not have the qualifications. Really does not have the qualifications. She is only the flower-building female, can you under the attention the image? Wasn't flower-building female a person? Morong Jing reminded him inside, colored building female, is a slave. The slaves to not having spirit mark human race are the same, does not match the manner. Your this doesn't understand? We were all right, said goodbye. Cho Seung entrains Jiang Yi to leave. For the slave, has the conflict with the world prison, you may be really good. Morong Jing relaxes secretly, the complexion is gloomy. Also underestimated style that Jiang Yi works. Kills unexpectedly directly, captures the initiative forcefully. Does not hesitate to get into a deadlock the relations, must take him. This is a bit like the arena showdown starting to probe of time, initiates an attack, probes the skill, then assigns the tactic. It seems like he must bring other pan masters as soon as possible, stimulates. Jiang Yi forcefully, determines the final outcome. Cho Seung drags Jiang Yi to go out of the room actually. You really quiet dream, when your woman said that revenges. Jiang Yi is Cho Seung these words, worthily is I son, really. Coordination, he stops immediately, said intentionally seriously, if the quiet dream is my woman, I did have the qualifications? According to flaming the heaven custom, blazing the female who the heaven interior elder gets married, is blazing heaven. You to do? Cho Seung is suddenly anxious, won't deliberately create trouble? Cannot. Definitely cannot. Although his spirit a little issue, but the intelligence quotient also assembles. The consciousness of Jiang Yi reaches the third corner. Here is performing the world massacre. Yu Jingzhan lives up to one's words, really built the pot, the fever was on fire. Nearby clear/pain, Kong Monlian blood, kowtowing of nasal mucus tears, is imploring the forgiveness. But his leg had been saws. Quiet dream, I have a taking the liberty request. Jiang Yi knits the brows. Slightly, shifts to the quiet dream. Young master please say. The quiet dream is looking at the elder brother. Savage fierce appearance trembles. I want to announce to the public our relations, announced by the unmarried. Relations. I borrow this reputation, deals with the world prison. But I guaranteed. Afterward, definitely also your clear reputation. Quiet Monroe leaves wipes the complex smile, can add on young master is my being honored. A reputation/honorary is not anything. Offended. The Jiang Yi consciousness withdraws from the bronze tower, turns around to look to Morong Jing in room. Jiang Yi told me, you thought with difference that I thought. Cho Seung closely grips the Jiang Yi arm, looks serious. Morong Jing brow wrinkled slowly, wants to do? Jiang Yi casts off Cho Seung, enters the room, is confronting Morong Jing. I forgot to tell you, the quiet dream was my fiancé, her matter, was my matter. Fiancé? Hee, is the ginger elder, you cracking a joke? I only joke with the friend, you have not matched. You said as a fiancé, was a fiancé? The ginger elder, no joking, went back. Morong Jingjian has worked to resort to all means that has not seen to. Seriously this degree. Is the third-class elder of a noble day refined the pill of immortality master? And royalty, engaged with the flowered building female? Really owes he to think. I give you an opportunity, the relations of explanation, jade with quiet dream. Otherwise? Do not blame me not to have good manners, the number. Ginger elder, aren't you clear? You do not have the qualifications to ask me. This gives you qualifications. Jiang Yi turns around to go out of other institute, is shouting loudly to the lively street, announced a good news. Jiang Yi, do not act sloppily. Cho Seung has a big shock, insane? For the flower-building female, provokes. The world prison? You were dislike the life and death boundary is too easy, and comfortable. The suspicion flaming heaven to live is too arid. Jiang Yi, do you want to be clear? Morongjing was vigilant, felt the danger. From Jiang Yi, for the first time. Chapter 962, does not obey the custom. The crowded street is gradually peaceful, curious gathering front. Is Jiang Yi, he how in this? The present is the ginger elder. What good news? After people see our Jiang Yi, came the interest. Introduced to everyone, my fiancé, Quiet Dream. Jiang Yi preparing for the Quiet Dream invited from bronze inside the tower. Cho Seung wanted to prevent already without enough time, Morongjing. Retroceded 2 steps, the facial expression was more dignified. The Quiet Dream stands side Jiang Yi, snuggles gently, shows the happy smile. Although knows that is false, but at this moment, her exudes the difference at heart the tender feeling, cannot bear and clasps his arm quietly, snuggles in his arms. Good beautiful woman. I see still pity, ginger elder good vision. Quiet Dream? This name is a little probably familiar. Quiet Dream. Is the Quiet Dream the chief among flowers of beforehand Red Hall? Jiang Yi rushes to the Red Hall, hardly, robbed that. Quiet Dream. Really Quiet Dream. Did she become the Jiang Yi fiancé? From a flower-building female, changes, becomes wife, who blazing the heaven elder? I drop a day, does this Quiet Dream have such big charm? Does Jiang Yi come really? This does not make his playing. You're new, the small scene, do not make much ado about nothing. Jiang Yi announced loudly, I and Quiet Dream engagement, the matter of Quiet Dream is my matter. The enmity of Quiet Dream is my enmity. 5 years ago, the Quiet Dream entire clan was slaughtered, only then her brother and sister escaped death by a hair's breadth, was thrown the warring States Committee body flower building. Today, I deflaming the heaven third-class elder status, starts outposts A. Reward the command. Who can check the murderer to me, my Jiang Yi presents as a gift by immortal pill. Who can capture alive the murderer to me, my Jiang Yi presents as a gift by 3 immortal pill. Such remarks, the long street causes a stir immediately. Immortal pill? 3? I have not misunderstood. This is the sky-high price, posts a reward. Since Jiang Yi joins to flaming heaven, many influences start to seek immortal pill, but also no one gets so far as to the present. This condition was too attractive. The Jiang Yi two-man, for oneself woman, pledged such condition unexpectedly. The tide of people is excited, the look is hot, shouts loudly Jiang Yi to give a direction. Here has 3 clues. First, the Quiet Dream brother and sister come from 100,000 mountains, they 5 years ago, at night extermination. Second, the Azure Draw Store is the murderer arrangement monitors. Third, on the Quiet Dream neck is hanging a jade, is the murderer stays behind. Jiang Yi holds up the jade in hand, observes the situation the audience. People make an effort to extend the neck, must see clearly the jade diligently. The situation. The Jiang Yi sound is resounding, resounds through the long street, the enmity of Quiet Dream is my enmity. 5 years ago, they slaughter the Quiet Dream entire clan, my Jiang Yi must the blood debt blood recompense, who no matter they are, so long as investigates thoroughly, must slaughter their whole families, not remain. My Jiang Yi lives up to one's words. Although everyone investigates independently, do not have the pressure, any consequence, my Jiang Yi undertakes. If you investigate in the process, unfortunately offended certain people and certain influences, although looks for me, my Jiangyi guarantees you to be safe. Wish. The long street tide of people disperses loudly, rapid proliferation news. The quiet dream looks at Jiangyi crazily, the eye is dim, the tears flow copiously. Young Master Yi, do you really want to revenge for us? I mean what he says, live up to one's words. Jiangyi, please return to the bronze tower. The quiet dream turns around to Morongjing, do I currently have the qualifications? Morongjing deeply frowned, is difficult to be tranquil, for the flower. Building female, you can use to flaming the status of heaven? You had asked. Flaming heaven world lord? I am asking your question. So long as you give the explanation, can be the friend, but you must reject, is really you? I said that I do not like you with the attitude that I spoke. You flaming the Elder of Heaven, I am also the World Prison Azure Prison successor, we should respect each other. I thought that you really have the issue. Cho Seung, in the name of ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion, asking Morongjing to visit Ho residence. You dare. Regardless of where the world prison arrives, no one dares to disrespect, let alone your little Ho residence. Does no one dare to disrespect? That is, you have not bumped into me. Jiangyi, do you want to cultivate the behavior the enemy in prison? Do not cause difficulties for others. A prison to frighten me. The in territory wants to replace your killer organization, does not have 10 also 8, other 3 big control, is willing to see that the world prison declines. If blazing day of world lord to move with some cooperation, I think that they are definitely willing to come the handshake. Jiangyi hints to Cho Seung, asked him to visit Ho residence. Has problems? I plenary powers undertake. Cho Seung is very helpless, shakes the head, arrives at front, Morong. Brother, please. If doesn't go? Looks at his attitude, can forgive you? He is only an elder, can direct your Cho Seung casually? Does your solemn young marquis take orders from Jiangyi unexpectedly? You instigated was too obvious. Walks, do not be noisy, the matter too greatly is not good to your me. I communicated to flaming heaven so many years, has not received such treatment, hopes that you want to be clear. Do not shout, you follow me. If I invited to be motionless you, the ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion will come to invite you, if the ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion be please motionless, believed me. Dominates the palace, to unite 3 Ho residents, came to invite you. Personally. Do not suspect his suffering a relapse time crazy. Did he suffer a relapse? Normal person competent this matter? Cho Seung holds Morongjing's shoulder, is dragging departure actually. Jiangyi coldly looks in the room, the tense Azure prison powerhouse, do not be anxious, but leads him to go back the interrogative sentence words. If there is not really related, he will be safe, if really has the relations, believes me, you must die. After he leaves, the simultaneous /uniform elder walks from the opposite room. The brow tight wrinkle, is vigilantly more aggrieved. Comes one waste one. The world prison has not run into such opponent. Does not press the repertoire to work completely, depending is the domain. Acts in a self-serving manner, not has scruples. In this lunatic head doesn't have the custom 2 characters? It seems like must be please stronger, is vicious. The powerhouse in black prison arrives at side him, uneven elder, can Jiangyi get married with the quiet dream unexpectedly? Was this too exaggerating? Not only exaggerating, is very accidental/surprised, simultaneous/uniform. Elder shakes the head, the feeling is very bad. Before Morong Jing analyzed, was very reasonable, various Jiang Yi exaggerating. Achievement, likely were because had the anger, regarded own enmity the enmity of quiet dream, therefore inferred Jiang Yi to be related with Pan. But, sudden getting married, explained probably very well Jiang Yi angry. Reason, he is liking the woman going crazy for oneself. Depth, how to do is not excessive. Also not necessarily had the relations with Pan. Although he feels some issues, but Black Prison there listens to the report. Time only looks at the evidence. If he, because Jiang Yi cares about a woman, but speculation Jiang Yi is the person who they must find, Black Prison there definitely thinks that he is too careless, even suspects his ability. After all, the sentiment of men and women has the possibility again unusual. Damn. Simultaneous/uniform elder pulls a long face in the room, walks back and forth. Before the condition was made by Jiang Yi with great difficulty, clearly. Suddenly muddled. This is Jiang Yi, the person who they must find? If were other people of influence also even, took to inspect directly. But Jiang Yi became person who blazing heaven, but also obtained the important position. In outside, Jiang Yi also has the powerhouse of sage level, as well as shakes the northern evil person Valley Killer Army. Before the complete assurance, he really does not dare to bump randomly. After all, the matter involves very in a big way, related to ancestor there. What to do? What to do? Simultaneous/uniform elder walks back and forth, finally halts. To probe Jiang Yi, must use Morong Jing's means. Spares nothing. Please masters and Pan to come, in the name of murderer, is working as the Jiang Yi surface direct execution. The premise is, Morong Jing there can clench the teeth. Chapter 963, sees clearly the will of the people. Father, you came back. I was being towed by Jiang Yi, went out a while. Cho Seung returns to Stone Hall, discovered that the father is sitting there. Salutes hastily. The ominous spirit period of 5 days is hanging the chains, contemplates. Silently. Jiang Yi. He came back. Azure Prison successor, Morong Jingshua. Cho Seung is very helpless. First is the Gu Hua, 2 imperial princes, is 10,000 god tricky cold fronts, now as the Azure Prison successor, there. Ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion became the Jiang Yi private prison. Quickly. Because of what matter? The ominous spirit period of 5 days sound as hoarse. He wants to revenge, to the quiet dream of Red Hall, before is snatches that chief among flowers, that from the Red Hall. I said that he does not have the qualifications. He actually announced that in the presence of everyone must marry the quiet dream. Is her matter really related with the Azure Prison? Hopes with the Azure Prison irrelevant. Cho Seung does not know that said. What was good? Jiang Yi is very obviously astute, actually violates the impulsion. A flower-building female as for? That is the world prison. If really makes, their ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion is hard to end. Jiang Yi led in Morong Jing the garden. You are the present. Explain to me. How many days dies to support? You are explained to me on own initiative. Waits for me to use a method? Morong Jing restored calmly, shot a look under a tree's shade to sit the strange man of wheelchair, said, Ginger Elder, I have to admire your guts. Under evidence, dares to attain the ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion my Azure Prison successor, unexpectedly. When Taiyang Gong just met, you added that likes my such character. Pleased love and hate, real personality, moreover very man, now? We rubbish, told me the situation of Jade, must kill the quiet dream entire. Clan for anything, through hear them because of anything. I do not need to explain to you how you do not dare me. I reminded your point. Working, do not go too far, present you, but also did not have the qualifications. Haven't you studied me? So long as we're delimited in the category of enemy by me, you to refusing, stubbornly far. Death? Do you also want to kill me? Jiang Yi, you made me understand. Anything is called the know-nothing party to be dauntless. You thought highly of you, even if both sides were not the personal enemies. I killed you, the world prison still took me not to have the means. He, you can try. Tries? Jiang Yi turns out elixir from the space ring directly. Jiang Yi, do not act sloppily. Morongjing expression changes, suddenly. Comes? Although he does not know that is what elixir, but he is at the crucial phase of life and death boundary now, cannot take elixir casually, otherwise really can awfully. Jiang Yi is holding appreciatively elixir, coldly said, what wants to know to? Flaming in heaven recently to have, wants to know that what cable/search. Yutong did make to enrage world lord? All is its merit. It called the monster to burn blood pill spirit, with soul boundary ninth. Heavenly layer elixir, that was used to go all out. Only needs one, can promote the boundary to the life and death boundary. Forcefully, the thorough release potential, highest energy approaches the nirvana boundary, then from exploding to perish. The Somalian mansion refined several monsters to burn blood pills secretly. Spirit, wanted to harm me with it, finally involved world lord, we were nearly killed. Why this was also I entered the reason of life and death boundary, suddenly. Morongjing closely is staring at elixir, the breath is gradually rapid. This elixir has also really heard probably. Jiang Yi is staring at Morongjing, I will not kill you directly, but I can make yourself die with it. When the time comes by flaming heaven personally is acted, makes a transaction with the world prison, this matter can easily subside. Do you believe? World prison, even if can comply to reconcile, you flaming heaven still to pay. The big price, a cheap person for flower building, you are worth? Still is talking to me is worth? You have not seen clearly the situation. Probably. Jiang Yi, you are taking revenge for the flower-building female, is venting own anger. Morongjing stares at the tight Jiang Yi expression, suddenly. Jiang Yi sneers saying, I for her, am venting the anger. Right? Will you really like a flower-building female? You meet, because the so-called commitment she does offend the tyrant palace? You to revenge to her offends the world prison? Province, you, if is really such impulsive person, is impossible to arrive at today. You are actually venting your anger, you are investigating the jade the secret. Morongjing counterattacks strongly, is paying attention to the Jiang Yi subtle expression change. However, he below initiative counterattack, is actually combining own true idea in the consciousness deep place agitated, this idea happened to can under the nail and clear mirror, by tree shade be caught. Jiang Yi turns out Pan, is holding appreciatively in the fingertip, does this stone have the secret? Do not install. In your own very clear jade has what secret? No wonder. No wonder what? Morongjing heart moves slightly, stares at tight Jiang Yi. In nail and clear mirror I pupil moonlight twinkle, while Morongjing, excited. A microsecond of opportunity, is spying on the true reflection of heart deep place. Xiao Ronghua. Jiang Yi takes the jade no wonder, looking pensive. What, Xiao has Ronghua said to you? Morongjing looks dignified. Xiao Ronghua can be the world prison man of the hour, is the top successor, who Xiao trains with emphasis, a while ago was ordered to coordinate the simultaneous/uniform elder, the result not to wait for several days to be removed, probably came across some special accident/surprise. He comes time. Also has asked the simultaneous/uniform elder especially, but the simultaneous/uniform elder keep quiet did not say. Shouted Huarong leak the secret of Pan? Jiang Yi takes away the jade suddenly, observes closely Morong Jing. Morong Jing stared at some round of being afraid/painful by the Jiang Yi. Sudden look, immediately is vigilant. A Jiang Yi corners of the mouth check, scattered a medicinal powder toward Morong Jing's face on. Beforehand elixir, was grasped the powder by him unknowingly. This is not the true monster burns blood pill spirit, but can stimulate the courage vigor ordinary elixir. Frightens the person to use. Morong Jing calls out an alarm, whips the cheeks crazily, the complexion becomes extremely ugly. This drug efficacy is violent, World Lord is because attracted a point by mistake, was almost killed. Morong Jing, good luck. Jiang Yi turns around to leave, intentionally to nail in clear mirror, say/way, watches him for me, when begged for mercy, when shouted that I deliver the antidote. Has the antidote? Morong Jing mood just one excited, the drug efficacy stimulates the courage vigor of whole body rapidly. This is not the monster burns blood pill spirit, but the effect of exciting courage vigor is very tangible. The whole body is dry and hot, the body is ready, the soul and mood were involved, start to move restlessly rapidly. Bastard, bastard. You're this bastard. Morong Jing hurries to sit cross-legged on the ground, is suppressing diligently, but the strength was stimulated then rapid moving restlessly, the boiling hot roaring flame, shoots up to the sky like the volcanic eruption. Turbulently. More is to control, the situation is serious. He starts flurriedly, starts the fear. More this, moving restlessly is also more intense. From high noon to evening, again to night. Morong Jing is in deep sorrow. Might be burnt thoroughly, to be the same, the potential also continued. Stimulation of whole body, wants suddenly/violently body to perish repeatedly. Repeatedly. Has tossed about to the next day early morning. Lying that Morong Jing suffocates on the ground, the courage, vigor, soul. Weight/etc. subsided finally. Although is very weak, is very exhausted, but at least lived. He lies there as motionless, has a being survivor of disaster absent-minded. Feeling. Monster burns blood pill spirit, no more than so. Long time, Morong Jing lifts the weak eyelid, looked at man under the tree. Shade. The nail in clear mirror visits him silently, aloof. Morong Jing Huan, the slow, weak, haunching body, moved by nearby stone table. Took several simple recuperation conditions elixir, looks at the nail in clear mirror, are you a disabled person? The nail in clear mirror did not speak, in the profound eye glittered the point. To point out that has only looked at Morong Jing. Morong Jing also no longer manages him, takes care, while is considering the present situation. How should deal with Jiang Yi? How should also probe Jiang Yi? Shall Huarong matter that Jiang Yi said that really or false? He considered here silently, real idea also clear feedback in the consciousness of nail in clear mirror. Chapter 964, Pacing back and forth. For 5 days later, the nail in clear mirror sits under the tree shade. Guarding Morong Jing, spies on Morong Jing. Morong Jing has not waited for Jiang Yi, relaxed, gradually vigilantly, starts to ponder more secrets. In front of the nail in clear mirror, his ponder, is equivalent says. 5 Celestial Empress. You are intelligent, he is astute. You are good at planning, he is good at surviving. You are playing the game with him, he is making the life and death with you. What a pity. The nail and clear mirror stays behind words, transferred the wheelchair to leave. The garden. What do you mean? Morong Jing, bewildered, visits him to leave, whispered at. Heart also thinks that was a mute. Jiangyi wait, etc. outside forest land, pushes the nail and clear mirror to leave. Checked smooth? I can determine 6 points. The first point, he has very deep suspicion to you, but he did not have the direct evidence. Second, he starts to arrange the plan, must conduct the final confirmation. This plan should also very evil and cruel. The third point, the jade is important regarding the world prison, has the special organization to be responsible. The quantity of jade are many, each was monitored secretly. The fourth point, he is only assists, he is not this organization. But he is very curious to this organization, dreaded very much. The fifth point, they are investigating you now, evaluate your relations with. The jade has not reported the further information to the organization. As for world prison final attitude, must after that organization has been reported. That the detailed appraisal makes the decision again. Jiangyi pushes the nail and clear mirror to walk the alley in the lonesome and quiet forests, is considering silently. The quantity of jade really has, but also receives the secret organization to monitor alone? From this can infer, Xiao Qingyun has guessed correctly him to be able to rebirth, has been waiting. Although the method of Pan is not astute, but is relatively safe. The jade looks like the bait, so long as the bait are many enough, can always fish the fish. Moreover, by him understanding of Xiao Qingyun, since took the measure, should have other means that is also making other arrangements. Morong Jing had not officially determined, has not reported to the organization, explained that organizes there to know him, did not have to observe closely him truly. But Morong, did Jing have the plan? Also very evil and cruel? This needs to pay attention specially. Nail and clear mirror, say/way, the sixth point, the heads of Azure Draw Store should also in the city. Can this percentage 100 determinations? Jiangyi at present 1 bright. So long as can find that person, can the severe punishment interrogate and torture, the stating decisively world prison slaughters the chief criminal of quiet dream entire clan stubbornly, then initiates the challenge to the world prison. Challenges the world prison on own initiative, although is very risky, but absolutely is but the most effective way. Nail and clear mirror say/way, I have determined repeatedly, should in the place that they live. Nailin, I brief my present situation to you, you help me analyze, actually to challenging some world prison worries. Jiangyi pushes the nail and clear mirror to walk silently, is saying the present situation and secret of jade. The nail and clear mirror listens earnestly, my suggestion also initiates an attack. Can say the reason? Are you familiar with passively? Some people are thinking daily spies on your secret, you are restless. Jiangyi smiles, that, but actually is also. If chooses passively, you everywhere will be passive, waits for luck in. Passive, prayed that they have not discovered the secret, then oneself withdraw. But finally, is not you controls, but is they. If chooses actively, you initiative seek for the hope everywhere. At least the final outcome, you can strive. Jiangyi nods slowly, this saying speaking of his heart, other reason? That several points that you think are the reasons. If really wanted me to say. One again, I felt the heart deep place, anticipated resisted very much with. The world prison, moreover you must with the world prison too, this be a turning point sooner or later. But I really have the worry, I feared, that outsmarts oneself. Why Jiang Yi does not know, is willing to discuss with the Nayland Clear Mirror unexpectedly. Possibly the peaceful character of Nayland Clear Mirror, making him very comfortable, probably is at this matter he really needs observer to chat. You are the worry, is afraid? I really do not fear her, but now is also not faces the time. What is the time? She also has anything to be fearful. The Nayland Clear Mirror optional light language made Jiang Yi silent. Yes, when is the time, forms an alliance 9 days of God. Waits to complete. Various arrangements? So-called is the time, to complete facing the world truly time? At that moment. Must wait till me to ascend a height, to get a broad view 100 clan. Battlefields. Fearfully what does Xiao Qingyun have? Since she and he were to kill him is to take revenge. Whatever, she does not need to announce the world probably immediately. Blatantly, because all sovereigns say/way will pounce upon suddenly in that case, her settlement cannot obtain. Therefore in the earlier period, Xiao Qingyun will only fight with his boy. Looks for the opportunity, is really not good, possibly informed the world. The Nayland Clear Mirror also said, the exposition that you worry, actually initiates an attack the worst aspect, but has not arrived now that step. Simple regarding issue. First, since we choose initiate an attack, gripped the initiative, completely can control to stay in a brothel overnight the surface. Next, how even finally failed, her does Xiao Qingyun dare really to announce? The world? Her Xiao Qingyun strength, can't we shoulder? Therefore, does what? Fearing have? On the Jiang Yi face shows the smile, was at heart relaxed, thank you. Nayland Clear Mirror, say/way, you who I understand, is always fearless, heroic. Feelings hot-blooded, the aspect that even if must die, can still forward. Resolutely, went out of the hope from the death. Your character can always infect to person, brings the infinite hope. But this, you do not seem like worrying, but is not willing to face, or as you have not thought how should face. Jiang Yi halted, was absent-minded. Yes, I at worry matter, is worrying her? Has he loved her? Has truly loved? Has she loved him? Perhaps, had once loved. Had they had happily? Has really also had. Even Celestial Empress had once reminded him, his some were infatuated with. Xiao Qingyun was infatuated with her character, was infatuated with her too. Murder the back character and style. But, the life's final picture, is actually she accommodates to the crazy. Ground fiercely, fishy smell red head that as well as her side overspreads. Xiao Qingyun. Jiang Yi raised the head, looks to the remote territory. The Nayland Clear Mirror has not disturbed Jiang Yi, tranquil looks in front of the forest land small lake. Long time. Jiang Yi sobers from absent-minded, smiles bitterly, too. I feel with you. Suddenly and together. Fear? The Nayland Clear Mirror smiled lightly. That does not have. Jiang Yi does not know how should say, seemed like pushed aside the heart, dug out the most in-depth secret, most real innermost feelings. If no other matter, I should go back. You stay for several days in this, I please, flaming the person of heaven to mix elixir to you, helping you restore the both legs. This does not need, I to be used to sit the wheelchair. I investigate others. Innermost feelings, 7 points by spirit mark, 3 points by the thinking. The wheelchair make me peaceful, letting me a better ponder. That. You have what need, I cannot ask you to help white/in vain. So should not be polite, we are not the bystanders. Jiang Yi pushes the nail in clear mirror to continue to proceed, spoke thoughtlessly to ask the sentence, if I really initiate an attack, you felt that what the most appropriate method is? The first step takes the Azure Even Store head, the high-sounding talk. Announced, the world prison is the chief criminal who slaughters the quiet dream. The world prison starts not to attach great importance, only thinks that sends people to mediate, because they do not believe that you dare really to challenge. This step is quick, cannot bleed off any. So long as controls them, was equal to controlling their report, organized mystically to your understanding, limited to your little issue, that is all. The second step, adjust Xiaojia, the evil person valley, goes north the territory, in various shortest time long-range raid world prison footholds. Can kill, then kills, can destroy, then destroys. The heavily damaged world prison, announced at one fell swoop the world you come. These step especially essential, must achieve ruthlessly, achieves most. Certainly, lets the complete vision of the world prison as centralized as the revenge, neglects the jade thoroughly. The third step, sends the evil person valley, the secret relates south other killer organization, jointly attack world prison. This step key point must exhibit makes war comprehensively, does not die the continuous aspect, diverts the energy of various world prisons, avoids investigating your possibility in a short time again. 3 steps that the nail in clear mirror spoke thoughtlessly, making Jiang Yi be shocked at the scene. Under wants to chat casually, cultivates the deeper feelings, with the angle of nail in clear mirror observer, has a look at the place that must pay attention to while convenient. Who knows that the nail in clear mirror opens the mouth, gave itself to plan the entire action unexpectedly. Chapter 965, Hunting and Killing. Tumultuous times work as with the severe laws, the chaotic situation, when uses the heavy hammer. Severe laws have the prosperous times, the heavy hammer opens the fresh door. Facing the world prison such complex influence, facing the aspect that present. This letting you pace back and forth, you cannot the passive waiting, probably. The heavy hammer attack, have the initiative, controls the aspect. The road of your future going north, cannot go round them, initiates an attack, brandishes the heavy hammer, confuses south, the territory the aspect. Diverts the world prison entire energy. They will not threaten you. 3 steps that I said that so long as can complete perfectly, counter. Balances your worry sufficiently, in a short time will not receive the jade too. Puzzle again, was not threatened by the world prison, you can in safer. Overstepping south the territory, the going north highest heaven day. How to walk as for later, waits for the aspect, how to develop. I believe that. You are good at seeking for the vitality, compared with me in the confusion. The nail in clear mirror said, shakes the head slowly. With the Jiang Yi character, actually definitely does not need the fraught with uncertainty at this matter. Reason that so the worry, should he hobble, is not willing to face. Some Jiang Yi holding in high esteem feelings, have not thought suddenly the quiet nail in clear mirror gives to take to him unexpectedly greatly pleasantly. Surprised such a. Are you interested in remaining to flaming heaven? The nail in clear mirror said with a smile lightly, I am more suitable to keep. Holy Land. Did not have the threat of Somalian mansion, the father can definitely deal. With desolate Main Yuan, you stayed there to do work, beneath one's ability. I like peacefully, Holy Land is good. The nail in clear mirror turned down the invitation of Jiang Yi, because there has his worrying. Are you willing to keep Holy Land for a lifetime? My present position is the altitude that countless people expect. I, being content, is also satisfied. Jiang Yi also wants to invite, the nail and clear mirror shakes the head to say. With a smile, without specialness that you imagine. Besides can spy on the will of the people, can detect spirit treasure, now can help your several. Busy, in the future I will have no function. As for these viewpoints that I said that you can actually think, just because of hobbling at heart, fettered oneself. Even if I did not say, you can still think quickly. Jiangyi sees the nail and clear mirror, to insist very much, no longer demands. You stay again for several days, helping me handle this event. Good. The nail and clear mirror is caressing the bosom black cat. Lightly, helpless shakes the head. The Jiangyi arrangement person looks for a peacefully courtyard to the nail and clear mirror, found the ominous spirit period of 5 days. I want to borrow whole residence, several powerhouses, the stronger, the better. You must go out, must make an arrest. Makes an arrest. Catches the boss of Azure Draw Store, he in that some institute that the Azure prison stops over. Can you determine him there? If no one, we rushes hardly is equal to offending. The world prison is definite. Gives me a portrait, I arrange the person to go to please him to come. Jiangyi expressed gratitude, they are some killers, if encounters the danger. Will nip the poisonous suicide decisively, must grasp 10 million / countless lives. Cho Seung said inside, do you really want to fight with the world prison? They are the killer organizations, if we're really noisily big, World Lord is very difficult to end to you. Does not need World Lord, I can process. The consciousness of Jiangyi reaches Bronze Tower's third. You still remember that the appearance of Azure Boss even Shangpu gives me the picture. Resembles, as far as possible picture careful. Can you catch him? Yu Jingzhan sets out suddenly, mouthful blood. It is not his own blood, but his unlucky clear, / pain Kong. Before boiled clear, / pain the Kong 2 legs, now is gnawing his arm. Clear / pain Kong suffered inadequate human appearance. Reed, secure, Sua in the corner, was pale, she also by present one suffering. Must collapse, she does not even know her elder brother. If smooth, today can take. Can give me? Yu Jingzhan expression immediately becomes fierce, the appearance of mouthful. Blood seems like the malicious ghost. Later, is not temporarily good, I must use him. However, I will initiate the action to the world prison in the near future, when the time comes you coordinate the evil person Valley, kills casually. Jiangyi also felt that Yu Jingzhan's spirit had problems probably, if not release, he was possibly hated. Thoroughly swallows. Yu Jing fights, Pu passes kneels down, when the time comes informs certainly. Me. I die, must die in the corpse pile of the world prison. Elder brother, red secure Min Jin the red lip, the dim eye pupil fell. The tears. Jiangyi sighed in a soft voice, picture as far as possible. Carefully. Yu Jingzhan has seen only several surface with the bosses of Azure Draw Store. But since knows the after real status of old thing, he is innumerable, the fantasy to revenge, therefore the appearance is slowly clear in the memory. Jiangyi takes out the portrait quickly, gives the ominous spirit period of 5 days, reminded again must process discreetly, do not make them commit suicide. The ominous spirit period of 5 days met the portrait. You go back and other news, before dawn the person can bring. Cho Seung and other Jiangyi left, immediately serious say, /Wei, father, why? Do you want to help Jiangyi? Although we worked with him, but does not need to accompany him to deliberately create trouble. He cannot work the weight, always to be how cutthroat how to come, if we're really noisily big, we very difficult to confess with World Lord. Looks at anything. Does the father, why you tolerate Jiang Yi? Cho Seung has not seen the indifferent father to whom such intention almost grants every request. The ominous spirit period of 5 days is aloof, to continue to contemplate. Senses bloodlines that Jiang Yi and Jiang Yan are mentioning silently. The midnight, other institute is quiet. The simultaneous/uniform elder stands outside the room, raises to look the chilly moon/month to be spatial. 5 days, Jiang Yi had not put Murong Jing, no news, vanished probably. However, he too did not worry that Murong Jingwei divulges the secret. Otherwise his father cannot save his poor life even. Now that Side the Azure prison obtains the news, should some quick people look for Jiang Yi to negotiate, please come back Murong Jing. He only waits for several other elders' responses now. After Murong Jing was seized, he pledged very rich condition, as if determined that Jiang Yi really has the relations with the Jade, who helps him, he shares the merit with whom. Calculates the time, for these days in should have the response. But if they do not comply, how should he probe Jiang Yi? Their prison lord works refuses, only looks at the evidence, does not listen to the conjecture to infer. Especially Jiang Yi, now the situation is special. Without 80% assurances, reports the prison lord rashly, was punished, surely. Simultaneous/uniform elder startled realize suddenly, probably had anything to observe closely him. He is poisonous scorpion beast spirit mark, the vigilance is high. But, felt the little while, anything had not discovered. Simultaneous/uniform elder vigilance coughs lightly several, greets with the killer guards who other institute various places ambush. Quick, various guards feed in the sound one after another, has the song of the birds, has the dog's bark, very natural sound, is giving the clear information. The surroundings are very safe. Simultaneous/uniform elder shook the head, relaxed. But in this moment, the ground exudes the mighty waves, lake surface that probably ripples. The form flees together suddenly, appears and is behind. Silent, actually abhors, if thunder. The simultaneous/uniform elder complexion changes, turns the head suddenly. The pupil shrinks suddenly. Statue? He presented a giant and ugly statue behind unexpectedly, throws down the big piece the shadow. If the statue surface the malicious ghost, the 4 limbs are sturdy, the back that bends/bow launches the generous pair of wings, a long tail holds up high, the tip is exuding the cold light. The simultaneous/uniform elder gets back one's composure instantaneously. Immediately must counterattack. However, tittered. The ground ripples, the statue ghost appears silently, tail suddenly violently to strike, pierced his chest cavity from behind. A fearful petrified strength spreads rapidly the whole body. The front statue ghost also one covered his head, the air/chi of petrification. Downward, first controlled the head from the beginning. Meanwhile, dozens killers who other institute ambushes were also attacked in the same time. Neat. No one escapes. Although they are the experienced killers, who can imagine, suddenly hunts and kills there unexpectedly is not the person, but is the statue, comes out from braving of underground, no indication. Chapter 966, Applied Makeup. Nothing more to be said. Murong Jing on the alert, Jiang Yi, that enters the courtyard, exhibits defense stance. You do not need to say anything again. Jiang Yi looks at his appearance. Exudes the sound to sneer. When I can leave. You cannot get away. You know that you cannot keep here me forever. I come to want you to notify. We discovered the boss of Azure Draw Store hides another institute in your Azure prison. Morong Jing heart shakes, does, calmly, the boss of what Azure Draw Store? According to the bosses of Azure Draw Store confessed, he is the world prison. Arrangement elder here, is responsible for the secret monitoring the quiet dream brother and sister. As for the jade, is used to fish the person with them. What a pity, you're admitting mistakes person, annoyed the wrong person. Morong Jing, difficultly is quiet, angrily rebukes, excitedly, utter nonsense. What store, how possibly is the person in the world prison, Jiang Yi, you are framing by planting stolen goods on to shift blame. The answer that I need obtained. As for the secret of your world prison, I am not interested. Jiang Yi sneers too, turns around to leave, enjoys your life final time well. On that day of my official declaring war world prison, offered a sacrifice to the flag with you. Jiang Yi, you are framing by planting stolen goods on to shift blame, you not possible to examine any words from his mouth, Jiang Yi, you come back to me. Morong Jing shouts anxiously, the complexion becomes very ugly. Was the simultaneous/uniform elder possibly grasped? Simultaneous/uniform, does elder possibly reveal the secret? For these days in exactly what happened. Jiang Yi was insane, really can declare war with the world prison? He is to flaming the elder of heaven now, every word and deed represents is flaming in heaven, how possibly so to ride Rashad? Flaming heaven to be ready? How also to tolerate Jiang Yi? Jiang Yi, you come back to me. Morong Jing anxious, shouting loudly, the complexion is ugly, is at heart anxious. Early morning overlord warring states lived it up, gradually, the stores of various city, various long streets opened the door one after another, are occupied by the guest who the people and various regions here communicated. Also to go to the street. People lead a life of comfort and live as usual busily. However, this morning Lively was confused by the unexpected piece of news. Quickly. After 6 days of investigation, the ominous spirit period of 5 days. Mansion under secret, string the direction, Azure boss even who Shangpu seizing. Fled initially. Azure boss even Shangpu gives shelter to other world prison Azure prison. Institute. After interrogated at the same night, status determination of Azure boss even Shangpu for world prison, specially appointed elder. 5 years ago, the world prison slaughters the quiet dream entire clan, 1267. People, the captive quiet dream brother and sister, detained into the warring state's red chamber. Only because of the quiet dream clansmen under the situation of knowing nothing, saves the enemy who the world prison has captured. The news was announced by the ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion. Various rapid spreading over warring state's city area. Celestial pills posting a reward is also causing a stir, no one has thought that for several days, checked the murderer unexpectedly. What is not thought is can be the world prison unexpectedly. Everyone is not calm. Is murderer unexpectedly the world prison? How this also revenges. The killer who the world prison, South the territory underground control. Has about 100,000, the killer conservative estimate that can transfer, can 1 million. The world prison has the contact with the innumerable strong clans, the relationship network is intriguing, is extremely dangerous, who dares to annoy? Before Jiang Yi, was to say must extinguish the murderer entire clan? He. Then hits the face. World prison, although is not the royalty, but even the royalty dreaded. Flaming in heaven, although is the top royalty, but the fierce place lies in. The influence, the real effective strength is not the opponent in the world prison. Whether or not the opponent, not possibly blazing heaven for the flower. Building female, declares war with the influence of the world prison such. Savage danger directly. Yes, although Jiang Yi announced in high profile the wedding, but the status of quiet dream was placed there. Perhaps Jiang Yi has not thought that investigates Lai Chago's checks. The world prison unexpectedly. Originally wants to win the beautiful woman. Thoughts of returning home, the result. I can imagine that Jiang Yi as awkward as the appearance that the facial skin twitches now. This matter should let it go. The world prison visits to apologize, Jiang Yi. Quits when you're ahead. Could not do well, the bosses of Azure Draw Store too. Safe and sound pudding. How I felt that Jiang Yi won't give up. This time, he also really must endure. Because the ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion will not accompany Jiang Yi to deliberately create trouble. Blazing heaven not for the Jiang Yi challenge world prison. Yes, the world prison is not only powerful, is mainly unusual is dangerous. Jiang Yi were troublesome many enough, does not endure also to endure. With the proliferation of news, overlord warring states in the morning after. Shock rapid lively. During the Jiang Yi awkward position also became the people breakfast. Excellent subject. After world lord obtains the news, immediately arranges people to recall Jiang Yi. You may be really good. Yi Anren is too unfamiliar, doesn't understand to coordinate you? Outside you ran look for the stimulation. Also is engaged with the flowered building female, but can also extinguish a person of entire clan? Now was good, kicked the sheet iron. Starting today, you stay here to recuperate to me well. Celestial pill has practice to you, after taking, prepares not to dare. The matter of the world prison, I give you to process personally. World Lord unrestrained / no trace of politeness is scolding Jiang Yi, waves the arms about to throw celestial pill to Jiang Yi. How this fellow ancestors achieved the god sovereign, all depending on one. Share wave vigor? Jiang Yi very helpless say / way, you really do not know that who the world prison is founds? World Lord looks at the Jiang Yi expression, the brow slightly wrinkle, has the relations with you? The world prison establishes for several hundred years, can relate with your what? The little old man walks from the dense fog, said, towering that very the world prison rises. Earliest traces 700 years ago, but at that time they were only a small organization, working was very low-key, the conduct was very secret, was unknown. More than 330 years ago, they erupts probably suddenly, starts the chaos war of southern underground world. In just 30 years, sweeps away the southern all-killer organizations, rallies the order, formulates the rule, becomes the new South underground control. However, even controlled the southern underground world, the style of the world prison is very low-key, particularly the founder in the world prison, is extremely few makes an appearance outside. Do you flaming heaven not to know the news of founder? Were your intelligence systems too disappointing? In the Azure prison contacts after us, we have investigated the world prison. Determined that their back control are Shao. Spirit mark is Yang Fire the difficult adversary, too negative pole flame. Then? The negative pole flame, specially, is too stranger, the past and present are rare. You do not know that who Shao is? Does not know. Don't you understand my previous generation the history? Is the understanding, but not entire. Hasn't inside recorded Shao? Hasn't recorded the Western prison heaven? Doesn't have the record 10,000 th God dynasty first concubine, Shao Qingyun? The little old man and world lord knit the brows slightly, after exchanging the vision, shook the head, no. Really no? Least bit news? Our records, many arrive after your previous generation blazing heaven. Moreover is related with him. Other, are only the simple descriptions. She is my first concubine, is I earlier the biggest boost. But afterward, she competed for the authority with Celestial Empress, lost control more and more. I can die am ascending Tian Xiao, all depended on Xiao Qingyun to make up a blade to me. She greets a day of punishing final time in me, the slaughter. Harem, bringing 1329 heads to Mount 100 clan battlefields. After she is 10,000 th God dynasty, destroys the survivor, her quiet 300. Years later recovered, founded the world prison. She founds one of the world prison main purposes, should waits for my samsara rebirth. The jade on quiet dream neck is Pan, can have the induction with me, the world. Prison has sought for Pan at present, disperses in the southern massive area. I in the earliest possible time of overlord warring states, felt Pan. Chapter 967, the Enyang 2 meters, gossip the chart present. World Lord gets up dignified, such important matter, how didn't you tell us? What was responsible for the warring states? Pan was the boss of Azure Draw Store. He has suspected me, has probed my several times, then must conduct the most important probe. Once determined, he will report the world prison. I must make a move ahead of time, solves him rapidly, prevents them to my probe, interrupts their upward reports. Then? I must declare war to the world prison, first, them to my attention, strongly. To my revenge is not Pan, second, taking this opportunity, launches the surprise attack, causes heavy losses to the world prison. World Lord exchanges the vision with the little old man, were you ready? I will not use to flaming the strength of heaven, I will invite Xiao Jia, the evil person Valley, competes in the world prison, but I need you to provide the information to me. Jiang Yi accepted the proposition of Nalan Clear Mirror. Adjusts in Qiao evil person Valley enter the territory, except for meeting. Head on the world prison, can, when he goes north, provides the support when necessary, but must let as we all know, he not only blazing the Heaven Elder has the unique background in the hand grasps is deterring aside sufficiently. The personal strength. Since you insist. World Lord hesitates slightly, nods, we can provide the necessary intelligence. Support, but, the sphere of influence of the world prison is found in South. The territory, the information is their strong points. We can only help as far as possible, but do not hug too in a big way expected. We have the advantage of surprise attack, the first battle decide in there. Combat troops, blood prison, and intelligence force blue prison. Since this, we coordinate as far as possible. After Jiangyi expression of gratitude, leaves the deep valley, must under the matter of quiet dream with the Yi Amran explanation, so as to avoid had the misunderstanding. First waits. We just obtained the news, 10,000 God and Guhua Imperial City and 9th lunar month dynasty had entered the south. Come, I am waiting for them. No, this time is under the charge to us, you must make the compromise. Why? They have not come to flaming heaven, but detoured the southwest sovereign. Saying that antique temple. Unsurprisingly, they must negotiate with the immemorial temple directly, is acted by the temple, mediates this event. We exhaustibility will certainly preserve you, but Diao Lingfeng, the two imperial prince and desolately of 9th lunar month in dynasty Guhua of imperial city 10,000 gods, needs to bleed off. Desolately is not good. Desolately must be good. She is not really good. She is 9th lunar month princess, is the god, second elder granddaughter in law, she is good. You chatted try, cannot be good is not good. What reason do you teach me to use to discuss? The elder of our family/home. Had a liking for your family wife, but also played to become addicted, or even. You guess, they shouted my face with the left hand, did the right hand shout my face? I keep her also to use. I how, no matter you use, desolately must hand over. I consider. In Jiangyi found the peaceful place, the sound reaches the iron of bronze. Tower to be firm, desolately, gives you two choices. Wants the moon totem, has a dream. Although desolately is very weak, but throughout is maintaining sober, is feared that Jiangyi snatches her moon totem. The first choice, you hand over the moon totem on own initiative, I put you to leave. The second choice, I strip the moon totem forcefully, throws your corpse. Ahem, was 10,000 gods comes the important person? This coming, deciding. Is a great person, is prepared, you hand over must hand over, does not hand over must hand over desolately can / but is not others, was threatened by Jiangyi easily. So should not be self-confident, I have complied to hand over the tricky cold front. However about you, has not come to an arrangement. Jiangyi, you are a smart person, you feel me to be important, is the tricky cold front is important? I understand that your meaning, the moon totem is more important. Knows well desolately coldly snort, she is not only the royal princess, is the god second elder granddaughter-in-law, is face that the royalty, and sovereign said that let alone, she also had the moon totem. Even if you return to 10,000 gods, the moon totem is not your. They have not started to you, first, because also cared about Guhua dynasty. Second, because had not found the right successor. Final, you want the little darling to hand over. I give 10,000 gods, can obtain the position, can be respected, I am willing to hand over, I prepared to hand over. You give me, can obtain the life. Rubbish, oneself hand over, I give you to select the respect. If you must die to shoulder, do not blame me to use the extreme method. Is the methods of some lows, although comes independently, my desolately. Rather perishes together with the moon totem, will not give you. The moon totem was desolately won the maximum capital of respect in 10,000 gods, cannot easily give others. Moreover, in Jiangyi has the solar totem, if hands over again, Jiangyi will add up to the complete Yinyang totem, in the future must be the hidden danger. Perishes together? He, do not bluster. Your spirit mark is Thunder Huashuang. The saint mark, not possible to fuse with the moon totem completely. It can only be your weapon now, that is all. You try although desolately is ready in full battle array, today must fight to the end. If the god really came, now should exert pressure outside, so long as she insists, is hopeful. I said that do not bluster, you know that you cannot preserve the moon totem. Snort. Insurance cannot preserve, is not you decides. Has what method? Although come, my desolately Rugwa compromises, is not 9th lunar month. Princess. Weak. Jiangyi finishes speaking, the iron gate opens wide loudly, the flaming golden light along with the overbearing solar roaring flame, filled up the shackles in an instant. Is the clever bird. It has made great strides forward the life and death boundary, the incarnation. Golden crow, sends out sharp crying, to howl toward the dark shackles. Golden light dazzling, the high temperature twists, its surroundings unfold. The magnificent complex solar totem rapidly, arrives just like the scorching sun, scatters the darkness, is baking the shackles. Desolately was submerged by the golden light of heading on, without. Responded, the moon totem in body, then regains consciousness on own initiative. The air/chi of moon is enormous and powerful. The bright moonlight blooms, illuminates thoroughly the body of desolately, the release, the endless cold. Wave, is filled with the shackles, meets the approaching enemy, the strength of Sunday. Bang. Two pinnacle energy front surface hits, the terrifying explosive sound tide. Along with the strength of yin-yang blending, shakes the shackles. Instantaneously. Desolately by covered with blood of rumbling, was pounded in the corner. Almost fainted deadly in the past. Not. Jiang-yi, stop, you cannot such I. Desolately understands the Jiang-yi goal, the whole face panic-stricken, is suppressing the moon totem crazily. However, the solar totem with the clever bird perfect integration, stimulates. The strength of genuine sun, is suppressing the side cold air/chi in shackles. Intensely. The ray of solar totem is getting more and more flaming, probably genuine sun. Is baking the second space, is shaking the bronze tower, including third and fourth, even as fifth is attacked. Buzz. The moon totem was separated from desolately, along with the extremely cold air/chi, soars, probably a bright moon, is filled with the shackles. The yin-yang interweaves, 2 meters collect. The mysterious 8 trigrams, gossip, light shadow, is extremely partly visible in cold pole sunlight. The moon totem has not truly fused with desolately Wanjing, therefore. Self-consciousness, under the peculiar circumstance, it will not have received desolate Lebanon's control. The clever bird spreads the wings, to cry to hell, the strength of golden crow. Reverses the totem, is suppressing the moon totem continually. The moon totem erupts, continually, works loose desolately suayo, to control. The domineering hits the tapping, to be firm. Does not want, to come back, desolately ing, carries the air/chi of wild yin. Yang, pounces upon suddenly toward front. However, the door is closed loudly, the second all shackles rapid transformation. Positions, law rumble revolving, turned on the third channel, probably, curled. The solar totem and moon totem completely. No. Desolately screamed, is hitting the door crazily, goes crazy results is inducing the moon totem. Chapter 968, Endless Moonlight, 9-Day Fox. In the third space. The clever bird incarnation golden crow, spans the vault of heaven, the roaring flame of boiling evolves the solar outline, is blooming the endless ray and high temperature. The moon totem is resisting the summon of desolately, evolves the bright moon in the upper air, is blooming extremely the cold pole in air/chi. Thinks back on to shine with the solar totem. The shape of livelihood, the strength of yin-yang. Two pinnacle energies collide continually, probably vastness of galloping. Continuous, raises deafening thundering. In fluctuating tide, the innumerable mysterious character jumps, condense. The shape of 8 trigrams, gossip, indistinctly, is deducting the wonder of marvelous main road. Whom do you prepare to give the moon totem? The clever bird circles in the upper air, probably genuine antiquity golden crow, honored incomparable. Stems from the pride of bloodlines, making it have the looking disdainfully whirled 10,000 bird rampant imposing manner. Has not thought. Jiang-yi shakes the head. To fuse the moon totem truly, must extremely the negative pole cold physique. Otherwise looks like desolately, was possibly won momentarily. Has not thought that good to give ye Anren, her 5 lines of the world needs. The air/chi of yin-yang. Clever bird proposition. You want to remain taking this opportunity safely side, didn't follow me? 2. Result in beautiful. Jiang-yi refuted immediately. The life and death boundary of monster beast is the real transformation. Without the human race boundary changes, they in this stage really powerful. Must bring. The small trick of clever bird was seen through, smiles awkwardly, moon totem. In the future is to match with me, you must make a beautiful woman to me. Not as only attractive, but must have the makings, not only the stature is good, but also is charming. I like that type wildly, sex appeal. Arrived your great pain and grief, is rent with grief, the sex appeal to you. Wildly. Jiangyi, just about to attack it, the mind miraculous glow flashes, suddenly. Thought of Xiang Wanqing. Xiang Wanqing spirit mark is 9-day fox, the attribute chill, slashing cold, could. Try the fusion. If really can succeed, perhaps she can break through the shackles, achieves. Her twin elder sister's such level. The consciousness body of Jiangyi arrived in the third corner. Xiang Wanqing calmly is lying down and inside, physique of exquisite. Fluctuating under magnificent close robe, clearly discernible. The flesh is snow white, is exuding the glistening white light. Fine, jade dimpled, beautiful, not local products. No matter what, who sees the present beautiful scene, must sigh with emotion. The bias of creator. Even in the lethargic sleep, the corners of the mouth has the light happy expression, charming moving, bewitches to seize the mortal form. Tries? Jiangyi somewhat hesitates. Xiang Wanqing is not the perfect choice, but at the matter where has perfect. The clever bird is not the perfect choice of solar totem, did not fuse in the same old way. Jiangyi transfers the crystal coffin to below of moon totem. The extremely cold air and chilly moonlight, the probably numerous tides, are submerging the crystal coffin. Xiang Wanqing has no response at first, but, the bright and clean fair forehead appears gradually clear spirit mark. A fine beautiful jade fox, the trace is only gentle, the lifelikeness that outlined, it squatted the sitting down head, like the virgin, 9 tails was. Quietly slender, natural dispersing by forehead. The spirit mark ray is gradually bright, the jade fox outline is even more clear. Quick, the energy of moon totem infiltrates the crystal coffin unexpectedly. Submerged inside. Jiangyi is ready in full battle array, if the situation is not right. Immediately shifts the crystal coffin, in order to avoid injure Xiang Wanqing. But, the trace of jade fox flickers the twinkle, might live, the tail trace. Swings, Tozing Yuehua, to gather spirit mark willfully extremely. Started to absorb? Jiangyi, at present one bright, if really can integrate the Xiang Wanqing body. The moon totem, not only side can keep her forever, but can also obtain a powerful strength. In the future, resists 10,000 gods, can become the primary armament. Perhaps can also direct her saint sister Wang. Answers multiple purpose simply. Fox is good. I like the fox. The clever bird in the upper air surges, called excitedly, the beforehand. Honored air/chi was nothing left. Law-abiding. Controls the solar totem well. Jiangyi warns immediately, the present moon totem belongs to desolately. I law-abiding, I moved restlessly. Haha, brothers, I thank you. You move restlessly, I look for the master to the moon totem, does not look for the wife to you. Moon sun, inborn pair. To your sir, gives me law-abidingly. Your what meaning? Did you have a liking for others? Your draft animal, but also wants to do 3 wife 4 concubines? For 3 days later, Siding Yuehua of moon totem infiltrates the crystal coffin continuously, is infiltrating spirit mark. Jade fox spirit mark likes this energy very much, the willful absorption. Reaches the body of Xiang Wanqing, passes in the meridians, precipitates in the sea of qi. Fourth day, the Xiang Wanqing long eyelash winked several, opened the eye. First what heaves in sight is lies on the crystal coffin is staring to look at. Her Jiang Yi. The Xiang Wanqing only beautiful, the mysterious vertical pupil condenses. Slightly, the curve of corners of the mouth to previous check, are you appreciating me? Is indulging in flights of fancy? Jiang Yi is pointing at the space moon, that is the moon totem, you try to fuse quickly. Moon totem of desolately? Xiang Wanqing shut closing one's eyes, slightly slow god, recuperates, does not have a completely sober consciousness. Can you do not need to manage desolately, trying fuse? Jiang Yi urged. Xiang Wanqing opens eyes, shoves open the coffin lid to sit, she has a look at the sky. The moon totem has a look at the solar totem of distant place, too. Almighty troops of imposing fusion, where this is, am I having a dream? Here is my space weapons, is very safe. This, I first try. Xiang Wanqing leaves the crystal coffin, the gate graceful trend sky, moves toward the bright moon. Under fairy maiden, just like moon/month, tall and pleasing to the eye. Even Jiang Yi, somewhat absent-minded, this was too beautiful, becomes the picture sufficiently. When the endless moonlight submerged her form, she then showed a faint smile. Toward Jiang Yi, opened the skirt belt. The magnificent long skirt and personal underwear fall gently from the sky. A resonant long and loud cry resounds through the expansive sky, the bright moonlight turns fiercely wells up. The Xiang Wanqing incarnation 9-day fox, charged into the sky. Because as the nirvana boundary, the incarnation monster body is thorough, all over the body snow white jade does not have the flaw, the forehead is flashing nimble and resourceful intelligent light, the slender physique is enchanting, 9 tails are fluffy and huge, sways willfully. Even the monster beast can feel its aesthetic sense. Even Jiang Yi has to acknowledge her charm, no wonder north 10,000 gods must give to the emperor her 9-day fox build rises suddenly, if greatly the great mountain, 9 tails seem like the white mighty current of galloping, coils around toward the bright moon. The side cold air/chi of moon totem rises suddenly instantly, the front surface submerges 9-day fox, is resisting the imprisonments of 9 tails. Dispersing. Jiang Yi commanded loudly. The clever bird controls the solar totem to return the body immediately. Dispersed the dreadful roaring flame and glare. Without the stimulation of solar totem, the ray of moon totem is rapid. Gradually weakens to the resistance of 9-day fox. Jiang Yi, are you doing? Stop. Stops quickly. Moon totem is my. You cannot like this to me. Jiang Yi, I am unable to coexist with you. You're bastard. In the second iron is firm, desolately Tehran realized anything, is hitting the door crazily. Crash bang. Chain suddenly slash violently to strike, brutally pierced her chest cavity, dragging her to hit to the door. Jiang Yi, I must kill you. Desolately Bingkue screamed, once vigorously soberly, is wound, and several months exhausted one after another, finally reaches the limit in this moment. With the stupor of desolately, the control to the moon totem weakens rapidly. The third sky, 9-day fox submerge in the cool moonlight, with the tail. Imprisonment totem, from the mouth release blood, attempts to fuse the moon totem. Before moon totem, with desolately Rinju, because of the attribute reason, has not fused thoroughly. As a result of desolately stupor, lost the control, Xiang Wanqing invasion. Soon obtained the moon totem approval. Xiang Wanqing releases the courage vigor continually, is pursuing desolately. Once trace. 2 days later. Xiang Wanqing cleans up the trace thoroughly, starts the depth fusion moon totem. The moon totem regains consciousness, blooms the endless moonlight. The solar totem shines, leaps everywhere bright light. Sun. Moon. Yi Anren by Jiang Yi. Welcome to third, be looked up to the marvelous scene. That the livelihood is vying, the golden crow and day fox of totem deep place. Were they only the totem of Era? Jiang Yi said, underground refining up the secret of soldier field compared with complex that we imagine, the moon-sun totem as the seal strength, great strength that also possibly can imagine compared with us. Perhaps as for the concrete what secret, needs the clever bird and Xiang Wanqing after the depth fuses, slowly excavation, slowly sensibility. Was more mystical than the antiquity totem? Came from antique ancient times? Said, they are the totem, not only totem. Yi Anren muttered. The Light Language. Chapter 969, Jupiter. They should, not only totem. Jiang Yi, after knowing the beginning of the universe spirit treasure secret, guessed correctly that the moon-sun totem is not definitely simple, otherwise where has the qualification seal underground space? But as for the concrete what secret, even / including Dan Huang cannot guess. Flame imaginary bird has fused so many years with the solar totem, has no special sensibility? Its intelligence quotient a little issue, without that energy. Has a look at Xiang Wanqing, if she really can the depth fusion, the incarnation totem could solve inside secret, when the time comes makes the clever bird follow a model, senses its solar totem. Jiang Yi looks at the picture of upper air, very helpless shaking the head. The solar moon buys, the yin-yang 2 meters evolve, shocks, how mysterious. Picture. Finally, the 3 full suns of clever bird incarnation, the whole face is unexpectedly excited, to shine, staring is staring in the air, / chi of moon the snow-white day fox, an appearance of face makes Jiang Yi feel disgraced. The Yi Anren, smiling chuckle, this fellow is really the best quality goods. Jiang Yi said, if Xiang Wanqing can fuse, I want to make them coordinate some time, look to be able with you to affect your 5 lines of the world. Your meaning is your coordination with each other, is trying sensibility each other's strength. Perhaps you can stimulate the moon-sun totem the secret, the special strength of moon-sun totem also to affect the evolution to your 5 lines of the world. This also really can try. Before Yi Anren discusses the mountains and rivers. To bury with Jiang Yi greatly, has had the new sensibility to the strength of mountains and rivers. 5 lines of the world evolutionary processes most difficult is bright and dark, she can only condense shape to the present reluctantly, but does not have nature. If really can sense, or can strengthen some strengths, the evolution to her 5 lines of the world is definitely of great help. First does not worry, when they fused said again. Jiang Yi sends out the bronze tower, Yi Anren, looks at surrounding no one, the brow selects, reveals, to wipe smiles badly. Yi Anren is considering the feasibility of moon-sun, suddenly notices the Jiang Yi hot look, the heart jumps slowly, the jade dimple blushes. Immediately, I have the matter to want. Jiang Yi holds Yi Anren around the middle, sneaked in the front forest land. The time are not peacefully much, while using opportunity. 3 Celestial Empress, Xiang Wanqing, fulfills the expectation, really fused. The moon totem. Good marvelous feeling. Xiang Wanqing caressed the bright and clean forehead lightly, spirit mark was actually changing. 9 tail traces of jade fox dispersing rise slightly, presents the attitude. To the middle gathering, there presented new spirit mark. A clear moon. 9 arch moon / month. Double spirit mark? Xiang Wanqing is inconceivable, can affect spirit mark. Unexpectedly? Complete moon spirit mark. Day. Jiang Yi was exclaiming in surprise the miracle of fusion, Pile's day. Spirit mark unexpectedly forcefully. Yes, day. Xiang Wanqing is caressing the forehead lightly, just regained. Consciousness obtains such chance, awakening long-awaited day spirit mark. She has having a dream absent-minded feeling. You with your older sister are the twin sisters, one self have the day spirit. Mark potential. Jiang Yi is more excited, because can stimulate new spirit. Mark to mean that the moon totem approved Xiang Wanqing truly, means that the moon totem the secret, endures the ratio to mixed day of spirit treasure. Absolutely. How should I thank you? The Xiang Wanqing beautiful pupil lives the splendor. Beautiful moving, the whole body is pasting the light moonlight, the charming makings were many several points of mystery. Does not need to thank me, keeps my side. Was this vindicating? Xiang Wanqing blinks, the smart-alecky appearance is attractive, wants the human life simply. Jiang Yi said awkwardly, I am not that meaning, I meant, you first keep side. Me temporarily, coordinates the solar totem sensibility moon. I believe that. The moon totem the might has not stimulated completely, your achievement is not limited to this. Your present situation how? Xiang Wanqing lifted the hand to cancel the Jiang Yi chin. Jiang Yi hurries to avoid, Xiang Wanqing joke, you consciousness the body. What fears? How can I also you? Jiang Yi said, Qiao evil person Valley has worked loose hunt, but also killed. The Guhua 2 saint ancestor 2.5 saints. I am flaming heaven. Now, became the third-class elder, the status should be stable. Blazing heaven? My little brother, you may really be a treasure, can always create the miracle. Xiang Wanqing read lips slightly, unbelievable. Blazing heaven such neutral influence, can receive such warm under. Unexpectedly? How does he achieve? If really can integrate to flaming heaven, Jiang Yi was equal to that sense. The front and the strong clan that the outstanding heroes stand in great numbers greatly, had certain right to speak. Your deep sleep time had a lot, goes out to chat again slowly. In brief, you were safe, even if 10,000 gods knew that you were also living, cannot easily rob you. This point, I can use my life guarantee. Xiang Wanqing deep looked at Jiang Yi, suddenly forwards, gathers his mouth. Just scratches the surface a kiss, do not run, this is thanksure. Otherwise. Such big ritual, you also think that I do pledge yourself? Jiang Yi blurred the consciousness body, met the Xiang Wanqing offering kiss. Xiang Wanqing looks at his cautious appearance, giggles smiles tenderly, can I also eat you? Jiang Yi Xiang Wanqing and clever bird, sends out the bronze tower, introduced. After Yi Anren, discussed the yin-yang together and 5 lines of wonder. Short several celestial empress, Li Yin, Yang, discuss, Jiang Bingen mixes the fusion of day of spirit treasure, to start to come to an end. In 10,000 tearing infusions, they obtain to the soul from the mortal body sublimated continually, the extraordinary energy was to let their strengths is strengthened again. Jiang Binjin entered the life and death boundary, Li Yin made great strides. Forward 9th heavenly layer, Yang discuss, because cultivated, rapidness of boundary improvement, entered the high rank soul boundary unexpectedly. Jiang Yi anticipated excitedly. Although everyone has not grown, but the potential has been able to foresee. Struggles desperately so many years, he finally to rebuilding 10,000. Gods had the confidence. This confidence came from his growth, came from side more and more companions. Jiang Yi, we met. Let you, waited for a long time. When Jiang Yi receives the summon, arrives blazing a day of main hall time. Here has gathered, completely the person. Tricky cold front observing closely, Jiang Yi, of elder sister, Diao Lingyue. Eiffel ominous light. From 10,000 God and Guhua imperial city, and people of 9th lunar month. Dynasty, look bad looks at Jiang Yi. For several months, this bastard is flaming in heaven to come to a stop. Unexpectedly the foot, but also completely eradicated the threat of Somalian mansion. They obtain the news time is really not unacceptable, has to acknowledge that. Present Jiang Yi has become the real threat. Therefore they change the traveling schedule, collaborates the visiting. Antique temple. Jiang Yi elder, fortunate meeting. A big man of whole body brave air, /chi, is sizing up Jiang Yi, handsome, the body. Is tall and straight, a pair of extravagant eye twinkle cold star. Stands there, as if can make people feel his Lingyun spirit and heroic. Feelings war intent, the makings is uncommon. Jiang Yi footsteps, welcomed the vision of man. Jupiter Xingfutu? Did he live? World Lord sits in the stage, introduced personally, this is the antique temple successor, Xingfutu. The Jiang Yi very natural comforting good mood, to signal by nodding to Xing Futu, arrived front. World Lord shouted that I do come am the guest of reception? I do not seem like too appropriate. Jiang Yi, rubbish, comes out desolately Jiao. 9th lunar month dynasty. 3 Princess desolate Ling moon/month who berated, she married 10,000 gods with desolately together. Desolately? I have not seen. Jiang Yi very innocent say/way. Jiang Yi, do not play the fool, here does not have the fool, hands over. Also, if you touched a desolately soft body hair, I could not forgive you. Certainly. What suffering desolate Lingyue does not dare to imagine desolately drop, to suffer in Jiang Yi, therefore sees Jiang Yi this appearance angrily, the ordinary honored solemn princess image is also nothing left. 9th lunar month the powerhouse of dynasty glowered, wishes one could to take. Jiang Yi, hauls back 9th lunar month the dynasty, severe punishment to suffer. Chapter 970, Moon Sun. You found fault the person probably, desolately not in my hand. Jiang Yi. Willful smiling, does not pay attention to the surrounding vision. His corner of the eye split vision will shoot a look at occasionally to Xing Futu, the picture twinkle of one after another memory deep place. Diao Lingyue hints desolate Lingyue to be calm, said, Jiang Yi, we have come to an arrangement with World Lord. The god to flaming in heaven apologizes. Blazing heaven to forgive offending of tricky cold front. Both sides are settled, the mutual non-aggression. Diao Lingfeng, 2 imperial prince and desolately, follows us. But you, can remain to flaming heaven, temporarily. Temporarily? Temporarily. So long as we check you to have the relations with the death of Xiang Wanqing elder, will come to flaming in the heaven important person. World Lord also said, tricky cold front they have sent people to invite, quick. Will come, you also come out desolately Jiao. In the palace, the atmosphere is slightly peaceful. 9th lunar month the powerhouses of dynasties and 10,000 gods stared to Titan Jiang Yi, started to make the preparation. So long as Jiang Yi hands over desolately, they can seize the chance to launch an attack, interrogated that Jiang Yi ambushed Mr. and Mrs. Diao Lingfeng, the seizing dynasty princess's crime. This is they designs ahead of time. Just started various compromises, making World Lord agree to return 3 people, after when finally Jiang Yi appeared. Confronted using this event strongly, reverses the aspect. If can carry off Jiang Yi, is good, even if cannot carry off, must force to Flaming heaven to give up Jiangyi. Jiangyi shakes the head, desolately true, not in my hand. Jiangyi, your couldn't World Lord have ordered you? Diao Lingyue berated one, said to World Lord, we had come to an arrangement, do not break a promise? Please the antique temple, uphold the justice. 9th lunar month, the powerhouses of God face Xingfutu. Xingfutu acts saying, World Lord, matter almost should end, does not need to make the entanglement again. World Lord knits the brows slightly, the tone is severe, Jiangyi, associates with people. The atmosphere is peaceful, the powerhouses of 10,000 God and 9th lunar month dynasty were ready, ahead of time, designed the good words to go against the tip of tongue, on open fire. I have not really grasped desolately. However, I picked a crazy woman outside a while ago, looks very pitifully, brought. Does not know, is desolately that. You must look. A Jiangyi corners of the mouth check, faint smile looked to 10,000 the people of God and 9th lunar month dynasty. You. The people hold to the words of mouth actually, several people were also choked by oneself. Xingfutu selects the eyebrow slightly, good sly fellow. World Lord said, please come out to have a look. Her state of mind is not quite good, always the crazy talks, is this field appropriate, is okay. Please come out, if not, you take away again. If yes, I thought 10,000 gods and 9th lunar month dynasties will thank your World Lord shot a look at a 9th lunar month and 10,000 people, said lightly, yes? Thank? We thanked his ancestors. The people are dumbfounded, this is not the scene that they estimate. Good. If not, should not be disappointed, if, you must thank me. Jiangyi second in already desolately release/place who collapsed. In rags, having hair disheveled, is pale weakly. Li, desolate Lingyue supports desolately that must drop down immediately. After anxious inspection, angrily rebukes Jiangyi, you her how? I pick her the time like this, do you have a look quickly our princess? Desolately? Your bastard. Desolate Lingyue gets desolately physical exam again, you, if bumped her, my 9th lunar month dynasty has not ended with you. 9th lunar month, the powerhouse of dynasty was angry, looks at the appearance of desolately, was definitely suffered a lot. Does not know that humiliates her, if happened, after desolately, is very difficult to base in 10,000 gods. Words do not speak irresponsibly. She was insane, how I can bully the person. Jiangyi collects, paternal aunt too, also is really desolately, how to turn. Like this, I have not recognized. Your bastard. 9th lunar month, the powerhouse of dynasty, was burning with anger, almost through. Elder sister, desolately Tong Kong condensed, restores, to point out up. You were safe, I took you to go home. Desolate Lingyue hurries to give her elixir, comfort in a soft voice. Desolately looks at the people in palace, has a look around Jiangyi, the anger wells up immediately, was only too weak, almost fainted, Jiangyi. His bastard. He snatched my moon totem. Moon totem? The Xingfutu extravagant unfamiliar splendor, observes closely Jiangyi and desolately. What moon totem? How before not to have mentioned this? Jiangyi, hands over the moon totem. 9th lunar month, the dynasties and 10,000 gods berate immediately. Especially 10,000 gods, they after the tricky cold front gets married. Desolately no, this royal princess actually obtained the moon totem. After being inspected determined the age of totem is remote, is very likely to contain the big secret. In the god, many old ancestors go out, want to wrest away the totem, is only The second elder faction is huge in the god influence. After several competitions, all parties have to compromise, acknowledged that belongs to them. However, the second elder faction had not found the right successor, has not taken temporarily from desolately. What moon totem, do not implicate falsely the person. Jiang Yi extends the hand to desolate Lingyue in front of, thank you gift. Your younger sister who although I save accidentally/surprisingly, but you are. The arrogant royalty must express. You. Desolate Lingyue has not seen the so impudent and shameless person, the heir/Qi. Could not speak. Desolately Chengren weak, struggles, immediately buckles a charge to Jiang Yi. Moon totem is 10,000 gods, you rob forcefully, in challenge god. Jiang Yi hee chuckle, her spirit a little issue, everyone do not mind. The god powerhouse berated forward, moon totem truly is the god most precious object. The junction of your best little darling, otherwise we will overrule the beforehand all deeds of settlement, regards as the enemy you. Say/way that Jiang Yi is not irritable, I said that she is I pick her. Spirit had problems, for several days has been shouting I snatched her moon totem, I am very innocent. You best lead her to recuperate well, when restores to remember that steadily. Is who robs again well. Jiang Yi, you think that plays the fool to get by under false pretenses. Sufficiently? The god, was the dynasty, berated angrily. They have not seen the person who has not been concerned about face, simply is. The hooligan rascal. With a wish to incriminate has no lack of a pretext. Jiang Yi snort/hum sound, does not want not to give to the thank you gift, I. Do not force you, must find this excuse, but also was concerned about face. Who isn't concerned about face? Several old people cannot bear berate. World Lord makes noise the warning, under please pay attention to the image. Here blazing a day of main hall. Also asked World Lord to restrain your elder, respects that we were just. Settled. What the god leads is 7 elders, subordinates in the second elder faction. Hands over the moon totem, we walk now. If not hand over, we officially will. Determine Jiang Yi for the enemy who must eradicate, no matter he has. What status? If we're really Jiang Yi offended you, blazing heaven to uphold the justice to you. World Lord is unemotional, does not get angry from the prestige, occupying a commanding position looks at Jiang Yi, did you snatch the moon totem of? Desolately miss? Jiang Yi raises the head, I do not have. World Lord nods, faces 7 elders, you looked, he does not have. The people anger wells up, almost spits blood. Did this end? Such careless? Whom deceives? Chapter 971, Moon Sun. 7 elders, berated loudly, World Lord. Were you in cahoots with Jiang Yi? The most precious objects of 10,000 gods, you also dare to snatch. World Lord has not paid attention, but shot a look at Xingfutu lightly, is. Your antique temple personally acts, I agree to mediate. But their attitudes? Disappointing me. Since they are not willing to reconcile again, flaming heaven only to see a visitor out. The tricky cold front they, first stay here. Xingfutu has to act, to humanity of God, according to agreement, so long as. Blazing heaven to return Diao Lingfeng, 2 imperial prince and desolately. Can be settled. The matter of moon totem is not one of them. Also invited. Everyone, treated calmly. 10,000 gods and 9th lunar month dynasties insisted, we must carry off. The moon totem. Desolately also said, Jiang Yi has the solar totem, cannot make him obtain. The moon totem again. Solar totem? Xingfutu surprise, came the interest. can make 10,000 gods excited. The totem is to definitely have the big secret, but the moon sun itself / Ben is whirled to one of the strong strengths. Is the evolutions of 2 meter, the origin of 8 trigrams, gossip. The strength of yin yang, their antique temple so far, controls is also the heart and kidney, 3 visceral cavities, and gallbladder. In Jiangyi can grip such treasure unexpectedly. The 7 elders of God noticed that fine glow of Xing Futu eye ground twinkle. The secretly thought is bad, hurries to say to Jiangyi, knows the limitation. Hands over the moon totem. Before all matters, we cannot go into one's past. If you insist on staying behind, I guarantee soon, we'll sprinkle the southern land about your warrant for arrest. If 10,000 gods must execute anyone, blazing heaven unable to block, the antique temple cannot block. Jiangyi is fearless, is defending the antique temple, openly spoke such words, appropriate? If only the ordinary small gratitude and grudges, we respect the necessary custom, but you rob the god most precious object, what custom cannot block us? The god's 7 elder statements, are warning Jiangyi intentionally severely. Is reminding Xing Futu. World Lord said, I looked that the god is not willing to reconcile, today's negotiations this finished, comes the person, sees a visitor out. World Lord holds on a minute. Xing Futu arrives at center the main hall, said to 10,000 gods, you ask me to come, mediates the both sides gratitude and grudges, takes away the detention person here. Now, 7 elders, are you this wish? The god 7 elders said, we must take away today. Xing Futu also said to World Lord, I who before should say have said that for the south stabilizes, for unnecessary dispute, but also asked World Lord to accept the mediation, released people on own initiative. World Lord took a stand, person, can make them carry off, however the beforehand agreement must be guaranteed. 10,000 god 3 parties can not step into forever again flaming the heaven territory, Jiangyi during flaming heaven, 10,000 god 3 parties cannot any form harm him. But moon totem. 7 elders just about to open the mouth, was actually lifted the hand to stop by Xing Futu, also wants to take away? 7 elder complexions are cloudy, was too aggrieved, when 10,000 gods receive such treatment. The main purpose of his time coming, is to carry off the tricky cold front. They cannot detain again is flaming in heaven. But, the moon totem's significance is great, their faction is seeking diligently. Appropriately, can receiver, how make the moon totem stay here? Keeps on. Jiangyi desolately shakes the head to 7 elders again and again, cannot stay behind. The solar totem had found the host, the moon totem has also integrated somebody body. The yin-yang is exciting, the totem connection, likely presents the unexpected accident, for example, the depth fusion, recognizes the Lord truly. When the time comes they wanted to rob again are difficult. World Lord said, my original intention wants to reconcile, the reconciliation of sincerity. However your hesitant attitudes, I looked even. Comes the person, sees a visitor out. The guards outside palace enter the main hall immediately, please. All vision falls to 7 elders on, is waiting for his decision. 7 elders look clenched teeth, we are willing to accept the mediation. Fulfills the beforehand agreement. However, Jiangyi must return 10,000 gods the moon totem. If he complies, I can guarantee in the name of God, and gratitude and grudges. Between Jiangyi mediate thoroughly, no longer asks him to trouble with any way certainly. If he rejects, I also guaranteed in the name of God, so long as Jiangyi leaves blazing the heaven boundary, we will spare nothing to hold him. Jiangyi, do you make the decision? World Lord looks to Jiang-yi. I do not know where the moon totem is. Did Jiang-yi sneer, gives you to mediate the gratitude and grudges thoroughly? Sticks to play tricks. Jiang-yi, you must be responsible for your decision. Starting today, you best shrink forever our flaming in heaven, to tread, thinks that own head enough. Cuts. My Jiang-yi, it fears the threat, but can also live now? Old man, province. Province. This is not the threat, this was your death trial book. You are dying. No one can block. 7 elders shoot a look at again to Xing Futu, in the spoken language have the warning. They asked the antique temple to come or the help, but Xing Futu from hearing the moon totem started, obviously is not right. Shortly, Diao Lingfeng, 2 imperial princes, were brought one after another. But both sides' reconciliation makes them very aggrieved. Was imprisoned with so long, actually said that calculated even? Let alone arrogant they, the average people could not even bear. We said goodbye. 7 elders, they looked at Jiang-yi indignantly, bringing the team to leave. Does he bump you? Diao Lingfeng sees desolately appearance in rags, the brow tight wrinkle. The personal enemies relate, princess status, but also the beautiful causing the downfall of the nation. Beautiful woman, can Jiang-yi settle, can endure? No, desolately look one cold, what is this bastard thinking? Diao Lingfeng then looked at the eye to flaming in front of Day of Main Hall. Jiang-yi, the anger choked with rage at heart. He is arrogant. Day spirit mark. Is 10,000 God key training one of the 5 heavens chosen, by this? Shame. He must revenge personally, otherwise this can be the stain that he can hardly be removed his entire life. Who is willing to stay behind monitors Jiang-yi? The 5 elders of God are asking in a low voice about. Since Xing Futu knows the moon sun totem is very likely to find the way to take antique temple, that group of people seem like not to strive, low-key. Mysterious, but meets the thing that they want, always resorts to all means. They are in 12 sovereigns say, /way, our lowest key, is in 12 sovereigns say, /way is most dangerous. Blazing the square, before Day of Main Hall. Xing Futu moves toward Jiang-yi warmly, Jiang-yi elder, whether to allow me to look at the moon totem? I do not have the moon totem. Whom the Jiang-yi heart say, /way, gives you to look, that cannot look to you. I did not speak incorrectly, has a look at your solar totem. I do not have the solar totem, is that crazy woman nonsense? The Jiang-yi elder does not use anxiously, I want to experience to let 10,000 God rigid totem. Disappointed young Master Xing, I really did not have. Doesn't the Jiang-yi elder believe the reputation of our antique temple? I can use the name of temple successor, borrows watching. Xing Futu has not thought that Jiang-yi actually does not respect him, but he person in antique temple. Blazing the dependence of heaven. Young Master Xing, you really misunderstood. Today I am also the moon sun. Totem that hears, if will obtain in the future fortunately, certainly asked. Young Master Xing, to look at all the way. Jiang-yi shows a faint smile, says goodbye to leave, I also had the elixir. Preparation to refine, say goodbye. The dog rides the sedan chair to be unappreciative. Xing Futu eye ground. Flashes the corridor cold light, is maintaining the smile, I must return to the antique temple, does not know that the Jiang-yi elder was interested in being a guest in the past. The antique temple is very from ancient to present close, little receives the guest extremely, rarely goes out, this also makes countless people feel too. There is yearning curiously with. If can be invited, is the rare great honor, was equivalent is regarded as the guest in temple. By the Jiangyi present situation, if, when 10,000 gods just left, the high-sounding talk goes to the antique temple to be a guest, being no different is issuing the warning to many people, no one must provoke Jiangyi. Therefore, Xing Futu concluded that Jiangyi will seriously consider. However, Jiangyi has not returned, thank the good intention. But 10,000 gods threatened me, if leaves blazing heaven to kill me. I remains to flaming in heaven, to refine my elixir honestly. The smile on Xing Futu's face again cannot maintain. This is not unappreciative, but does not know good from bad. Chapter 972, Previous Generation Powerful Enemy. Young Master Xing came from far away laboriously, might as well temporarily reside here for several days. World Lord invited Xing Futu personally, was only the tone attitude not slightly warm. Xing Futu looked at World Lord, smiles lightly, the World Lord Samsara returns, I have not come to say personally celebrates. Congratulated, 3,000 the pain of deep space, is no one can bear. Lucky. World Lord not accidental / surprised Xing Futu knows that her secret, after all, was the old friend. My this coming, temple was invited World Lord to be a guest in the past. Discusses the southwest aspect. He consults the secrets of 9 quiet deep spaces, while convenient. I now the life and death boundary, is not suitable, goes out, when I passed safely, can pass to visit. I awaited respectfully World Lord in the antique temple, your honorable self. Xing Futu looks at the direction that Jiangyi left again, leading the aide to leave. Jupiter Xing Futu. He actually lived. World Lord looks direction that Xing Futu leaves, the facial expression is gradually dignified. The little old man walks from behind, Jupiter Xing Futu, the demon embryo and person the god and deep soul, the past and present are rare. No matter the nether world, the samsara does not cross. 900 years die for 900 years. 9 degrees circulation, 9 degrees unusualness. 99, complete big emperor. Was his several? Should be 7th, is important first. If this he can pass perfectly, the behind 8th 9th awakening saint sovereign spirit mark opportunity will greatly be strengthened. Time that at the late stage of his previous generation, Jiangyi rises. You felt, Jiangyi does remember him? Jiangyi should remember him, he did not remember Jiangyi. The little old man shakes the head slowly. Although that phase of history was sealed, but does not have the true annihilation, was only quiet. Blazing heaven to have the record and in waiting, the accident / surprise like. Xing Futu, like them, is also being dormant, like Shao Qingyun. Jiangyi, this goes to the territory, will very probably also come across various accidents / surprises, awakens the secret of rest. His status, can only avoidance as far as possible, but will cause a stir in the world one day. The best way is sleepy Jiangyi is flaming in heaven, honest growth, but Jiang he cannot wait, he must before the status exposes, search as far as possible. To powerful blesses, 9 days of God. Temple Jupiter Xing Futu, met unexpectedly. Ancestors, I may be tossed about by you a lot, this whole life, we were unexpectedly same age. After Jiangyi arrives at the distant place, stopped, looks the direction that Xing Futu is leaving, the corners of the mouth, bring back wipe the complex smile. The previous generation he rises, Xing Futu over 800 years old is, the disparity of age along with the disparity of strength, he had been tossed about by Xing Futu a lot. Afterward Xing Futu caused heavy losses to Bayajura, then the retracting antique temple, has not come out again. Possibly as he fears death, possibly is the antique temple fears him dead. After all has insisted. 6th. In the future samsara each time, can be saint. King spirit mark, but may also present saint sovereign spirit mark. Such treasure, who can be willing dead? Xing Futo lived, Leaf Zhu Tian obtained the stars to bury greatly, antique. Temple was a little agile and fierce. Jiang Yi shook the head, moved toward the front space sacrificial altar, after. The continual several spaces spanned, arrived, flaming the heaven remote. Place. Yi Anren is coordinating Xiang Wanqing and mystery of flame imaginary bird. Deduction moon, sun, here. Possibly is the influence of air/qi of 5 lines of the world chaos, possibly. Is the induction that moon-sun meets, the might of totem releases continually. Unexpectedly had a more marvelous relation with the flame imaginary bird and Xiang Wanqing. Even had the feeling of wanting the thorough incarnation sun-moon. Because Yi Anren also the totem awakens release the air/qi of yin-yang, had the new sensibility to 5 lines of evolutions. Jiang Yi participates in the microcosm, senses own mountains and rivers too. Very greatly. 7th Celestial Empress, Qiao Wuhui, leads Qiao Jia, the evil person valley. The secret arrives. Jiang Yi saw them in the jungle outside wilderness, introduced after the situation of flaming heaven, directly issues the attack order. Changes the beforehand plan, soul boundary, 3rd heavenly layer acts upward. Completely. Goal, world prison. Gives you 3 days of time, with flaming the intelligence force of heaven. Contacts, understood that the further information in the world prison. 3. Celestial Empress, go north the territory. Concrete action, is arranged by you. However the earlier attack must suppress. Is thorough, heavily damaged world prison as far as possible. Qiao has no regret them to be combative, the serious guarantee can complete the task. Since knows that Jiang Yi after flaming heaven cooperates, they had the energy, hopes that growing stronger with the fight, grows stronger as soon as possible. The world prison, happened to suits their mill knife. And Mingxi, I give you Yu Qingqing. After you enter the territory, relates. With the Chaos Purple Mansion as soon as possible. I delegated them to investigate the world prison before, for a long time, should be have knowledge of some secrets. Before Jiang Yi, has not thought that the matter develops this aspect. Therefore did not need to go with the Chaos Purple Mansion to meet, Gavin. Mingxi gave me. And Mingxi receives an order joyfully. Regretless, follows me. Soul boundary, 3rd heavenly layer following. Preparation, I take in the bronze tower you later, takes into to flaming heaven. Jiang Yi leads Qiao Wuhui to enter the front jungle. Did mother regain consciousness? Regretless only Qiao misses, was mother. Situation is very stable, should be quick. That is good. Qiao Wuhui lowers the head slightly, falls behind 3 steps. Is expressing the respect to the father. Your this goes to the territory, pays attention to 3 points. First, seizes the earlier opportunity well, before the world prison responded. Caused heavy losses to the red prison and blue prison. The subordinate. Strength of destroying world prison as far as possible. Second, exhibits the stance of comprehensively battling against, is noisy the matter, stimulates other killers to organize to participate, reduces our pressures. The third point, Gu Hua, 9th lunar month and supreme Jin Qing, even as 10,000 gods, after obtaining the news may throw. Do not prolong contact, so long as felt that the matter may not, probably withdraw from the territory too. Me. Father felt relieved, I will control the good war rhythm. A little must specifically remind you, bumps into the saint ancestor of Shao. Do not pester. Their negative pole flames and big grave secret techniques too. Happen to can suppress flame class beast spirit mark. Can nothing resist them? Now does not have, you also reduce the contact with Xiaojia people as far as possible. Child understands. Evacuation time, can pretend to go south, exhibiting to go for shelter, too. Flaming the attitude of heaven, after confusing all parties tracing, rapid. Westbound. Relates Celestial Empress of Daluo, in her there concealed one. Then schemes other. How many assurances does Celestial Empress have to control Daluo? She, since dares to take risk, should some assurances, the pastime should not be too harebrained, ahead of time makes some relations. Child remembered. Jiangyi exhales the tone gently, these days was laborious you. Xiao Wuhui said hastily, can share sorrow for the father, fights for the father, is dream that I once do not dare to expect. Jiangyi said, insists again, so long as I can strive to the support of 9 days of gods, we did not need to hide here and there. If 9 days of God does have other goals? Xiao Wuhui anticipated very much. Can the open and aboveboard stiff chest to dark green announce their returns? Unreliably, but he truly worries 9 days of God. They definitely have the goal, but looked, was not in our tolerance ranges. Jiangyi is looking at the north, said spookily, I know I'm very risky, but leaves White Tiger pass to start from me, the actions, which time is not taking risk, said my disposition, so, who can understand my situation? Father, your pressure was too big, was flaming heaven to rest, first past the life and death boundary. Jiangyi shaking the head light language, the road of this rebirth, being doomed is the road that a blood passes through, this ascending to heaven road is doomed with trillion skeletons to lay. I can only be unprecedented, does not turn head. Does not pause, even if the bloody water submerges my throat, even if trillion skeletons tear my footsteps. Xiao Wuhui knees down in Jiangyi behind, child follows the father footsteps. Surely, ascends to heaven, fights 100 clans, although dies, regretless. Jiangyi looks at Xiao, to have no regret, the sound is very light is very serious, this declaring war world prison, is we enters the first step of territory. I want you to be able well, but, my true expectation, is this war must be splendid enough. Chapter 973, finally probes. Arrived in the second day of warring states in Xiao Wuhui, the envoy in the world prison arrived. Jiangyi elder, fortunate meeting, fortunate meeting. I am the Mulberry Great Confucian scholar in the world prison, is ordered to come to visit, hopes that can solve among us some misunderstanding. An expression-chilling middle-aged man arrives at the ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion, possibly enforced, cannot smile, restored the normal state. After a reveal false irritable smile. In his hand grabs a chains, is pulling a young boy in rags. The boys become emaciated, the look is dim, probably does not have the puppet of soul, was being entrained. However, in his close hides pan, Jiangyi can feel clearly. Jiangyi hints to nearby nail and clear mirror, making him pay attention to the thoughts of old fogey. Do you manage among us the matter to call the misunderstanding? Really is a misunderstanding. The before bosses of Azure Draw Store, truly is. The elder in the world prison, but made a mistake afterward, was rumbled. He why other institute in Azure prison? Special details I am not quite clear, the general idea realized oneself will be held, therefore wants to ask Murongjing to help. However I think that Murongjing should not promise him, such matter of principle, Murongjing will not violate. The Mulberry Great Confucian scholar, casual 2 words, got rid of the Suspicion with ease, pretended non-involvement the relations. Jiang Yi hears to shake the head, is the world prison sends to negotiate. Worthily, eloquence truly. The nail and clear mirror shows a faint smile, the ability that this acts perversely spells with Jiang Yi some. Although the matter is a misunderstanding, but the world prison is willing to make up for the Jiang Yi elder. The mulberry great Confucian scholar takes out the brocade box, put on nearby table. This is 10 drops of pure washing marrow fluids, the treasure of only happening by happy circumstance, is always does not have the city valuably. Can quenching the bloodlines, can be used for the refined the pill of immortality. A intention, but also please accept. The quiet dream by the matter of killing, was considered as finished? Quiet dream was killed, is a person of behavior surnamed Qi, the Jiang Yi elder, since caught his person, the direct execution was equal to. That gave the quiet dream miss, to revenge. He, I waited your so many days, do you give me to reply like this? You are. Felt that my Jiang Yi distinguishes the unclear genuine and fake, thinks that I don't dare to challenge the world prison? The Jiang Yi elder misunderstood. You in an answer, I represented the world prison to give the answer. Sang Hongru looks at Jiang Yi coolly, he believes that Jiang Yi after checking was the world prison behavior definitely also. Regrets. Slaughter world prison? Jiang Yi not that big courage. Therefore, he gives a stare, Jiang Yi takes advantage of opportunity. Satisfies both sides. However he comes here true goal, to adjust chain pan. He is also that elder who the simultaneous/uniform elder invited repeatedly. Before actually did not want very much, but the simultaneous/uniform elder was grasped, basically did not have living hope. He can only receive this invitation, comes to make the final probe for the simultaneous/uniform elder. Is good because of responsibly his pan has a child, can be used to probe. This is not the answer that I want. You go back to ask for instructions the world prison, all relevant personnel, delivers to here to me, otherwise. Otherwise, how? The Jiang Yi elder, we are the smart people, was needless to speak some muddled words. Our world prison is not willing with flaming heaven splits, blazing heaven. Not because of you, but offends the world prison. Therefore, ended matter, is good to anyone. Sang Hongru said a word simple, attitude domineering chilling, the vision. Closely is actually paying attention to the Jiang Yi expression. Jiang Yi is intentionally silent, seems like seriously was considering, is actually giving the nail and clear mirror to win the time to spy on the thoughts of rope great Confucian scholar. A while, he looked very much to nearby boy, who is he? Slave who on my road, just bought, the time is hurried, has not made him learn the custom. Please excuse me. Sang Hongru is saying, makes an effort to entrain the chains. The boys are unexpected, stagger several steps to plant on the ground. Sang Hongru reproved loudly, Thing. Before I come, how many taught you to spread? This rich people, coming to probably bend over. The boys are stretching the lip, the look is stubborn, was too weak, struggled to stand, lowers the head, bends the waist. Scoundrel. Bends the waist to whom? The mulberry great Confucian scholar. Tramples in the boy leaning waist. The boys put the ground layer on layer, / heavily, is pale, haunches the body. Difficultly, fell back on the mulberry great Confucian scholar behind, bends over. Made the Jiang Yi elder, be laughed. The mulberry great Confucian scholar is saying lightly, to continue to pay attention to the Jiang Yi expression. Jiang Yi has an intuition, this child should be some previous generation. Section the later generation successor, but the boy has hair disheveled. Cannot see clearly spirit mark of forehead, is not good to judge the status. Since is a slave, on putting outside. The Jiangyi elder has not to know, his temper was too wild, is always thinking escaping. I have no recourse, is tying up him. Jiangyi knows that the mulberry great Confucian scholar is observing him. Does not facilitate asked, bears the impulsion of life-saving, said, I do not have the enmity with the world prison, I am not willing way like this to resist with the world prison. However, I had promised my fiancée, must revenge. For her, I also announced the warring states at that time, wants the blood. Debt blood to recompense. Uneven elder is not the person in the world prison, his actions, with the world prison irrelevant. Sang Hongru reminded Jiangyi, didn't understand. What is heard? We are backing down to you. So as to avoid makes each other is embarrassed. Before simultaneous/uniform elder, which prison belongs to 7 prisons? Red prison that is responsible for hunting and killing. Goes back to report after carrying out orders the world prison, I want the red prison lord, comes to apologize. I want the red prison 1267 subordinate killers, comes to go. If achieves, this matter ended, I no longer investigated. If you cannot achieve, my Jiangyi must revenge. When the time comes not only red prison, not only also 1267 people. Jiangyi look one ruthless, is watching intently the mulberry great Confucian scholar. Sang Hongru brow big wrinkle, does the Jiangyi elder, you want to be clear? I think is very clear. Jiangyi sets out, high sound said, comes the person, sees a visitor out. Waits for news. Sang Hongru the calm face stared at little while Jiangyi turns around to pull the chains to walk out. I give you 10 days of time, as soon as possible. Jiangyi warned, gets hold of the fist, was pondering how should save this boy? What rubs gently? Sang Hongru entrains the boy fiercely, probably filled with fury nowhere vented, found fault intentionally. The boys walk quickly several steps, just about to follows. The mulberry great Confucian scholar footsteps also speed up, sell the gate. Column, in the hand the chains entrain again. The boys are unexpected, the underfoot stumbles, before numerous putting gates. Thing, remains your what uses. The mulberry great Confucian scholar sticks out suddenly a foot suddenly, the soul glare twinkle, the potential, if the iron hammer, takes the boy head. The boys are unprepared, will struggle. Bang. Boy head at the scene disintegration, bloody water splattering, incarnadine. Threshold. Sang Hongru turns around instantly, the swift and fierce vision observed closely Jiangyi. This was too sudden, how Jiangyi wants to save others. The scene of blasting open, the fishy smell red bloody water, the pointed cone. Goes into the Jiangyi eye probably. The Jiangyi head, buzz the sound, decides at the scene there. However, looks in the mulberry great Confucian scholar, to Jiangyi that moment, the nail and clear mirror happened to appears before the gate, not far away. Happened to tunneled his vision. The time is just right. Jiangyi awakens, suppresses the spurting out violent anger forcefully, but knitting the brows head, discontented say/way, you are what intent? Chapter 974, Declaring War World Prison. The mulberry great Confucian scholar avoids the nail and clear mirror, is staring at the eye of Jiangyi, was sorry, spur of the moment. Jiangyi is controlling the mood diligently, discontented of performance, but also several points of indifference, you have the right to process your slave. But please note the situation. This cleans up cleanly. The mulberry great Confucian scholar takes away. The corpse is paying attention to the Jiangyi complexion. Without the pain. Without the impulsion. Even Pan has not brought to the attention of Jiang Yi. Really made a mistake? This is also good, if Jiang Yi is really the person who they must wait. Instead trouble. The Jiang Yi elder, I will report your demand truthfully, but I must remind you, knows when to stop. The mulberry great Confucian scholar, stays behind words, left the courtyard. Should go back to report after carrying out orders. Jiang Yi is not the person who they must find. Mr. Simultaneous/uniform is really pitiful. Also as asks Xiao Jia to act, is please the Azure prison assist, but also annoys Jiang Yi this lunatic. Makes imposingly. Finally made contact with oneself, made contact with Murong Jing, made a mistake. Jiang Yi leaves for dozen minutes until the mulberry great Confucian scholar. The indifferent expression becomes gloomy. Have you had long known? Nail and clear mirror, say/way, his boundary is very high, defending the psychology is very strong, I feel not clear, but I guessed correctly. Why didn't suggest me? This should be I extreme probe that speculates from Murong Jing there, is. Finally probes. If you revealed that any unusuality, the world prison will continue to investigate to you, deep investigation. Only you adopted their test, the world prison will abolish temporarily to your suspicion. You now calculate the security temporarily. The nail and clear mirror has not reminded Jiang Yi, is feared that Jiang Yi is impulsive. Therefore, he proceeded to moving with no trace, aimed at the opportunity, blocked the mulberry great Confucian scholar vision, won the time. To Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi complexion gloomy scary, but he died. He is our department the successor, whom he his names does not know, he died before me. The nail and clear mirror did not speak, was only regrettable shaking the head. Out Jiang Yi arrives, looks at everywhere the motley bloodstain, was recalling. The boy thin and pale complexion, gushes out the anger that is unable to constrain at heart. These sections, once were he most loyal followers. He leaves their Pan, once made them proud, making them excited, is willing to keep the family heirloom. But, so-called glory actually advanced the sea of fire, their descendant. Successors, suffered person non-person ghost is not clever. How he does right by the section that died. How he does right by their loyalty. Xiao Qingyun. The Jiang Yi expression is suddenly fierce, sends out malicious ghost. Shouting. You crazed, cheap person. I must you drag before Valhalla, forever and ever will kneel there makes. Reparations. The nail and clear mirror opens mouth slightly, wants to say anything. But saw the appearance that Jiang Yi goes crazy fiercely, to the words of mouth. Actually turned, I followed Qiao, to enter the territory. To keep the advantage. At the earlier period, needs us to deep cut the secret foothold in the world. Prison, my moon/month I spirit mark can provide some help. He actually wants to propose, earlier do not bump these Pan, do not save the successor who these suffer hardships and calamities. Otherwise is very easy to cause the vigilance of the world prison, shifts. Revenge to Pan on. However Jiang Yi is now agitated, he was not good to say directly, can only. As the Qiao evil person valley action, they should make anything to territory. Guide, should dodge anything. Era on February 17, 9. In warring states, many people also the revenge of Jiang Yi worked as the laughingstock, when the world prison to the provocation of Jiang Yi snorts contemptuously, Middle South the territory has not known what's the matter. Time, a sudden fear strike erupted suddenly. Qiao Wuhui, after careful arrangement, under flaming the information. Direction of heaven, locked the world prison hugest killer trade union. Foothold, blue prison headquarters and red prison headquarters. Qiao Wuhui leads Qiao old ancestor, and hunts for the Owlet army, dashes to the Blood Prison headquarters. Jiang Yan brings the evil person Valley, kills to the Blue Prison headquarters. Qiao Yingzong, Qiao, 10,000 years, and the others, then at the same night. Long-range raid, killer trade union. The war breaks out suddenly. No indication, nothing hesitant. Although the Red Prison is the world prison's strongest hunting and killing organization, is occupying the huge quantity of powerful killers, although the Blue Prison is the world prison intelligence organization, is guarding many powerhouses, although they are the world prison, are most important, the most special organization. Although, but they are unprepared, is basically closing up the condition including half Saint-level powerhouse and high-rank Nirvana boundary. The attack late at night erupts, finished in early morning. The Blue Prison and Red Prison headquarters were thoroughly destroyed, from Law to the Palace, annihilates the dregs. The Red Prison half-saint and Blue Prison half-saint, died in battle. Completely. More than 3,700 killers died in battle. 2 prison lords have pardon health/guard to escape by luck. The killer trade union was razed to the ground. Here not special powerhouse, but as issue order great place, what lost is the face countenance. The war ended, the news actually resembles the startling thunderclap like the tsunami, sweeps across south the territory rapidly. The control is underground world, the world prison is not weak in the reputation in the royalty, let's disregard the strong clan to dread. Let alone the world prison has not thought that in the even/including south. The territory influence has not thought that some unexpectedly person so unscrupulously attacks they. However, no one has thought the attack had not ended. When the world prison obtains the news, high and low is furious, Qiao Wuhui, Jiang Yan, Qiao Yingzong, and other rapid building up, directly soar the Azure Prison headquarters. This time, what Qiao has no regret them to concentrate is the complete strength. Although the Azure Prison is ready, is the rapid collapse under the thunder. Rainstorm fierce attack, Lord and the others went to the Xiao headquarters. Except the prison, the personnel, who beyond the lucky life, in the Azure Prison headquarters remain behind, were slaughtered, completely. Meanwhile, status about Raider, spreads rapidly south the territory, causing a bigger stir, goes into exile in the south Wild Qiao and Evil Person Valley. Is the strong presence in Jiangyi. The reason is Jiangyi has declared war to the world prison. The world prison has not actually paid attention. Xiao. One crowd of waste. Important doesn't such matter, why inform me ahead of time? Jiangyi had openly announced that must declare war with the world prison. Don't you have the least bit to prepare? Xiao Patriarch angry roared to resound through the palace. He before today does not know that had anything. The Azure Prison and Black Prison have not reported to them. He only knows that the Black Prison suspected Jiangyi has the relations with Pan, is investigating. After they obtain the news, is only written comments prudent processing. Result several months, 'cause such big disaster unexpectedly. We have not thought that Jiangyi comes, is also preparing to contact with Jiangyi. The Azure Prison Lord kneels before the palace, the complexion is ugly. Who special can think that Bear Child too, really transferred his sage, to kill? Has handles the matter? This is also not two people quarrels, excited got up the knife. This is resistances between two super influences, cannot negotiate? Dude can. Contact? Also, weren't Xiao, that group of people escaping? Wasn't jointly being captured by Supreme Jinqing Guhua Imperial City? When enters territory. Did not fear that was encircled? Various prison's lord have arrived, wants the angrily rebuking Azure. Prison lord, but thinks carefully, even if changes into them, is. Impossible to think that Jiangyi dares to declare war directly, is this slaughter type way. Too savage. Stop at nothing. Doesn't he think the consequence? Does not know that the world prison can transfer 1 million killers? Xiao Patriarch is looking angrily at the Azure prison lord. You are the prison lord, and Azure prison is responsible for becoming friends with various. Fang Changzhu is responsible for appraising all parties dangerous and friendly degree, needs to report to Xiao promptly. Jiangyi can persecute to death the Somalian mansion, can detain 10,000 God Day successors. Haven't you flaming heaven world lord clearly with his relations? Since Jiangyi declares war, will definitely prepare, you should first report to Xiao. The Azure prison lord braces oneself, saying, is Black prison there, asks us to wait a bit. They arranged the Mulberry great Confucian scholar elder to contact Jiangyi, verifying Jiangyi was whether related with Pan. Related? Blue prison lord brow slightly wrinkle. Their blue prison is responsible for the information, but knows nothing about this matter, is too only big because of the Black prison right, so long as related to Pan event. Anybody cannot meddle, anybody must coordinate. Had officially determined, doesn't matter. The Azure prison lord shakes the head. He and other replies, then officially decided that adopts. What way to contact with Jiangyi? If really related with Pan, that was not the matter of Azure prison, gave. Black prison processing. Chapter 975, Comprehensive Counterattack. The red prison is main, always makes a fist, pulls a long face, prison. Lord, matter had happened, we really have the unshirkable responsibility, but the urgent matter must discuss the countermeasure now. We cannot work as the child Jiangyi again, must regard the true opponent, is cruelly good to kill, fearless, dangerous opponent who does not revere the custom. Also must take seriously, Qiao evil person valley that group of people, they have the sage, to have half saint, the strength cannot be underestimated. Be responsible for White Yuyu, the main road of Chamber of Commerce. I looked. That Jiangyi does not dare to continue to make war, should hit several to move, first sends people to chat with him? The red prison lord sets out angrily, negotiations? Jiangyi has destroyed our 3 prisons' headquarters, this is pulling out our faces, eats our meat, if we also negotiated, to annoy the world person to laugh. Is the purple prison main road of Xiao, the strength of our world? Prison is scattered, the headquarters destroyed, can only calculate to have a fracture, even / including root did not eradicate. The relationship network and blood prison of the intelligence power and Azure prison of blue prison killer, is still dispersing outside. So long as your prison lord has the sufficient ability, can start the operations of 3 prisons in a short time. Therefore, we do not need to fear them. His Jiangyi elects mistakenly the opponent. The Xiao Patriarch Eiffel ominous light, ordered decisively, gives me to the territory Southern Underground World issue warrant for arrest, all killers put down the duty in hand completely, instantly returns, hunting down Qiao and evil person valley is complete. Jiangyi wants to fight, we accompany him to fight. Let him know how our world prison dominates the Southern Underground world, making him know that Qiao, that group of people lead the great wilderness abyss is a crowd of waste. Qiao that sage? Doesn't our Xiao have the sage? His Qiao Wuhui spirit mark is the flame, my Xiao Jia, Xing ancestor, happened to make him understand that what is the comprehensive suppression I will ask the saint ancestor to leave the mountain personally, tidies up Qiao. To have no regret personally. Moreover, to the south, west, as well as north, spreads the news as soon as possible, our world prison will spare nothing to surround the Qiao evil person. Valley has the hugging injustice of injustice, revenging of having a grudge. Gives me to come as soon as possible. Came late, could not drink the soup. Black prison headquarters. Qiao Jia, evil person Valley? They presented the order of Jiang Yi to revenge. Jiang Yi unexpectedly, for flower building female, hiding the Qiao evil person. Valley adjusted the territory. The high levels of black prison gathered one. Facing the sudden attack, they are somewhat hard to accept. Jiang Yi actually said that the revenge really took revenge. For flower building female? He did not fear that makes the world person laugh? Since has verified Jiang Yi with Pan, he not only need revenge, likely must borrow us the name of the world prison, to promote his famous prestige. He must let, as we all know, his Jiang Yi, except for backing on to flaming heaven, a powerful and fearless strength, his Jiang Yi is anything did not fear, anything dares to annoy. The black prison lord is guessing the Jiang Yi goal. Different from the anxiety and angry of other prisons, he seems very leisurely and carefree. The black prison belongs to Shao ancestor, who is not appointed to control. Their goals are also responsible for adjusting chain Pan. Since Jiang Yi with Pan irrelevant, this matter cannot involve them. Great Elder of Black Prison said, Prison Lord, you said that Qiao was sneak attacks to remove directly, really can make war with our world prison? Did not say, by the situation of Qiao, should be normally fires off removes. Cleanness of disappearance. This can make our world prison nowhere vent, does not give the ancient washing ancestor opportunity. But, the Jiang Yi character, coming out that looks at from several big events. He does not press the repertoire to work, can always unexpectedly. The goal is to let everyone cannot keep up with his mentality, is controlled the battlefield development by him. Since this, we should also make some preparations? We with this matter irrelevant, sees a play well. Does not fear 10,000, fears the eventuality. Our black prison is in 7 prisons is most special, so long as Jiang Yi checks this, has the possibility. Unexpected coming attack. Do we first shift these people in dungeon? Other elders said, our footholds are secret, even if Jiang Yi knows us to be special, could not find here. Should no issue. The black prison lord hesitated a little while, said, do not be negligent. The person in dungeon, turns away completely, escorts to Shao as soon as possible. Great Elder, of lowest level is escorted by you personally. A Great Elder brow wrinkle, may receive the duty slightly, I will escort too. Shao him smoothly. Overlord Waring states. South in territory dozen. Jiang Yi really declared war to the world prison, for several days, slaughters several thousand killers, destroys massive footholds. The headquarters in even/including Lanyu, the Red Prison and Azure Prison destroyed. Was too crazy, was too savage. Jiang Yi is passing the wild nature from the bone, I think that he entered flaming heaven to be able the convergence point, has not thought. That did directly with the world prison. I felt that the world prison special was done ignorant, takes a broad view. Entire day, the killer organization was pressed the matter that the head is punching crazily not to happen. Jiang Yi does not have the use to flaming the strength of heaven, the personal strength of but using, therefore this matter with flaming heaven. Irrelevant, heaven can also continue to guarantee Jiang Yi. Intelligent, was too intelligent. Knows in Jiang Yi, to have Qiao evil person Valley such strength, but also Thinks that this strength was being chased down, does not use, unless, Jiang Yi adjusted the territory them directly. The warring states were again lively, the sound tide of discussion flooded in. The restaurant tea house, the store street, even was inside and outside the city gate. Before also ridiculed the person who Jiang Yi hit the face, felt on the contrary own face was burning. The Ho residence in palaces and 2 countries in Xinghua has endless emotion. Blazing heaven, from the establishment to the present, has not presented such lunatic, ominous spirit period of 5 days is the danger. Jiang Yi is completely crazy. The key was 2 fellows also cooperates. Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi. Oh. Domestic with wild has the difference. In flock of sheep came a wild ass, in the group were likely many a crazy lion. After Jiang Yi obtains the news, longs for excitedly. He does not have to fight for a long time happily. The life and death boundary was too aggrieved. If we're not limited by the boundary, he really wants to rush to territory south, hunts and kills the killer in the world prison personally. However, is the true fight. World prison that flock of wicked wolves were awakened, 100,000 subordinate killers, post to reward the killer massively, quick, enormous and powerful. Accent building up. Moreover, there is their domains, possibly discovered momentarily. Qiao has no regret their trails. The one who is most dangerous is the saint ancestor of Shao, deep sleep, too. The negative pole flame and big grave secret technique are more terrifying in. The might of Holy Spirit boundary really has the possibility to suppress Qiao, to have no regret comprehensively. Guhua Imperial City and Supreme Jinqing, even was the powerhouse of 9th Lunar Month Dynasty, will obtain the news in the near future, at the maximum speed plunged Qiao, to have no regret. This time, the heavenly palace cannot meddle again, can only depend upon them to face reactionary reign of terror, can cast the true powerhouse. Jiang Yi was worried for them, is confident to them. 3 Celestial Empress, a pleasant surprise roused him. Bronze inside the tower fusion ended. Li Yin fuses together with the crystal shield. Several thousand over 10,000 tearing reorganization, bring the transformation that continues. The energy infiltration of crystal shield to whole body, each organ spot, even is in the cell. He feels himself to be indestructible, has 10,000 li, 0.5 kilometers, mountains and rivers. Even boundary stable in 9th heavenly layer. It is a pity that Spirit Mark has not broken through today, possibly is the crystal shield pays great attention to the change of physique, possibly is the muddy day spirit treasure demand for energy he stimulates later. However, Spirit Mark really has the change, probably from the day 1 pace. Yang discuss fuses, to fight the halberd, the whole body crawls the trace, that interweaves completely black-red, appears evil fierce. Because repairs, the foundation is placed there, therefore boundary promotion. Unusual is quick. Awakens time, was the soul boundary 8 heavy days. The whale soul, that he most anticipates awakens, completes during this period. It is not the antique whale soul, but longs for even in dreams, ancient times. Whale soul that does not dare to expect. Jiang Bingen fought the lance to complete the true fusion, the swift and fierce aura of end sword and spear achieved the pinnacle, had to plant to puncture the vault of heaven, to cut to extinguish the powerful imposing manner of common people. Beginning of the universe spirit treasure fuses with you completely. They turned into you, you turned into them. In other words, you now were the human form weapons. Beginning of the universe spirit treasure, and between you are the parasitic relations, they will protect you, you can also borrow the strength to them. After you die, needs to offer a sacrifice to offer the soul. You are their first master, decides a name. Jiangyi puts them, was introducing the situation of mixing day of spirit. Treasure. Chapter 976, The Enlightened Rulers Arrive, Visit World Lord. Volume 2, Comprehensive Eruption. Crazy Fusion, Common People Good Fortune, Surprise Opening, Trillion National. Destinies, Awaken the Quiet Dark Green, Profound Mainland. The first concubine regains consciousness, the world prison attacks strongly. 5 big gold/metal tie induces, gets together, burns the space warfare. Territory, the Imperial Prince National Destiny adds the body, the crazy war. 8 sovereigns said, Celestial Empress Governing Day Line, Daluo 10. 1000 Beast Howling Days, Azura begins the war of Kunlun Mountains, Tears. The Life and Death 2. The World Floating Blood, 10,000 Clans Shake. The Raging Fire, burns the day, My Sovereign Long Live. When the God Sovereign status informed the world, when Southeast Tianmen. Reappeared world, when 1 million games soul, killed the netherworld, the Millennium's lost secret to detonate the dark green, profound mainland. But in the endless confusion, is actually dormant the secret of quiet shadow. Li Yin, Yang discuss, Jiang Ben, they just fused, the imposing manner is not good to control, is seething with excitement, the powerful power and influence. Li Yin, whole body illumination, probably human form mainland, clearly. Discernible mountains and rivers land, forest waterfall, even can see the inner and outer city walls people. Around Yang discuss the courage vigor is torrential, like the thunder, opened. The gate of hell black light, probably, is evilly more frigid. However his ancient times whale soul was too powerful, forms the outline, paces back and forth in the life and death, in bloodshed deep place surges, partly visible. Whale cry, reverberation world. Jiangbin whole body roaring flame turns wells up, cannot suppress, completely. A soaring to the heavens swift and fierce power and influence direct link. Vault of heaven, causes the fierce dense fog to turn wells up, stirring. Mixes day of spirit treasure, such weapon. Yang discuss here's such name for the first time. Name is not good to think that what name can be joined. Li Yin feels the vigorous air/chi that the whole body is surging, shocking is more excited. He had the powerful confidence for the first time, gets married permits pill the confidence is challenges the main body the confidence. Jiangyi said, you think slowly, slowly the sensibility, they can change your lives in brief, do not disappoint them. Yang disgust looks at Jiangyi, did you really give me? What condition has such weapon altogether has 5, is hiding the special secret, you must share with me after the discovery. This said that also? Makes our presenting a gift faith tokens with this. I do not restrain you to be free, does not force you to work, but you must follow side me, I will be capable of accompanying you to return the Sea of Torah until some day. Presenting a gift faith token? Yang discuss is vigilant immediately. Friendship. Jiangyi smiles. Really didn't have other goal? Some Yang discuss suspicions. Do not think me is so complex, slowly is together. If your witch day felt that we are truly inappropriate, you can leave momentarily. You mix day of spirit treasure speaking of 5, other 2, Yang. Bianjing is saying, in nearby forest land walks, 2 forms. Beautiful nimble and resourceful, pure only beautiful. Graceful, charming moving. The physique that selects high, comes slender and wispy, was too beautiful. The entirely different style collides the unequaled wonderful character and style. Is absent-minded, infatuated, making one immerse. Probably was more beautiful including the surrounding forest land. To do mixed day of spirit treasure is they? Yang discuss gets back ones. Composure, the eye ground exudes the bright light, the been able to bear. Relapse sizes up. The attractive leather bag finds it everywhere, but like beautiful moving, is extraordinary, is sending out the woman of unique charm, is really very few. Jiang Yi said with a smile, disappointed you, 2 men. Male? The chest muscles is so big. It is not they. Indeed, male length this, how making the woman live. Great whale spirit mark? Black whale soul. Are you successor in Sea God Island? The Xiang Wanqing lips is ruddy, the light language smiled faintly. The fragrant tongue appeared intermittently, the makings of attracting makes. The person bloodlines spurred to open. I do not have the least bit relations with the Sea God Island. Yang discuss. Here's the Sea God Island 3 characters, the eye ground cold light explodes. Flashes, turns the courage vigor black light violent turbulence of welling up. Including the surroundings, sends out murderous aura, dreadfully. The Sea God Island, once was he biggest pride. Now actually seems like the taboo to be the same, but here's being burning with anger that cannot bear. He how? Xiang Wanqing surprised looked at Jiang Yi, this person looks very hot. Tempered. Similar to you, was abandoned. However, he is more miserable than you. Jiang Yi shrugs, arrives among them, comes, makes an introduction to you. This is Yi Amren, 5 lines of day marks, this is, the flame imaginary bird. The body of monster spirit, fused the antiquity sun totem, this is Xiang Wanqing, 9-day fox spirit mark, fusion antiquity moon totem. This is my apprentice Li Yin, at present is the supreme double saint mark, you. We're very familiar. This is my brother Jiang Bin, the concrete status I am not clear, you are. Together, slowly. Jiang Yi is pointing at Yang, discuss, great whale day mark, just awakened. Ancient times the whale soul. Ancient times whale soul? Xiang Wanqing surprise. Did such character see God Island abandon unexpectedly? It is not right, how Jiang Yi involved the same place with such person. The Yang discuss arrogant facial expression turned surprisedly. Day 5 lines? Antiquity moon sun totem? Is Jiang Yi this, so many powerhouses from which collect? Does he want to do? Founds the new royalty? Well, probably really feasible. Yang discuss pupil glittering, feels hot-blooded finally. By their strengths. But also really possibly founds the royalty alone, as the matter stands, he had the strength to take revenge to the Sea God Island. Jiang Yi said, you and other 2 mixed day of spirit treasure, in no return. Holy Land, one is Zhou Qingshou, star spirit mark, one is Han Ao, pterodactyl. Spirit mark. I have not guessed that wrong words, they had fused, the section time may come. Stars? Dragon? Can the weapon rank of if with them fusing, that future control the stars and evolved big dragon? This strength, probably strong somewhat excessive. Yang discuss knits the brows slightly, Jiang Yi, under not introduction. Yourself? My situation is quite complex, is okay. My matter, you know, I actually know nothing about you, how does this make us cooperate? Do you really want to listen? Naturally. Do not be afraid. Fear? Hee, you look down on my Yang discuss. Jiang Yi hesitates slightly, said, I once was South the Holy Land Alliance. Revered the Lord disciple, afterward was caught up, the present is South the royalty blazing the 3rd-class elder of heaven. I was chased down by North Royalty Gu Hua Imperial City, because I curled their first large clan Qiao to escape, but also killed their 2 saint ancestor 2 and a half saints. ninth lunar month the dynasty was chased down by the Western royalty. Because I urged too big royalty to encircle them almost extinguishes the country to them. I was chased down by Northwest royalty supreme Jin Qing, because I have shamed them, killed their many people. I am attempting with the royal chaos purple mansion reconciliation, is because I caught their little princess. The Northwest sovereign said, 10,000 gods, they just arranged an order. Me to the list that and must kill. The territory Southern Underground Control World Prison, I just sent people to destroy their 3 headquarters couple days ago, now should hit. Jiang Yi said. Yang Discuss was shocked thoroughly, the eye stares is staring at Jiang Yi one by one, the finger is moving, in the quantity of royalty. Subconscious several Jiang Yi just said. Jiang Yi is smiling, the racket Yang Discuss shoulder, your matter, did not call the matter. Yang Discuss returned to getting back one's composure, looks around person, is he blowing flamboyant? Yi Anren shaking the head joke, we're troublesome many, you accept slowly. Wait. Waits. Lets me slowly. Yang Bianru the head, suddenly has to plant the feeling of pirate ship. His goal is the sea god island, how one does not pay attention, were many so many enemies. Jiang Yi said right, Zhou Qingshou and Han Ao, after fusing the weapon to leave Holy Land to go to Flaming Heaven. They must express gratitude with Jiang Yi, while convenient the situation of understanding weapon. However, they are not come, but comes with no return Holy Lord. No return Holy Lord reveres the Lord name by the South Holy Land Alliance. Leading numerous senior elder and elders, the disciple, the high-sounding talk. To lead the Luofu mountain range, the visit Blazing Heaven. Starts the chaotic war South Territory, all vision focuses the Jiang Yi. Special time, no return Holy Lord to revere the name of high-sounding talk. Lord to visit, its significance did not say freely, drummed up support. Cheer. The name that however no return Holy Lord makes is actually very reasonable in view of the fact that Blazing Day of World Lord to move the restore to the stove, no return Holy Lord is willing with Flaming Heaven mediates the beforehand gratitude and grudges, common maintenance Southwest is stable. After Flaming Heaven obtains the news, announced in high profile that welcome no return Holy Lord visiting, but also delegated the Overlord Warring States Overlord to arrive at beyond the Warring States 100 li, 0.5 kilometers, to guard the waiting personally. Era on March 1st, 9. Under the attention of innumerable vision, the No Return Holy Lord team arrived in the Overlord Warring States, received to wait for here Overlord. Warmly to welcome. Chapter 977, The Enlightened Rulers Arrive, Visit World Lord. Paternal Aunt, how did you come? Jiang Yi welcomed the past with the team of Warring States, when the Overlord, with the No Return Holy Lord small talk, found paternal aunt Jiang Xian in the crowd. 8 trigrams, gossip. Jiang Xian sees Jiang Yi, embraces the bosom with a smile, the little fellow now was more and more prospect, gave them Jiang family, to make every effort to succeed. 8 trigrams, gossip? Doesn't the Jiang Yi surprise, come to drum up support to me? Jiang Xian lowers the sound, enlightened ruler makes a bet with senior elder. The gambling flew into a rage, must come personally. What gambling hits? Jiang Yi does not know whether to laugh or cry, how also to fly into a rage. Gambling Blazing Heaven World Lord is a female. The Jiang Yi corner of the eye pulled out pulling out, this? You do not know. That Blazing Heaven World Lord is male, is female? Flaming Heaven was far from our no return Holy Land too, is the royalty of keeping aloof, did not have to relate. Evenly fire Holy Land still contacts. Inside certain refine the pill of immortality masters, not directly with the qualifications that World Lord taught. Moreover, blazing World Lord of Heaven, from ancient to present is very mysterious, are extremely few outside makes an appearance. Jiang Xian spoke, Wei Qianqiu and other senior elder shot a look. Jiang Yi is awkward, female. Oh. Several senior elder and elders sighed with one voice, helpless shook the head. Jiang Yi does not know whether to laugh or cry, were you idle, was bored? Jiang Xian shakes the head, blames you, must make what a mortal pill. The enlightened ruler started to make funeral arrangements before, you're booing. Continued dozens years of life to her. She has a feeling rejuvenated feeling. These days has been stimulated. Couple days ago told the master to fill evening's liquor, almost sent off the old man. Wei Qianqiu makes an effort to cough in front, this girl, how anything said. Outward. Jiang Yi embraces Zhou Qingshou saying, how feels? The Zhou Qingshou elegant bearing, natural shaking the feather fan, said with a smile, Saint Mark. Congratulations. Also has the worry. What worry? I handsome person God altogether indignant, the heaven makes me create a miracle, the girl students in Holy Land looked that my look was different. Oh. One did not pay attention to become in their dream the sweetheart, the worry. The elegant monster almost tramples, looks at the type of your Dai Chinese. Zither. Zhou Qingshou is blinking to Jiang Yi, said quietly, Took, is quite wild. Xiao Fengwu must envy. He when? I must chat with him. That feeling. Quite wonderful, quite comfortable. Jiang Yi shakes the head with a smile, asked Han Ao, Supreme excellent works? The change of Han Ao is obvious, the tall and straight physique was more majestic, is majestic passes sends out the powerful self-confidence and imposing manner. I have a suspicion, this blade seems like with the big dragon. Remains forges, is the true big dragon. 5 weapons have the secret, respectively, waits to return to flaming heaven. I give you to introduce in detail. Under the warm reception of Overlord, the no-return Holy Land Team High sounding talk enters blazing heaven. The warring states and Xinghua people cause a stir immediately. How did the no-return Holy Land team go in? According to flaming the tradition of heaven, all external guests must receive the warring states and Xinghua cannot enter blazing heaven. Even if the royalty arrives, enters to flaming heaven to notify by the palace. Blazing heaven to send people to meet. No return Holy Land, although is south revering of Holy Land Lord, is insufficient such treatment. Flaming heaven, this is giving the no return Holy Lord face, is to the Jiang Yi face? Flaming heaven, this looks after Jiang Yi, is favoring Jiang Yi. The crowd stir, discusses spiritedly. In the special period of Jiang Yi, declaring war world prison, the no return Holy Lord high-sounding talk drums up support, blazing heaven world Lord not to evade, the back profound meaning has to be thought-provoking. The no-return Holy Land team enters blazing heaven, was startled by the present scene. Here looks like the vast forest world, the appearance of the mountain fluctuates, the big mountain is towering, the forest is luxuriant, the fog fills the air, cannot look at the boundary. Not only the natural energy is strong, but also is filling the light medicine. Fragrance. Here really like legend, is an independent microcosm. Royalty. Disparity. Zhou Qingshou, the first time our entered the royalty, has endless emotion. A holy land over 100 li, 0.5 kilometers, range, had felt very big, arriving here. Knows that what is true big. They walk in holy land on the line, most mounts the clouds and rides the mist. May come here, must through the space sacrificial altar, cross the space to move unexpectedly. Jiang Yi leads them to span the sacrificial altar one after another, crosses more than 2,000 li, 0.5 kilometers, arrived at the forbidden area of Deep Place. Little miss? No wonder. No return Holy Lord has not entered blazing a day of main hall, saw World Lord. That sits in the high place. Boundary that moves fast, deciding is the life and death boundary. The immature cheeks do not seem like with elixir maintain. In other words, present-age World Lord is also at the little girl of life and death boundary unexpectedly. Before no return Holy Lord enters the main hall, shot a look at Jiang Yi. Meaningfully. It is not such that you think. Jiang Yi hurries to explain in a low voice, do not make the joke. It is not such, can she such? Which type with which type? Do not play the fool. Domestic generally likes wild, looks for the stimulation, I understand. No return Holy Lord spoke thoughtlessly too, entered flaming to day of main hall. Image. Attention image. Wei Qianqiu and the others reminded and behind hastily in a low voice. Oh, is not free from worry. I, since succeeding Southern Holy Land Lord, has been busy with reorganizing. Southern Holy Land, arranges Great Wilderness Holy Land, cannot visit World Lord promptly, was disrespectful. World Lord has the courage to receive Jiang Yi, to handle the rebel. Cable/search mansion fairly, a more fearless sovereign said that the threat of royalty, guards to flaming the heaven impressive and dignified manner, I deeply feel to admire. This thinks that is a martial-looking domineering man. Has not thought that unexpectedly is the daughter body. Women is willing to be left behind by men, who said that the female is inferior to the male, is really our female models. No return Holy Lord walks, well said that lifts the hand to salute to World Lord. World Lord also lifts the hand to return salute, no return Holy Lord. Perseveres the great wilderness abyss, resists the dark attack, defends the Holy Land dignity with the blood, the South Holy Land Alliance should hand over in your hand. Central Holy Land made a correct decision, finally. Two people frequent each other politely, the atmosphere is harmonious. This also makes elders of both sides relax secretly, for fear that own miss spoke incorrectly the words, lost the courtesy. Was saying to be saying, World Lord felt not a little right. Is this old woman does do? Also without mentioning matter of cooperation, without becoming friends with. Meaning, is irrelevanting some words. Then actually said goodbye. Not the short discussion, did not end steadily moderately. Stands the little old man continually in corner, is surprised. Where World Lord can think, Holy Land Lord, that this seems like the peerless grace and talent, but comes to see her as the male-female. Jiang Yi with Han Ao and Zhou Qingshou explanation is mixing day of spirit. Treasure outside the palace, introduced Yan discuss, and the others, without thinking of no return Holy Lord, came out quickly. Is about to end? What did you discuss? Jiang Yi welcomed. Haven't you taken her? No return Holy Lord opens the mouth a few words, are red in the face to Jiang Yi noisy. Enlightened ruler, am I that person who betrays the appearance receiving in exchange cooperation? Why does she help you? Without the thorough exchange, she can protect you? I just started to think that you looked for a mother to yourself, comes to exchange the mothering attainment especially. Sees her first to think that you looked for a wife, prepares to chat the child custody well. May chat, felt not quite right. Jiang Yi, you make me very awkward. I am awkward. Jiang Yi wants to cry but have no tears, this anything with. Anything. How you achieve. Safely, broken? No return Holy Lord observed closely. Nearby Yi Anren suddenly. Yi Anren is just about to salute, suddenly is startled, what broken? Zhou Qingshou there calls out an alarm one, took? Brothers, okay. Yi Anren then understands, blushes at the scene bashfully. Well? Jiang Xian at present one bright, hurries to pull Yi Anren, was. Pregnant? Had not had, Yi Anren to shame the elegant face to become the red apple. When matter. Jiang Xian gives Jiang Yi to signal with the eyes repeatedly. Okay, straightened out finally, after Jiang family must have. Yi Anren signals with the eyes to Jiang Yi, how this replied. Do not worry, finds the time to select, pays attention to the attitude, too. Continue to try hard. No return Holy Lord looks that shows the loving mother. Smile safely. Enlightened ruler. Wei Qianqiu and the others hurried to advise, your unmarried woman, said with had the experience to be the same very much. Zhou Qingshou racket Jiang Yi's shoulder, has the miracle vigorously. Miracle your head. The elegant monster grabs him to cast off, do you join in? The fun. Yi Anren really cannot resist, awkward praise for rescue from Jiang Yi. Chapter 978, Eternal 6, Common People Good Fortune. Jiang Yi hurries to shift the topic, did enlightened ruler, what you discuss? With World Lord? Since you have not taken, new simply. Hasn't discussed other? You do not make every effort to succeed, what can I also discuss? First meeting, knew that was good. Without the special relations, is too deep. Appears as who comes up to discuss, not to have the scale. You catch up from afar, meets goes back? Here on the way, I must go to Crepe Myrtle Holy Land. Did there look for trouble? They have been staring at the great wilderness abyss, I go to remind to them. Cries to poor mouth while convenient. Poor mouths? I must plan to build great wilderness holy land, no one does not have money. Not to have the resources. Li Fire Holy Land was found time by the Somalian. Mansion, poor ding-dong sound. The Spirit Tribulation's Holy Land and chaotic. Sky Holy Land, the important person asks for money to be the same, I am disinclined to look at their countenance. No return, Holy Lord reveals to wipe the cunning smile, Crepe Myrtle Holy Land. Hit my face, can I forgive them? This time does not put their 10 gene, 0.5 kilograms. Blood, the old lady, I do not walk. Agile and fierce. Jiang Yi sigh with emotion shaking the head. Wei Qianqiu, they are face bashful straight shaking the head, in the booth such. Enlightened ruler, they are very helpless. Can I ride a bandwagon not? Jiang Yi thinks of means suddenly, is led him by. No return Holy Lord, south crosses with territory boundary, thorough. Territory. Do you want to go to Crepe Myrtle Holy Land? I must enter the territory, something must process. You know life and death boundary, but also dares to run around? You do not fear death outside, let's remain a widow safely? I do not cause trouble. You did not cause trouble are strange. Okay, did not manage you. Tidies up, we. Tomorrow. Enlightened ruler, can you really take him? He is the life and death. Boundary. Wei Qianqiu reminded the enlightened ruler hastily, this did not make his playing. The Jiang Yi character they understood, at this time was determined to enter. The territory, definitely had very special matter, means that will have the danger. The life and death boundary suits the peaceful recuperation, cultivation, and sensibility, if comes across the big surprise, is not weak lethal, is explodes. The body to perish. The enlightened rulers led him to leave at this time, to harm him. On his stimulated character, can calm and steady live here for 3 years? If really lives for 3 years, he is not insane, must be insane safely. No return, Holy Lord said. The people collective is silent. Jiangyi catches up with no return, Holy Lord, can enlightened ruler, with you. Taking advantage of 2 people with Zhou Qingshou and Hanao? You left Holy Land, hasn't forgotten to draw my blood? Then let alone is serious, I borrow some time. Weapon somewhat special secret. That they fuse, I think to gather together earlier them, look consents. Anything. You chatted with them, the son mother, they want with me, to want. Greatly with you. Jiangyi said with a smile bitterly and astringently, I will also give back to Holy Land them finally, particularly Hanao. Zhou Qingshou, listens to your tone, didn't plan also? Also, together. What matter do you enter the territory to have? I must see individual. Worries very much? Does not calculate that worries. My this time goes to crepe Myrtle Holy Land, actually reason. No return, Holy Lord, spreads out after the following person, said, Central. Zushan every 200 years, will choose guarding from Central 4 big Holy Land. This is the unsurpassed great honor, will have the enormous right, what is more important is can take over control of the common people Bao. Present guarding, is north the center Holy Land, beginning 10,000 Holy Land. Day Spirit, mark, Holy Spirit boundary. He reigns already for 267 years, reason that has not abdicated on time. Because Central Holy Land has not been born over 3-day Spirit mark. This is the custom of Zushan, 200 years ago, starts to choose guarding the guarding expiration, but must be syngenesis daily presents over 3-day, and common competition, can contend the position of Zushan town defender. This competition is often fierce, because Holy Land does not have resources. Training day to the Holy Spirit, Zushan has some Central Holy Land background. Jiangyi knows that the Central Holy Land strength will be very strong. Although independent strength far inferior royalty, but 4 join up, but also really can have the strength of royalty. In addition, strong influence is on good terms with numerous influences. Holy Land was very high in the position of territory is also reasonable. Now North Center beginning 10,000 East Holy Land and Center 2 Profound Holy Land and Central Southern Crepe Myrtle Holy Land had respective day, and has trained maturely, chooses the optimization of successor. However. But what? On the face of Jiangyi strange, no return Holy Lord, rarely saw. That she is so serious. According to the beforehand anticipation, this generation of Zushan town defenders likely falls on 10,000 beginning Holy Land. Because that successor is startled to pick certainly colorfully, is mighty, is the direct line descendant of current guarding. But a while ago, Crepe Myrtle Holy Land successor Cold Wenching, successfully held up the replica that the common people bent, condensed the taking a life arrow to make more than 200 li, 0.5 kilometers, in the shock south the territory. Alarm Zushan. Many Holy Land after obtaining news, has started to leave to go to southern Crepe Myrtle Holy Land, they must witness this miracle there together with own eyes. Replica that common people bend? Jiangyi recorded, probably anything floated. Lives will prevent many world saint, had the common people Bao of Zushan. Common people Bao is the town/subdues mountain treasure of central Zushan, as high as 3,010 feet, is absolutely the ton, may draw support from marvelous law of Zushan, unites the common people wishing strength, the release taking a life arrow and common people tribulation light and other destruction. Strengths. The potential that the common people bend was boundless, has the record. Highest firing distance to be 300,000 li, 0.5 kilometers, the might weight / etc. had the connection with the belief strength, the wishing strength of common people. Named floats the organization of fresh meeting, had prevented the common people bow, although has not succeeded, but too can release the wishing strength truly. Holy Land of beginning in 10,000, in Crepe Myrtle Holy Land. Their concrete might few people know, but because is the replica, the condensed common people strength is limited, even the high rank, Nirvana boundary, still can only make 100 li, 0.5 kilometers. But the Crepe Myrtle Holy Land successor can by soul boundary 9th heavenly layer, plunder the powerful destiny unexpectedly, makes 200 li, 0.5 kilometers, is really unthinkable. If is really this time guarding very possible not to need to compare. She is the rightest candidate. Because she very possible is in the legend, bends / bow the day electing child. Who most agrees with the common people? Day electing child? Jiangyi was too sensitive to this name. I concrete am not clear, probably in the Zhoushan historical data records. After Crepe Myrtle Holy Land successor cold wenching makes 200 li, 0.5 kilometers, Zhoushan. There sent the envoy to go to Crepe Myrtle Holy Land especially, probably. Checked. Master, do you understand? Jiangyi inquires Pil Sovereign immediately, is really the day electing child who he understands, is the Zhoushan independent name. Should be of common people, good fortunes, eternal 6 say, / way. Eternal 6? World breeding destruction strength at the same time, will be born the strength of protecting oneself, named Eternal 6. Also is 6 pinnacle inheritance, 6 pinnacle protections. The common people good fortune, the meaning is to derive the common people 10,000 spirit destiny and deduction does not have Shank Swanmyo. Practices the pinnacle, can with the wish resonance of the world common people, taking advantage of directing wishing of common people, deducts to exterminate various heaven, the destruction strength. Jiangyi is stunned, such strength? Various days 6, bury beside, eternal 6? To say the world altogether has 12 day electing children. Pil Sovereign is strange, the world altogether has the Jiuzhou 13 Cs, the day electing child actually only then 12, each region shared one to be good. The dark green profound mainland designated Jiangyi and Leaf Shu Tian. Unexpectedly one after another, cold wenching. Is because the dark green profound mainland is the reason of ancestor place. Is the dark green profound mainland burying day? Chapter 979, Xiang Wanqing Crisis. Master. Can a person simultaneously have eternal 6 to bury with various days? After Jiangyi's surprise, the complexion is suddenly dignified. Do you want to do? If cannot be the friend, I must remove her. Jiangyi look in clear, uncertain change. Common people good fortune. 10,000 spirit destiny and common people wish. Such inheritance falls Holy Land, without doubt, had the advantageous growth. Environment. If Zhoushan drums up support for cold, wenching the high-sounding talk, her will influence be bigger, the destiny of control will be stronger, the strength will progress by leaps and bounds, to continue to rise suddenly. This is a fearful character, is a potential huge threat. Once cold wenching with him for the enemy, what bad aspect is hard to imagine. Him to face. Removed her, Pil Sovereign, to understand the Jiangyi worry. Crepe Myrtle Holy Land has the gratitude and grudges with no return Holy Land. Cold wenching has regarded as the rebel me as the Crepe Myrtle successor. When I will raise the confusion in the future, causes all parties to crusade against, she is the Zhoushan town defender, will regard as the different kind. Me. In order to enhance her influence, she also possibly lifts up high enforcing justice on behalf of heaven and complies with common people. The slogan begins using the common people bow to be away from tens of thousands li, 0.5 km, several hundred thousand li, 0.5 kilometers, bang to kill me. Jiang Yi more, thinks more likely. Although has not met, but Jiang Yi can definitely judge, they are the mortal enemies. The threat that this cold wenching will soon bring, might surpass Li Shutian. To surpass Xiao Qinghua. Pale Sovereign hesitates saying, theoretically actually. However, you as inheritance who various days 6 berry, wants to inherit the eternal 6 strengths, needs the connecting point. I have certainly. The master you forgot, after my previous generation died, Celestial Empress. Led God dynasty various Jiang jointly to offer sacrifice to heaven, condenses. Wishing of trillion people, the seal the God dynasty national destiny. That energy, is the connecting point. This truly is the connecting point, but she is the crepe myrtle successor. Will soon become the Zhoushan town defender. If you plunder forcefully, was equal to offending Holy Land thoroughly. Offends Holy Land always to feel better to offend the common people. I cannot make cold wenching lead the common people to wish, cannot make the Holy Land alliance my mortal enemy because of her. Jiang Yi decides, said to no return Holy Lord, I go to be able she. No return Holy Lord does not know that Jiang Yi has moved his killed intent. Said, she, if is really a day of electing child, is the Zhoushan town defender. Of no suspense. According to that ancient legend, she even can command dark green profound Holy Land, and even Holy Land of other mainland. The dark green profound Holy Land alliance will cause the world to focus attention on Holy Land position, by time will be promoted. If you do not worry, can have a look to there. The reason, to flaming the name of heaven, said that you return to the stove, cut the Somalian mansion, wants to offend the crepe myrtle Holy Land. Matter to apologize for before. If put to trouble with you, you can. Which you to do not annoy troublesome, I can shoulder. If the trouble does stir up a little in a big way, won't you relax? The drive-head wild boar enjoyed the hand addiction to be good, but could also fall a dragon to bend down a tiger? After the no-return Holy Lord high-sounding talk enters blazing heaven, leaf. Zhu Tian, who tracks also arrived at the warring states. He is ambushed in Luofu, waits for the star sword to go out informed and experienced, wants to find the opportunity to rob. Without thinking to wait, waited till the high-sounding talk journey. Of no return Holy Lord unexpectedly, the star sword was one of them. He can only follow quietly, what his not thought was follows to the warring states unexpectedly. Return to the beginning. Well, in the temple, who came the warring states? Leaf Zhu Tian just arrived at the warring states, the jade pendant of waist exudes the bright light. This is the antique temple unique jade, the time waste of each important personage action, can hang one outside. If encounters the danger, the jade will disrupt automatically the record. Final picture, feeds in the sacrificial altar of antique temple. If two jade pendant distances are very near, can the mutual induction in the past had a look. Leaf Zhu Tian is very strange, since sent him, how also faction person. The person in antique temple has been scarce, majority also in the revelation. Battlefield, the world of mortals an event delegated one well, probably does not need to delegate second. Jupiter? How you came? Leaf Zhu Tian pursued the goal, following the jade pendant, after the surprise. Saluted hastily. Although Xingfutu also is small, is 2 years old, but since birth is Saint King Spirit Mark, now is the Nirvana boundary. Moreover, Xingfutu's status was too special, even the head monks must call on ancestor. It can be said that Xingfutu is the antique temple position highest status. Most special existence. Which did you go? Xingfutu sits cross-legged in the room, contemplates. Silently. Handled a private affair. Leaf Shu Tian dreads Xingfutu very much. Reason. That without announcing his buries the inheritance greatly, was worried that was won by Xingfutu forcefully. Arranges you to come, is the observation blazing heaven world lord, deals. Threat that the sovereign said. Do you handle the private affair? Unexpectedly? Xingfutu opens the eyes, jet black like black ink, without the least bit white of the eye. This is the demon eye, came from the fearful demon eye of demon embryo. Breeding. Sudden. Respect that very Leaf Shu Tian displays. Before is truly powerful, he is not possible to have the conflict with Xingfutu. Processed? Also requires a period of time. Gives you again the section time, processes to return to the temple as soon as possible. You were long in the time that ninth heavenly layer stayed enough. Was the time enters the life and death boundary. Leaf Shu Tian salutes the compliance, asked, Jupiter, how did you come? Personally? 10,000 gods found us, hopes the mediate contradiction and ensure blazing. The person who heaven detains to leave the south smoothly. Did they walk? Had/left some accidents/surprises, but walked. You stay here are. Jiangyi declared war with the world prison, blazing heaven to choose. Toleration unexpectedly. I must determine, personally blazing heaven world lord. Intention, she must protect Jiangyi, must train Jiangyi. Before 3000, Xingfutu witnesses world lord to compete the sovereign, saying that what a pity finally failed. This samsara returns, definitely wants to remain in limelight, but can also bring to flaming heaven impact sovereign, to say. The appearance of Jiangyi might stimulate her to choose one with the roads of previous generation different competition. Naturally, he stays here except for observing world lord, must wait for the Jiangyi moon sun totem. Jiangyi unexpectedly declaring war world prison, Leaf Shu Tian considers only tracing to hurry along, has not known this situation with enough time. You handle your matter, after finishing up, returns to the temple as soon as possible. Yes, Leaf Shu Tian said goodbye to leave. Wait. Had you had the contact with Jiangyi before? Has met, simply. To meet several contacts, was rejected by him. Have you deduced his fate? Why for these days Xingfutu does not know. Contemplated, always remembers Jiangyi. Besides the reason of totem, bewildered familiarity. Where probably had seen. This feeling is very strange. Has deduced, cannot see clearly. Leaf Shu Tian has truly deduced, but the star chart is complex, dim changeable, as he has deduced in all star charts is obscurely difficult to understand. He has not been surprised, because Jiangyi accepted, buried to extinguish the inheritance, the destiny can only decide by the day, was decided by him. Next day, no return. Holy Lord said goodbye to flaming heaven world lord, the high-sounding talk, goes north the territory. The Jiangyi secret infiltrated the no-return Holy Land team. Li Yin, Jiangben, Yang, discuss, hidden bronze inside the tower. However the clever bird and Xiang Wanqing remained flaming heaven. They in coordination between Yi Anren are getting more and more tacit, the obtained sensibility are also getting more and more, including 5 lines of Divine Dragon, suggested that they stay behind. Do they want to go? Leaf Zhu Tian stands in the wilderness, is looking into the no-return Holy Land. Team of going far away. This thinks that no-return Holy Land will treat here for several days, thinks that the owner of Star's sword returned to the store of Xinghua and in warring states to stroll, he happened to look for the opportunity attraction Star's sword to leave, started to outside. I look at their directions, might go north. Do we also want to follow? The accompanied man somewhat worries. The time that they go out has the limit. Xing Futu also reminded Leaf Zhu Tian to go back to arrange the life and death boundary as soon as possible. What hunting is most important is the patience. Leaf Zhu Tian must decide the Star's sword arrangement, life and death boundary. This is his arrangement. So long as can result in the Star's sword, he can easily pass the life and death boundary. Chapter 980, Xiang Wanqing Crisis. After Xing Futu obtains the news, was strange. Did no return Holy Lord go north? Do they want to go to the territory? The accompanied old man said, no return Holy Lord influence in south, not in territory. He should not be helped. Jiao can only be visit Crepe Myrtle Holy Land. No return Holy Lord wants to ask Crepe Myrtle Holy Land to meddle south. The territory fight suppresses the world prison? Has this possibility? No return Holy Lord really Jiang Yi, when the biological sun raised. Xing Futu shakes the head to continue to contemplate what he and others is. Jiang Yi, what waited is the moon-sun totem, other has nothing to do with him. As for the means that he prepared too. One is the starry sky coal. One extremely precious metallic material, inside contains the unique energy. Is refinement day pill one of the source pill's primary materials. The goal is to visit World Lord taking advantage of the starry sky coal. Then is acted by World Lord, letting him to borrow the Jiangyi Moon-Sun totem. To have a look, to determine two totem the situations, looked whether is worth him striving. Second is the Yellow Springs Ghost Book. The curse weapon of antique temple collection. Drop somebody's blood in the Yellow Springs Ghost Book, can control his soul. Temporarily, turns into the puppet. The goal is after the determination Moon-Sun totem is truly worth striving. Finds the opportunity to order Jiang Yi with the Yellow Springs Ghost Book. Hands over the totem. These two things in the antique temple, he have assigned the person to take. By his position, temple, there will not reject. Calculates the time, 35 days can deliver again. Well, this feeling. Xing Futu detected suddenly a very subtle feeling, caused the fluctuation of his deep soul unexpectedly. He left the courtyard, tracked down the feeling to arrive at the Warring States North Gate. Overlords, ominous spirit wait and the others, for flaming heaven world. Lord, see off no return Holy Lord personally. In the team of send-off, is standing two beautiful moving females. And, the physique is beautiful, is long-haired, but the back gives the attractive feeling that the race the bloodlines spurt to open. She puts on very magnificently, has honored makings, the snow-white flesh, that because appears externally, added for several points to attract. That form attracted Xing Futu attention firmly. Not because of stature, but as the unique energy. Who is she? Xing Futu is the deep soul, is not dying wicked soul of netherworld hell, is extremely sensitive to the negative pole cold air / chi. That woman in crowd, in the body is occupying some type vastly to the air / chi. Of chill / cold is unable to explain, probably, moreover unusual pure. When Xing Futu notices her, that form seems to have felt, then looked to the lively city gate place. Xiang Wanqing, bringing the mask to cover the status. What looks at? Yi Anren is asking nearby Xiang Wanqing. To this as charming in woman as bone, she had some favorable impressions. Because Xiang Wanqing can definitely follow Jiang Yi to leave, perhaps by her charm, really can strive for anything. But Xiang Wanqing stayed behind on own initiative, intends to maintain with the Jiang Yi distance. This is to her respect. Xiang Wanqing was away from Be very far, sweeps a form, but she pretended not to discover, very natural returning body. Yang discuss they are accompanying Jiang Yi, you do not need to be worried. Mixes day of spirit treasure, to erupt, to exceed the boundary, great power under special circumstances. I actually hope you are accompanying the past. Younger sister thought highly of me. His character, you should most understand, what if really made to decide, I can unable to block. Xiang Wanqing also wants to follow, but considering Yi Anren, therefore bore. Moreover, she does not know that Jiang Yi notices, that woman in crystal coffin must regain consciousness, probably. I really took you, was actually worried about him? If he is so easy dead, had died, but can also restless to the present? The clever bird turns into the fox appearance, the neckband that the look is. Enchanted by looks it opens wide slightly the nest on the Xiang Wanqing shoulder. That profound gully must pull, probably its soul. We should go back. When the no-return Holy Land team vanishes in the horizon, the Overlord, the ominous spirit period of 5 days returned to the warring states one after another. Xiang Wanqing, Yi Anren and the others go to flaming heaven. Blazing the person in heaven? Xing Futu is staring at that say/way graceful form. Can cause the deep soul induction? Is her spirit mark is special, what weapon there is? It seems like blazing in heaven, the interesting thing to be many. Crepe Myrtle Holy Land. When no return Holy Lord goes to Crepe Myrtle Holy Land, the Zushan envoys completed the inspection to purple slightly successor Cold Wenqing, officially determines its status, day electing child of Zushan historical record. However wants the approval of dark green profound Holy Land, Crepe Myrtle Holy Land to need to show Cold Wenqing the strength publicly, was announced the secret by Zushan. Afterward, Crepe Myrtle Holy Land presents the life of Zushan to announce that dark green profound Holy Land, inviting them to get together in Crepe Myrtle Holy Land. Wenqing, how you came out. I do not mean, has what need direct opens the mouth, I arrange the person to deliver to you. Crepe Myrtle enlightened ruler Cold Qing Feng sees the treasure daughter. Immediately shows the smile, welcomed the past quickly. Your present energy adjusts best the condition, waits for world Holy Land to converge. Demonstrates your ability well. Father felt relieved, my condition is very good, will not give the Crepe Myrtle Holy Land to lose face. Cold Wenqing person such as the name, indifferent aloof from worldly affairs. Has to plant to be aloof beside feeling. Especially after obtaining good fortune inheritance, gradually sends out one to dominate the impressive and dignified manners above 10,000 person. But she is very beautiful, in this mortal world rare beauty, can make the 100 flowers change colors, making the beautiful and fragrant flowers low. Spirited, probably a true saintess arrives at the world. She also really has the proud capital, for big Holy Land of in territory are 100 years presents day rarely, once is born, must be the Holy Land. Unsurpassed glory, let alone her awakening day, was designated by the heaven. Haha, world Holy Land gets together in one, is 10,000 years of rare grand meeting. You are the pride of Father, you are the pride of our Crepe Myrtle Holy Land. Cold Qing Feng really cannot repress joy at heart, said that wild with joy is not overrated. The envoys and Zushan officially determined that Cold Wenqing status that moment, he felt the whole world changes was beautiful. Clarity that too, although Zushan has not explained to the day-electing child. But the meaning in spoken language is clear. Their cold Wenqing does not need to inspect, becomes the Zushan town defender. Directly, but can also have right law world holy land. Father, depending on female expensive/noble, his position will also be improved, becomes world holy land most honored one. Has pressed beginning 10,000 thoroughly, is too unreliable, how dark. Green. Cold Wenqing brings the thin veil, the chilly sweet and pretty appearance. Is partly visible, dim mysterious, I heard that the world prison was noisier. With Qiao is more serious. Dog eat dog, making them bite cold Qing Feng snort/hum sound. At that time. Obtained the news time, he was also very accidental/surprised, but he with the Holy Land elders speculated that Qiao Quick will evacuate after the surprise attack, never expected that gets bigger and bigger now. Not only both sides dozen of bustling, many killers organize is also ready to make trouble. Looks at this momentum, but also wants chaotically previous some time. Now South Central most the region becomes one group randomly, Qiao seems like the mad dog, the same as batter, disturbs everywhere. I heard that Supreme Jin Chung, the saint ancestor in Guhua Imperial City, is catching up toward here? Yes. They had not given up looking for Qiao, finally obtains the news, how can let up the opportunity. I estimated that recent several days must enter south the territory. How did you care about this matter? I do not care about them. I do not think dark green profound holy land converges the time of crepe myrtle, sees such chaos. Although our crepe myrtle holy land with the world prison always well water. Not interfering with river water, but if South Central toleration the chaos will make one say that unavoidably our crepe myrtle holy land is incompetent. Cold Wenqing cares is not chaotic, but continuous fights will affect the surrounding area to holy land belief randomly, affects her in end of the month displaying. She can show her true strength in front of dark green profound holy land self. Confidently, most perfect development that, but she anticipates, is shocking. Dark green profound, shocks holy land. Waits for half a month again. If the chaos caused by war has not subsided, we invited to execute a day of temple, to act. Cold Qing Feng does not want directly to meddle, but is the world prison. Is impossible to pay attention to their crepe myrtle holy land, let alone has involved Guhua and other royalty. Most half a month, the south chaos caused by war must stop. Cold Wenqing look serious. Cold Qing Feng said with a smile, okay good, I 10 days later starts to arrange, after guaranteeing half a month, South Central a land peace. You go back to recuperate well, other matter, do not take the trouble. Will no return Holy Land come? I just obtained the news, no return Holy Lord have left ahead of time. Probably also flaming heaven, received their warm reception. I show the strength time, does not hope that some people disturb. Since they were ahead of time. You felt relieved although, calculates from the position, the South Holy Land Alliance was controlled by our crepe myrtle holy land. I will strike her well. Making her obey the custom. Father, I am responsible for showing the strength, you are responsible for stabilizing the aspect. I do not want any accident/surprise when the time comes. In Cold Wenqing said a word has several points to order. Cold Qing Feng actually does not care, with a laugh sends off the treasure. Daughter. Chapter 981, bends down to kill Shao Jiaxing ancestor. Sister Wenqing. A wheat flour man of elegant bearing stands outside, saw that. Cold wenching comes out immediately warm moving forward to meet somebody. 4. These days had not seen you. Senior brother, don't you cultivation, cold wenching the attitude is. Indifferent, breaks directly. Various Holy Land will soon get together in us purple, many job requirements. Ahead of time. The men have not said, cold wenching indifferent interruption, reception work. Has the elder disciple to be responsible, you are most spirit mark of crepe. Myrtle Holy Land besides me, should prepare your own. My own preparation? 25 big Holy Land converge the crepe myrtle, you really think that they do come from afar or only have a look? Not only this testimony, is dark green profound Holy Land millennium rare big. Building up. Among them will have the challenge unavoidably, aims at our crepe myrtle Holy Land unavoidably. You as crepe myrtle most spirit mark of Holy Land besides me, must show the strength, maintains our image. I did not expect that you have how shocking performance before me, but cannot give me to lose face. Cold wenching the tone is severe, welcomes the man to walk, the footsteps have not stopped, the eye has not glanced him, scrapes past, leaves behind the light delicate fragrance. Men stiffly in same place, the expression changes one after another. Before cold wenching awakens spirit mark, they are friends from childhood, the innocence of childhood. Because he awakens to the sage mark ahead of time, stir Holy Land, becomes pride in cold wenching the eyes, daily follows, to call wise elder brother. Behind the buttocks. But, after cold wenching awakens a day of mark, the attitude starts to be indifferent and arrogant, but at least meets can also maintain enough respect. In the name is also wise senior brother. But now. Senior brother? On a dry senior brother? The attitude does not have the respect. Can I really lose wenching? Tang Mingda makes an effort to get hold of the fist. Cold Ching Feng goes out of the room, indifferent reminder, Tang is wise, right. That very your junior sister reminded. Various Holy Land converge, unavoidably. We'll have the challenge, particularly beginning 10,000 Holy Land, too. Profound Holy Land and how dark green Holy Land, possibly stir up trouble. Intentionally, embarrassing us. You convene all 6th rank disciple and St. Mark disciple immediately, the cultivation, completes the strategy well, do not lose face to your junior sister, crepe myrtle Holy Land do not lose face to us. My this arranges. Tang salutes wisely, the calm face leaves. Although cold wenching aloof from worldly affairs proud, the matter that but worries truly must happen. Especially beginning 10,000 Holy Land, too profound Holy Land and how dark green Holy Land, they, when obtains the crepe myrtle Holy Land. Invitation, received the Zushan envoys personally, treatment that visits to remind. The Zushan secret prompted the title of day electing child, requesting them. After witnessing cold wenching the strength, openly supported that cold wenching. Succeeds the Zushan town defender, and supports Zushan in certain matters. Concerned that the same day announced. This lets beginning 10,000 Holy Land wait, etc. were vigilant. Because the meaning of Zushan envoy is very clear, is to change the Holy Land. Current pattern forcefully, no longer is doing things their own way, but is. The unification controls. Zushan must forcefully reclaim the control, but control cold wenching. They do not dare to revolt against Zushan's order, because of all previous. Their deep sleep, too many powerhouses, present age guarding, is beginning. 10,000 the Holy Land old ancestor, former generation guarding, is the how. Dark green, Holy Land old ancestor. However, they do not dare to revolt, does not represent easily submits. They before leaving, built up the respective Holy Land strongest successor. transmitted orders the West that they control, Northern and Eastern Holy Land. Alliance, takes the strongest successor, completely. This is not only a grand meeting of testimony, can be a martial arts contest. Congress of Holy Land, successor. When various Holy Land leave in abundance, when many influences notice Holy Land one after another, exceptionally, Southian territory chaotic war gets stronger and stronger. Although the world prison transfers hundreds of thousands of killers, enormous and powerful raid, although Xiao Jiaxing ancestor goes out personally, leading the top powerhouse jointly to capture, although here is the territory in the world prison. However, Qiao Evil Person Valley destroys does not prolong contact the long-range raid tactic in low spirits, making them run amok in the vast southern land wildly, casts off various types to capture with the trap. Because Qiao Wuhui, when attacked, just started to destroy the blue prison, obtained a lot of intelligence information, captured many important intelligence personnel, their accurate determined all light and shade branches of the world prison. The earlier goal is the crazy destruction and noisy big momentum, confuses the South, making everyone know that they do not come one to walk noisily, is to make war comprehensively, lures the enemy in the world prison to meddle by this secretly. However, after the 20-day long-range raid, the Nail and Clear Mirror gradually determined a special information. This information does not exist in the material of Blue Prison Harvest, is not who says, but after spying on the innermost feelings of several hundred captives, gradually infers the black prison of responsible slave trade. The true mission is Pan that to investigate Jiang Yi mentioned. Black prison was not controlled by Xiao, belongs to Xiao mysterious ancestor. Black prison is suppressing an extremely special character now, dreaded to countless people specially. Qiao Wuhui speculated, can be suppressed by the black prison, deciding, is the father previous generation section, the successor. Can dread and can suppress, decides, is the special section, and awakened the excellent works even his spirit mark of day of rank, was likely to reappear his ancestor's great power. The Nail and Clear Mirror is the speculation, time that special figure suppresses. Several years ago. From this inference, the special figure may be concerned with the quiet dream. Brother and sister. They immediately attacking the black prison, put on the agenda. However, what Qiao Wuhui must first solve is Xiao Jiaxing ancestor. He has not complied with the reminder of Jiang Yi, instead must spare nothing to hunt and kill Xiao Jiaxing ancestor. On March 13, the Qiao team went south suddenly, no longer the destruction, no longer sweeping, considered only dashes about wildly in low spirits, moreover. Desirably hidden trail. The world prison guessed, Qiao must end the action. Because they obtain the news, the ancient Huaxing ancestors and supreme Jin Chongqing ancestors, 9th lunar month, the saint ancestor, 3 great sage people have killed the territory. Qiao also guessed correctly that their powerful enemies will soon arrive, must therefore end the action, returns to the south. Xiao Jiaxing ancestor assembles the strongest team immediately, goes south to pursue. Since Qiao attacks, a nice fight has not hit, including surrounds, and captures one time cannot complete. They already anger to aggrieved. If ignores Qiao Jia returns to the south again, not only the strength of the world prison will receive the entire territory to question, even their strengths of Xiao will also receive various prison lord questions. Therefore, Xiao Jiaxing ancestor blocks rapidly, does not hesitate to use the space coffin, dashes to the territory to connect with the region with the south, arranges to intercept there. Qiao has deliberately hidden the trail, capturing the difficulty is very big. They can only sentence the direction that Xiao evacuates ahead of time in. Advance, completes the ambush there, catches the whole lot in a dragnet. However, in them saw a couple of days ago that Xiao is going south to escape. Xiao leads Jiang Yan and the others the secret to go south regretless ahead of time. The world prison sees, is only Xiaoing's own they. Xiao made a time difference tactic regretless ingeniously. When Xiao Jiaxing ancestor leads person urgently south-central rushing. Connects with the region, pledged must stop up Xiao evacuates the team the time, Xiao has completed the ambush in the halfway regretless. They use from destroying the weapon and spirit treasure that various headquarters and in the trade union collect, as well as lots of captives of custody, as the energy storage, are based on surrounding area 100 li, 0.5 km, mountains and rivers, arranged one super big, grows continually to turn. Over to Yuan. This is the yellow pie law obtained from the great antiquity acts, before once. When protected heavenly master sect, to set up the prestige. The mystery is to stimulate in law the energies of all materials, including mountains and rivers, forest, including life, weapon weight, / etc. Energy thorough suck dry, release strong might. Can be used to protect, can form the offensive. The resources of blue prison, azure prison, red prison were too abundant. The resources of various trade unions are also rich, several thousand that let alone they control from spirit origin realm to high-rank nirvana boundary. Powerhouse. Xiao regretless puts out 2 in 3.5 saint captives, suppressed. In a law center. When Xiao Jiaxing ancestor full speed hurries along, no protection, through. Into law. Chapter 982, takes by force. The magnanimous extensive resources, the vast 100 li, 0.5 kilometers, boundless. Mountains and rivers and thousands of captives, 2.5 saints and many nirvana powerhouses, the extremely short time are annihilating the dust. The sad and shrill pitiful yell, wails crazily, becomes their life final call. The destruction explosion raging tide releases instantaneously, receives Xiao Wu Hui, Jiang Yan and the others, the hauling jointly, wild submerged Xiao Jia Xing ancestor. Xiao Jia Xing ancestor is caught off guard, immediately causes heavy losses. Although Jiang Yi reminded Xiao Wu Hui seriously with the sage of Xiao to the war was Xiao must kill the Xiao Jia Xing ancestor to have a look to the father. Regretless. This is doomed to cause a stir in south. The territory war opens under the terrifying destruction raging tide. Frigid and solemn and stirring. Crazy, bloody. Xiao Jia Xing ancestor's strength is agile and fierce, to block Xiao, took many powerhouses, including 2.5 saints, massive nirvana boundaries. However, exploded violently, not only caused heavy losses to him, others were no exception. The wild war that Xiao Wu Hui laughs in the face of death, resisted to the negative pole flame crazily, shouldered the big grave secret technique. Without giving heavy losses, Xiao Jia Xing ancestor any opportunity of counterattack, the short several rounds then cut to kill strongly, trembling. Audience. Jiang Yan is one's effort, constrains 2 most saint killers stubbornly, until Xiao cuts to kill Xiao Jia Xing ancestor, regretless. The frigid blood spells to continue less than a half hour, Xiao Jia captures the army to be no exception. The news triggers the tremendous sensation immediately, South Central spreads. Over the land, was furious thoroughly the world prison. On March 19, the world prison awakened a saint ancestor again, with Gu Hua. 9th lunar month and Jin Qing, who hearing the news to arrive in the purple prison, the tripartite saint ancestor and others met, they fitted in easily. form an alliance, immediately started the joint operations. The ancient Huaxing ancestor and 9th lunar month saint ancestor go south. Jointly. Hands over the demarcation line ambush in the south central, interrupts the road of Qiao, going south. Xiao Jia, Xing ancestor and Jin Qing, Xing ancestor, launches the raid south. Territory. Several 100,000 killers are under the dead order, spares nothing to unearth Xiao Jia and the others the trail. Any dares to provide the influence of help to Qiao, will certainly obtain brutal cleaning up of the world prison. On March 22, Qiao Wuhui locked the Black Prison on headquarters, the intention destroyed outwardly forcefully, interrogates and tortures the true headquarters location, looked for that special figure. However, on this day, from executing the instruction of Day of Temple, rapidly spreads over the territory southern vast mountains and rivers. From now on, during January/1 month, the war establishes provisionally in the future, the gratitude and grudges stop temporarily. Although is only a simple instruction, has not mentioned the concrete penalty, but executes a Day of Temple as one of the 4 big supreme sovereigns say/way. South Central the famous prestige spreads the land, no one dares to be disobedient their meaning. The world prison does not hope although, the ancient Huaxing ancestors they are the resentful difficult draws, but bears impulsive, rests and builds up strength. Qiao has no regret them to obtain the precious recuperation time, the concealment, starts to refine their rich spoils of war quietly. Including Xiao Jiaxing ancestor, as well as 3.5 saints. This key support placed new generation Shi Yan and the others. The Holy Blood, the Saint Bone and Saint Soul, uses casually. Meanwhile, massive Holy Land teams from enter the territory in all directions. The goal point to Crepe Myrtle Holy Land attracted more and more attention. People's curious, Crepe Myrtle Holy Land has an accident, can assemble world Holy Land unexpectedly. The Holy Land Alliance must work, does not hesitate to invite the sovereign to say South Central, the intervention unexpectedly the situation. Jiang Yi obtains Qiao Wuhui hunts and kills Xiao Jia, Xing ancestor news, the time as also no return Holy Lord arrives in Crepe Myrtle Holy Land. Does attractively. The stone that Jiang Yi hangs at heart fell finally. Worthily is his bloodlines, has the stratagem bravely, the courage is excellent, can kill the saint ancestor of Xiao unexpectedly. Made every effort to succeed, dispelled anger. Now executes a Day of Temple, to meddle forcefully, Qiao has no regret them not. Only can the safe recuperation and promotion strength, and can the secret plan, arranges the new round surprise attack. Holy Spirit Forest. Here is the Crepe Myrtle Holy Land control territory, the vast 10,000 li. 0.5 kilometers, the years are glorious. Because the name of Holy Land is too big, from ancient to present no one dares to offend here. The Holy Spirit Forest also became South Central the land. Biggest, pure land. Here beast of prey spirit bird huge quantity, comes in many different varieties, but also is flowing the ancient bloodlines, occasionally will be born the pure blood unusual animals. Here is found in the every large or small thousands of tribe cities, the people cross 100 million. They incomparably are worshipping Crepe Myrtle. Holy Land devotionally, takes pride in joining Holy Land highest. Crepe Myrtle Holy Land is situated in forest most deep place, by 5 rising. Straight from the ground blue sky big mountain entanglement. The peak enters cloud heaven, palatial grand. Can see beyond several thousand li, 0.5 kilometers, from afar. As if the bird is hard to span, the wild beast is hard to shake. From a Holy Land 100 li, 0.5 kilometers, place, the east, south, west, and north. For positions is towering respectively 4 ancient and giant white elephant statues. They is 500 meters, as high as 300 meters, the white jade mountain is probably common, stirring. Soaring, the trunk faces upwards likely, seems sending out dignified roaring. Toward the vast forest, told all beast of prey, who was here master. The generous shape conducts the back, then the casting the golden palace, is guarding many Holy Land powerhouses. No return Holy Land, visits Crepe Myrtle Holy Land. No return Holy Lord is controlling her temple, arrived in front of the southern white jade statue. The palace gate opens, Wei Qianqiu and Fangqing, both goes out of the main hall, faces the white jade statue above golden color main hall, to salute. When waiting for you are many. Crepe Myrtle Senior Elder Tang Yuanji assumes here personally, goes out of the golden main hall, returns salute submissively. In front of the main hall, 2 true gold/metal flame sacred images, God Junwei is strict, gold/metal Yan Lai is fierce, they raise the trunk, the chilly shape. Cry resounds through the hills. Your enlightened rulers? No return Holy Lord goes out of the temple. A fit purple long skirt, serves as contrast is selecting the beautiful physique high, and black hair of waist slides like Bao Ban Shun, the appearance of careful beautification is beautiful, the indifferent facial expression completely reveals the impressive and dignified manner. The years leave her not old, graceful bearing, that be only precipitate. Peerless grace and talent, dignified and graceful. Enlightened ruler has awaited respectfully and inside. Tang Yuanji have to acknowledge, this woman does not act crazy, truly beautiful letting person. Moves. Especially that type of unique flavor, to these old fogies, the lethality was too big. I am South-revering Lord, is unqualified he to receive personally? World Holy Land will soon converge the Crepe Myrtle, the enlightened ruler has a more important matter to process, but also please take on guides. Wait a bit. Our Crepe Myrtle Holy Land this time convenes World Holy Land. Presented Zushan's order, when the time comes Zushan guards can also lead the elders in Zushan to arrive personally. Therefore, I present the command of enlightened ruler, specifically reminded your no return Holy Land. In front of Zushan, is in front of the World Holy Land, please note the deportment, do not affect the image of Southern Holy Land Alliance. Tang Yuanji tone is severe, is relentless. This woman attractive is really attractive, agile and fierce is also really agile and fierce. He must strike well, so as to avoid a noise when the time comes troublesome. I think that Tang Senior Elder misunderstood. I arrive at Crepe Myrtle Holy Land to have 2 reasons. No matter your anything reason, entered Crepe Myrtle Holy Land to observe. Shut up. I spoke, do not interrupt. Golden Palace guarding inside and outside, stare, shut up. Also dares to speak. To their senior elder, from no one. Tang Yuanji, corner of the eye pulled out pulling out, you invited. The first reason, is I comes on own initiative. Zushan agrees to plan to build Great Wilderness Holy Land, but the Great Wilderness environment is complex, the construction difficulty is enormous. Does not have the sufficient resources to haunch Holy Land. Environment aspect, we were solved reluctantly, but the resources perplexed. No return Holy Land is poor, it is well known, Li Fire Holy Land caused heavy losses, pulled out to empty the family property by the Somalian mansion, the Spirit Tribulations Holy Land and Chaotic Sky Holy Land is also the poverty-stricken families. I hope that Crepe Myrtle Holy Land can helping us solve the resources problem, plans to build as soon as possible Great Wilderness Holy Land. How to help? Tang Yuanji, brow big wrinkle, immediately meaning of clear no return holy Lord. This young married woman poor-mouthed unexpectedly. Makes a mistake. You revere Lord, is representing the southern Holy Land. Alliance, rushes to the territory to poor-mouth unexpectedly? Chapter 983, takes by force. Personnel did not need you to arrange, we found the way to solve, but the medicinal herb, elixir, and weapon anything, needed the support of crepe myrtle. Holy Land. I thought the gold/metal flame sacred image that you raise is probably good. Can scatter the darkness, shocks the evil spirit, prepares about 10 to me. The great wilderness dark energy is powerful, great wilderness Holy Land also. Needs guarding saint, hopes that crepe myrtle Holy Land can provide. The detailed aid content, I want first to visit to your treasure houses. Even Tang Yuanji, somewhat prepares, cannot bear the holding breath cold air. 10 gold/metal flame, sacred images? Also can guard saint? Also selects to treasure house? I cannot listen, can you say unexpectedly? In front of palace guarding, look at each other in blank dismay. Doesn't she know the gold/metal flame sacred image, the value? Also, the opens the mouth is 10 heads, do you come to here to select the draft animal? No return Holy Lord said, with all due respect, crepe myrtle Holy Land. Controls the Southern Holy Land Alliance, has the responsibility to have the duty to support the Southern Holy Land Alliance. Now plans to build new Holy Land, crepe myrtle Holy Land did not indicate. Perhaps cannot be justified. This matter should depend voluntarily, I do not need to open the mouth, you deliver on own initiative. Finally you, forgot, installs muddled? I come personally, are you awkward? I am awkward. Aren't you awkward? Tang Yuanji has not run into the person who. This has not been concerned about face, the crepe myrtle Holy Land. Responsibility is to maintain the influence of Southern Holy Land Alliance. Alliance's internal business needs by revering the Lord processing solution. Wasn't Maya solved? You should try to find the solution in the south, so many strong clan big factions, look for them. Why can the Holy Land matter trouble others? Such appears your crepe myrtle. Holy Land is too parsimonious, does not support proper. I said that does not close our matters. You, if this acting shamelessly attitude, I may probably stay for several days in crepe myrtle Holy Land. Waits for World Holy Land to converge, Zushan. Arrives, I happen to ask them to figure out, this busy, crepe myrtle should Holy Land help. If they said that should not help, I leave my person, turns head to walk. If they said should help, crepe myrtle Holy Land do not want to act shamelessly. You. The face, that Tang Yuanji air/chi was red. This woman obviously comes prepared. Originally he must give her here demonstration of authority, the result was instead extorted by her. If all Holy Land converges, she makes a big row in the presence of everyone. Crepe myrtle Holy Land will be really disgraced. Moreover, she dares to be unruly to Zushan, here to her simply is the small scene, anything can do. When the time comes beginning 10,000 Holy Land these will definitely look at the joke, will seize the chance to launch an attack, compelling them to let blood guarding in palace and force, which this old woman visits, clearly takes by force, takes by force visibly, does not give the incorrect, that type. Is knitting the brows ponders the time in Tang Yuanji, no return, Holy Lord. Made up a blade to him, comes here second reason as for me, naturally as you. Invites me to come personally. But I have no interest in this grand meeting, you do not treat probably see me, after I attain the thing, immediately walks. Tang Yuanji almost curses at people. Southern Holy Land Lord, subordinate Yuziwe Holy Land to control, in the Crepe Myrtle Holy Land most important time, leaves unexpectedly directly? He can affirm, so long as no return Holy Land walks, leave fire Holy Land. Definitely follows, chaotic sky Holy Land, tribulations Holy Land, possibly too. Leave spirit. This will turn into the farce, making them disgraced. No return Holy Lord, sneers, the old lady I ate to decide you. Did not force-feed me, served, I made you throw the native place disgraced. Enlightened ruler military might. Zhou Qingshou in the side Eiffel worships. This is ideal, perfect, wildest little girl. Tang Yuanji is just about to confront, suddenly wants to understand. No return. Holy Lord is not very possible by responsibility, the name comes taking by force, but by taking by force the name comes revenging. Because they, when the Chia rigidity, the period of March/3 months, had announced that cleans up great wilderness thoroughly, any bystander cannot stop over, they even to investigate the great wilderness abyss threat, forces. The no return Holy Lord, keep quiet. Finally successfully expelled Qiao, maintained the Holy Land image. No return Holy Lord comes to support now, cannot swallow that tone most likely, wants to revenge. This old woman very powerful retaliates the heart. Tang Yuanji thinks of here, warned that no return Holy Lord, said, I must remind with you, this time, Crepe Myrtle Holy Land presents the life of Zushan. To summon that world Holy Land assembles, the true goal is to inspect cold wenching. This month, she will not only become guarding in Zushan, will also control. World Holy Land is the true control. By that time, let alone your no return Holy Lord, including all enlightened rulers of South Holy Land Alliance, must obey her order. Why she wants to do, which she wants to go, which enlightened ruler she wants to make anything, that enlightened ruler must make anything, which enlightened ruler she wanted to remove, will remove him. If I am you, now should correct the attitude immediately, controls your Southern Holy Land well, coordinating our Crepe Myrtle Holy Land to complete this grand meeting. No return Holy Lord looks slightly cold, you are threatening me unexpectedly. Supporting Southern Holy Land is the Crepe Myrtle Holy Land responsibility. You not only act shamelessly, but also blatantly threat? Also was concerned about face? Tang Yuanji, you, if this attitude, I really must wait for everyone to arrive, does accounts with you well, asking the Zushan town defenders to figure out. Can't you understand my words? I look that as you cannot understand my words. No return Holy Lord, I advised politely you, do not attempt the temporary rapidness, made a trouble. You, when I do frighten in a big way? No return Holy Lord confronts strongly Tang Yuanji, fearless. Tang Yuanji is also staring, confronts no return Holy Lord. He believes that no return Holy Lord will definitely compromise, because cold wenching the situation was placed there, future Zushan is their family/home. If no return Holy Lord really astute, understands that should make anything, should not make anything. However, he underestimated no return Holy Lord. No return Holy Lord really does not fear that cold wenching. Because she is the South reveres Lord according to custom, only if made the unforgivable huge mistake, otherwise Zushan does not have the right to recall Lord directly. Moreover, Holy Land is only the nominal big alliance, protects place. Respectively, the various regions' high degree of autonomy comes across the special matter, can stick together to warm up, withdrawing back, other times. Zushan cannot manage them. Also wants to processes? Look that you want to result in beautiful I need to ask for instructions, the enlightened ruler, you are waiting here. After 10 minutes silent confronts, Tang Yuanji, compromised finally, bumps into. This fearless vixen really does not know how to deal with. I come from far away, is waiting in this? I am the South Revere Lord, is not. The people of your Holy Spirit forest, when you I did go on a pilgrimage? Crepe Myrtle Holy Land had / left cold wenching to inflate like this, couldn't. Find the way? Does not know what were oneself? Can a little stance make? Oneself are like the nouveau riche, disgraceful. In requests personally. Tang Yuanji is enduring the anger, braces oneself. The invitation. Wait a bit, I also let an honored guest. No return Holy Lord, shouted the sound to temple, comes out, Tang Senior Elder. Has prepared reception. Honored guests? What honored guest? Lying trough? Jiang Yi. This special, did the group take by force? Tang Yuanji looks at the white-robed man who walks easily, is not calm. Blazing Heaven, third-class Elder Jiang Yi, presents World Lord on command. Visits Crepe Myrtle Holy Land especially. Jiang Yi shook the jade notepaper. In hand, this is World Lord made to him personally. We do not have the invitation to Flaming Heaven. Tang Yuanji, corner of the eye ticks. This lunatic dares openly to appear in front of their Crepe Myrtle Holy Land. Unexpectedly. Too rampant. Too bold. Not the shy prison obtains the news, through to rip him exactly. Chapter 984, The Generation of Chicken Dog. 3 years ago, because the matter of Somalian Mansion, we Flaming Heaven. To have the conflict with Crepe Myrtle Holy Land, made very much not happily. Afterward the Somalian Mansion did not revere the custom, the intention. Offends World Lord, was executed by World Lord. World Lord returned later to the stove, returns imperial edict, that cable/search the mansion carried off, is settled with Lee Fire Holy Land and Southern Holy Land Alliance. World Lord this time asked me to come, wanted to reconcile with Crepe Myrtle. Holy Land, resumes once relations. Jiang Yi is saying, puts out the brocade box, opens looks, impressively is the head of Somalian Mansion, dies with injustice unredressed, looks angrily at the front, a sincerity, but also please accept. The Crepe Myrtle Holy Land, many elder disciples are startled to draw back 2 steps, the appearance that this head stairs was too scary. The Tang Yuanji, brow tight wrinkle, wants to order, expel, this special period. How can please enter Holy Land this dangerous character? But, the Jiang Yi status differs from the past, presents, to Flaming Heaven World Lord to make. He has to be prudent. Has a look at no return Holy Lord again inside one, momentarily prepares to attack the fight stance, presses the throat to the words of mouth forcefully. Is this sincerity insufficient? Very sorry, only remained ahead, the body. Return to Lee Fire Holy Land. Jiang Yi held the brocade box to deliver. Delivering toward Tang Yuanji in front. Tang Yuanji is scruple accepting, you are waiting here, I asked for instructions the enlightened ruler. No return Holy Lord said, is honored guest in front of the goal, has something? Flaming Heaven is south the royalty, isn't the position higher than territory for Big Holy Land? Without other meaning, but reminded Tang Senior Elder, do not lose the Crepe Myrtle Holy Land courtesy. Here is Crepe Myrtle Holy Land, is not no return Holy Land, having no need for you directing. Tang Yuanji said a word to warn, managed well yourself. We went advanced, the ginger elder waits here slowly. Understands, they inflate now very much, does not know who oneself were. No return Holy Lord nods to Jiang Yi slightly, bringing Wei Chenqiu they to move toward Crepe Myrtle Holy Land. Zhou Qingshou and Han Ao they follow, as Holy Land disciple, keeps up the appearance to the enlightened ruler. Jiang Yi, you dare alone to arrive at Crepe Myrtle Holy Land, my Tang Mingda really admires you. After Tang Yuanji brings no return Holy Lord is leaving. Wheat flour man who in the palace goes out of the elegant bearing. Very sorry, you are, Jiang Yi are taking a look at the man, said. Intentionally. You deaf? He behind following many youth men and women, discontented. Berating. Said obviously Tang is wise, haven't you heard? This is Tang Yuanji, senior elder grandson, Tang is wise. Supreme excellent. Work spirit mark, soul boundary ninth heavenly layer. A plentiful gentle. Female, gaining ground of proud tender. Young Master Tang fortunate meeting. Initially, Crepe Myrtle Holy Land, too did not understand, but also please excuse me. Jiang Yi on the road has listened to the enlightened ruler to introduce in detail. The disciple of Crepe Myrtle Holy Land present age can be for 100 years. Most outstanding one batch. Besides enlightened ruler's daughter Cold Wenching awakens day of spirit mark. Eldest son Cold Wen Dao of enlightened ruler is also excellent work spirit. Mark. Tang Yuanji senior elder grandson Tang Mingda awakens is the supreme excellent. Works, the talent is next to Cold Wenching. Other have reached 6 excellent works, 3 are trains, 3 convene from the forest tribe. You're this time, Crepe Myrtle does Holy Land, what goal have? Tang Mingda is taking a look at front one-eyed youngster, is very difficult to imagine. Unexpectedly is Jiang Yi that passes on the world. Fearless, rampant domineering, the character is extremely cruel, all kinds of given names hang on the body, portray to refine the pill of immortality. Master image of extreme alternative. But, he has provoked too many enemies obviously, dares and splendid entering. Unexpectedly the territory land. I present World Lord to assign/life, to reconcile with Crepe Myrtle Holy Land. I am not actually willing to come, is World Lord feels me appropriately. Can you know our Crepe Myrtle Holy Land recent situation? I am on the road that comes now that must do what Holy Land Congress. You can count on that I obtain the answer of Crepe Myrtle Holy Land to leave. Really? Tang Wise Doubt looks at Jiang Yi, is running risks, for the answer. But also is only a person? I am not interested in your Holy Land matter. Jiang Yi optional is dealing with, the consciousness has stimulated the mountains and rivers, to bury. Quietly greatly. Do not bury anyone, but must stimulate in Crepe Myrtle Holy Land Cold Wenching the attention. Eternal 6 with various days 6 bury, although is the different systems, but is the main road principles, usually cannot induce, after the release. Actually possibly has the influence. Since this, you can go back now. Our Crepe Myrtle Holy Land was convening. World Holy Land to assemble recently, time is the millennium rare big grand. Meetings, is very grand, is very serious, does not facilitate to receive the bystander. Your opinion, we accepted. If Crepe Myrtle Holy Land is willing to reconcile. When this grand meeting completes, must visit to Flaming Heaven personally. Tang Mingda felt that Jiang Yi likely harbors evil intentions. Such dangerous character should not enter Crepe Myrtle Holy Land, is with the no return Holy Lord same place. A vixen, a warmonger, can the law-abiding old genuine talent be strange? Jiang Yi said with a smile lightly, with all due respect, this is related to Crepe Myrtle Holy Land with flaming the important matter of heaven, is not. Your ordinary disciple opens the mouth can represent. Immediately has the disciple to be discontented, also is really rampant, the rumor does not have the false. What is ordinary disciple, so long as our Tang Wei's senior brother, Promote, entered the Nirvana boundary, was the head elder, in the future, will be senior elder. In the future will say the future matter again. Now, is only the disciple. What are you? Third class elder. Third class. Hee, the know-nothing party is not clever. Blazing the heaven third class. Elder, is Pil Saint rank, flaming in heaven is one of the strongest royalty. My status is not overrated with your senior elder direct dialogue. You, people are dumbfounded, although is not willing to acknowledge, but fact, truly so. I do not come to be noisy with you, is seize your enlightened rulers. Jiang Yi spoke thoughtlessly, continued to stimulate the mountains and rivers, to bury greatly. Although Tang Mingda knows the Jiang Yi character, but despises him, let his some vitality / angry. He sized up the little while to look that carefully did not look at his Jiang Yi, at present suddenly one bright. Was he unexpectedly the life and death boundary? Entered the life and death boundary also to dare to come out swaggering, but also really did not fear death. Senior brother Jean, life and death boundary. Tang Mingda signals with the eyes with nearby majestic man, reminded in a low voice. Senior brother Jean understood the meaning, turned the neck, shrugs the arm. Arrives in front of front Jiang Yi, the tall and strong body. Seems like the Iron Tower to be the same, the Jiang Yi elder moves the world. On Young, really lets Zhan Hong pay fu. Excellent works, Promote entered day, created the rare miracle. Does not know that I do have the opportunity, asks for advice several moves to. The Jiang Yi elder. Senior brother Jean, were you insane? He is day. The numerous disciple facial colors change. Asks for advice several moves, is not overrated. You said that Jiang Yi elder? Tang shows the light happy expression wisely. My situation is special, does not facilitate to begin. Compares notes several moves. Please? Zhan Hong tie hand, and tight 5 fingers extend to Jiang Yi in front, almost. Must bump into the eye. Here is Crepe Myrtle Holy Land, I am only a guest, if ends with loss of life. Is not quite good, is okay. Is I invites. The simple several moves, making me ask for advice, the energy of. Next day. Zhan Hong's fingertip shook shaking, is stimulating Jiang Yi intentionally. The life and death boundary was too frail, is not suitable fights, is less. Suitable loses one's temper, the energy is very dangerous with the drastic fluctuation of mood. Several moves? Jiang Yi lifted the view to look at him. Several moves. How ratio? Mutual attack, 3 rounds decide the victory and defeat. Now starts? Opens. Zhan Hong just about to retrocedes to spread out, Jiang Yi opens mouth to say. In him opening in an instant, sticks out suddenly a foot, takes Zhan Hong. Shigai. Bang. The agile and fierce strengths of over 1 million boundaries, probably the Thunderhammer is extremely common, the knee instantaneous embrittlement, Zhan Hong Kuzhuang left leg flings backward, numerous kneeling in front of Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi acts like the electricity, holds down his head, is bending the knee. Baton strikes to rumble. Zhan Hong Biliang caves, the body that the blood hurricane, just knelt down. Flew face up. The sad and shrill pitiful yell resounds through the forest, Zhan Hong covers. Knows one to hold the leg single-handedly, sore swaying back and forth. Everywhere. Jiang Yi, are you doing? The people look changes, is looking angrily at Jiang Yi excitedly. Does not think over oneself anything weight/quantity, the chicken dog also. Matches to annoy dragon tiger. Jiang Yi disdains cold snort/hum, the consciousness moves slightly, Surrounding area dozens li, 0.5 kilometers, ground crashes loudly, the crack wild. Spread, the dust and fog is dreadful, is submerging the surrounding jungle. Rumble rocks, including front white jade statue. Chapter 985, Cold Wenching. Dissolute. The guarding powerhouse in main hall, the clashes comes out for a while, the powerful imposing manner Dieters Jiangyi. Jiangyi frightens them, dispersed, quickly buried the secret technique. Greatly, stood set in ruins in confusion lightly, what I represent blazing. Heaven, is initiative to be on good terms. If Crepe Myrtle Holy Land does not know good from bad, I can represent to flaming heaven, cuts off the contact with Crepe Myrtle Holy Land officially. Tang is wise, can you take on this responsibility? Tang Mingda is comforting the surrounding disciple, confronts Jiangyi, we must ask for advice several moves with you. Jiangyi disdains cold snort/hum, from north to south, the killed person am. From south to north more than meat that you eat, your thoughts, which shows off. With me? You. Tang is just about to confront wisely, in the Crepe Myrtle Holy Land, big mountain resounds the resonant shape, to call. A gold/metal flame sacred image seems like the scorching sun to soar, it is. Treading the torrential roaring flame, is seething with excitement, the dazzling glare, walks toward their here. Sister Wenching? Tang Mingda knits the brows slightly, but also thinks oneself misread, but the congealing eyebrow looked into the little while, quick determination. Because sage looks like all over the body is the golden yellow, is pure blood. Sacred image that a sacred image clan is born, when Cold Wenching awakens day. Of spirit mark is born. This is a beautiful coincidence, makes many people believe that the pure blood sacred image is born for Cold Wenching. How did Sister Wenching come out? A disciple austere accommodates, ahead of time salutes toward the distant place, waits respectfully. Pil sovereign reminded in Jiangyi mind, Zushan, same inherits glorious with the antique temple, they may record many ancient secrets. Holy Land can spread day electing child title, fully explained that they are always waiting for such person, is waiting for the eternal six inheritance. I first search her, only knows oneself were designated by the heaven, awakened. The extraordinary energy, has known secret that eternal six and various days. 6. Bury. If not, know how you process. If knew, how you do process. If she does not know, I can gradually leak the secret, causes her curiosity. Controls her close to her. If she knew, that must take the bold measures. Here is Crepe Myrtle Holy Land, here will soon gather dark green profound all. Holy Land. Therefore, here is my last chance. If Cold Wenching went to Zushan, I did not have the opportunity thoroughly. Do you really want to be clear about the consequence? Zushan more takes seriously her, you killed her consequence more serious. Do you think now with dark green, profound all living things are an enemy? Master, you're also really thought mistakenly. Zushan attaches great importance to is not she, is inheritance that she obtains. If I really can be inherited, Zushan attaches great importance to be I. They more take seriously this inheritance, in the future will be easier to compromise, but also possibly presents me for the Zushan town defender. Commands dark green profound holy land. These are your speculation, we do not understand Cold Wenching, does not understand the Zushan attitude. Therefore, I must probe, must take risk. Master, I understand that you worried my present situation, I stirred up the trouble is too many, feared that I could not shoulder, however the influence of Holy Land was too big. If they really know the eternal six secrets, Cold Wenching in the future not Only the law is dark green, likely is Jiuzhou all holy land. She cannot become my enemy, otherwise the remaining disaster is infinite. If I can be inherited, I can have the opportunity to control world holy land. Even if only 1% hopes, I must firmly hold. This sudden, all living things good fortune, gave the Jiangyi enormous stimulation. In this stimulation has the intense crisis, there is his previous generation. For the cruelty of sovereign. The crisis must eradicate. The opportunity must hold. Cold wenching must execute. This time, no one can block him. Since you really made the decision, do not have to worry. Pale Sovereign sighed in a soft voice, no longer insisted. This, possibly, is Pale Sovereign with God Sovereign ideological surprise. He is the refined the pill of immortality master. Jiangyi is the fierce and ambitious. Steadiness and safety that is refined the pill of immortality emphasizes. The Jiangyi grand plan, hegemony, is to take risk, to conquer. He is only willing to step, Jiangyi to walk right, do not have the accident/surprise. Otherwise, offends holy land is not only offends dark green profound holy land and world holy land, innumerable good friends who they become friends with, as well as influence 1 trillion people. Jiangyi. Tang wisely suddenly serious reminder Jiangyi, what come is cold wenching. Will be the future Zhoushan guards, you will put the respect point to me, if dares to offend, I could not forgive you certainly. Respect point, lowers the head. Other Holy Land disciples also reminded Jiang Yi seriously. A beautiful Li Qing's arrogant moving female, rides the gold/metal flame, sacred image to come here. The gold/metal flame, sacred image god, steed is honored, all over the body. Golden yellow, is burning the flaming roaring flame. Just like its master, is. Raising head slightly, appears the unusual arrogance. Sister wenching, how you came. Tang shows the frank smile wisely, warm. Welcoming in the past, regardless of after person predecessor, he never conceals the love admire, to cold wenching. Who is he? Cold wenching was attracted by a marvelous fluctuation. The fluctuation is very weak, actually caused the induction of her good fortune inheritance. Blazing the heaven third-class elder, Jiangyi sees the underheating wenching. Miss. On the Jiangyi face, the reappearing light smile indicates the status. On own initiative. Jiangyi, cold wenching an attractive thin eyebrow wrinkle, did this person come slightly? He sent the head of Somalian mansion, said that must mediate misunderstanding. Of both sides. Cold wenching the eye's pupil is bright, is sizing up Jiangyi repeatedly, is paying attention to the surrounding confusion. Beforehand fluctuation from Jiangyi? Some other energy? Jiangyi is staring at cold wenching the eyes, is observing her facial expression. Although is away from the veil, is away from the combustion, the gold/metal flame, looked is not very clear, but cold wenching hesitation, confuses. Wait/etc., can feel. In other words, she does not know that eternal six, have not at least known. Now. Cold wenching also welcomed the Jiangyi vision, the look that this stared is. Appreciating her, what profound meaning there is. They hear, being dumbfounded attractive and charming, Tang is not glad. Wisely. Because cold wenching, since awakens day of spirit mark, to the present, the vision did not stay to surpass again for 3 seconds on his body, now. Looking straight at looks at Jiangyi unexpectedly. Tang kept off between cold wenching and Jiangyi wisely, sister wenching, here. Matter gives me to process well, you first go back to cultivate. Cold wenching is observing Jiangyi, was blocked, suddenly, complexion slightly cold, senior brother, I do not need you to instruct. Tang Mingda corner of the eye twitches slightly, awkward, has not actually been angry, instead accompanies to say with a smile, I care about the junior sister. The reputation of this person, you are also clear, was too bad. Moreover, no return Holy Lord arrived, clarifies the attitude must make trouble. I feared that Jiang Yi also has the special goal. Can no return Holy Lord cause trouble? Yes, was too rampant, is takes by force simply. She arrived here to act shamelessly, making us support the construction of great wilderness Holy Land. If did not agree, must wait for all Holy Land to assemble, asked Zushan to uphold the justice in the presence of everyone. Dissolute, is here the place that she can deliberately create trouble? No return Holy Lord dares to go to Zushan to make a tearful scene, but also cares about here? How Tang does senior elder handle, cold wenching most is not willing to see. Some people cause trouble, no return Holy Lord is unexpectedly flagrant too. Cause trouble is simply absurd. My grandfather wants to drum out her. But no return Holy Lord if withdraws. Can bringly fire Holy Land and other Holy Land to leave. When the time comes World Holy Land assembles, lacked the South only, the South that we control, let's as we all know, our Crepe Myrtle Holy Land is incapable of controlling the South. Therefore, grandfather asked for instructions, the enlightened ruler. Without the good way, only to be comforting. Comforted, can she coordination of little darling? Cold wenching the vision crossed Tang, to be wise, looks to Jiang Yi, emitted a planet heart suddenly. I believe that the enlightened ruler should be able to control to stay in a brothel overnight the surface, sister wenching too should not be worried. Tang Mingda noticed that cold wenching is looking at Jiang Yi, is at heart discontented, moving towards side, tunnels the vision again. Jiang Yi long comes far away, is a guest, how can stand here dry, does. Please. First sit to Holy Land, senior brother, well, entertainment. After cold wenching invited on own initiative, rode the gold/metal flame sacred image to leave. Chapter 986, plans carefully. Tang stares wisely, sits to inside. Also makes him receive personally? Jiang Yi obviously harbors evil intentions, how can welcome to Holy Land? Since wenching misinvited, I was respectful might as well obey orders. Jiang Yi chuckle too, must proceed. Halts, who asks you to leave? Tang Mingda blocks immediately. Wenching miss. Shut up. Is wenching you calls? Tang dislikes wisely at heart. Cold miss just invited me, haven't you heard? She is only polite, has not really made you go. You were an elder, couldn't this meaning comprehend? Tang blocks wisely in front of Jiang Yi, warned, no matter you another place or what appearance, here is Crepe Myrtle Holy Land, is one of the territory for big Holy Land, what here is most tasteful is a ritual character. Men, when looks at the woman, always do not stare at the face. First meeting stares at the chest, to be not quite appropriate. Dissolute. The Holy Land disciple berated angrily. Jiang Yi, here no one jokes with you, you best law-abiding. Tang has an evil fire wisely at heart, unusual, is uncomfortable. Sister. Wenching stares at Jiang Yi, to look unexpectedly, but also invited him to go. Other matter, he does not matter, but this matter, he did not endure. Takes a look at the appearance of this envy. Jiang Yi shakes the head, says with a smile, do you like cold wenching very much? I teacher means that domineering, rampant, leaving was too base, and low. I have no need for you teaching me, gives me to treat honestly. Pitifully, she must go to Zushan, your whole life can only depend on the imagination. Shut up. Hasn't let's say? You could not obtain her, she could not have a liking for you. I said that shut up. Tang Mingda flies into a rage, some face distortions. He was poked to the pain spot. Makes 200 li, 0.5 kilometers, taking a life arrow in cold wenching, before causing. Zushan pays attention, he always cold wenching regards oneself woman. Although cold wenching is day, but wants to compete with the Zushan town defender, the difficulty is enormous. So long as is defeated, can only keep in Holy Land. Cold wenching is the daughter body, certainly must get married. He was strongest that his new generation, was friends from childhood, deserving. Optimon. Cold wenching the elder brother must boss around their Tang family, needs to marry. Cold wenching is his. Only can be his. His over 30 years old have not bumped other girl, are proving his sincerity too. The enlightened ruler and cold wenching. But who can think, cold wenching alarmed Zushan suddenly, but must make what? Holy Land Congress must make an exception to appoint as guarding. He knows that must lose cold wenching. Let alone had, later meets difficultly. This type of taste was too uncomfortable. Leaf Zhu Tian stands on the cliff of distant place, the stars in the double pupil twinkle, are staring at Jiang Yi of distant place. Does Jiang Yi come to here to do? Leaf Zhu Tian is traces the star's sword, saw Jiang Yi unexpectedly. Crepe Myrtle Holy Land convenes dark green profound all Holy Land to converge. Should have any special matter to happen. The man of accompaniment cares about this. World Holy Land always defends a side respectively, does not interfere with each other, most as various alliance interior gathers, has not listened to the matter of dark green profound Holy Land big set, has not gathered in Zushan. But as Crepe Myrtle Holy Land, dark green profound Holy Land converges, decides has the important matter to happen. Does Jiang Yi do, joined in the fun? Leaf Zhu Tian, the corners of the mouth, bring back the light, happy expression. The star's sword and Jiang Yi, this is his prey, gathered the same place. Unexpectedly. The heaven cares, in vain his painstakingly period of 5 days is not so long. How should direct them? Defeats one by one, catches the whole lot in a dragnet? Holy Land assembles, does not begin to rob the time of star's sword, we go back. The man reminded Leaf Zhu Tian again. You first go back, I will go back several days later. Leaf Zhu Tian just wants to get rid of the man. Buries the secret only to be him greatly, cannot make anybody know. My mission is to protect you, how possibly to go back? The men reject decisively. He has detected, Leaf Zhu Tian likely has the matter to hide the truth from him. Crepe Myrtle Holy Land. Father, how does no return Holy Lord arrange? Cold wenching returns to Holy Land, looked for cold Qing Feng directly. She, although seemingly cunning and unreasonable rude and unreasonable, is actually more astute than anyone. She seizes the chance to support, gives her. And that's the end. Cold Qing Feng was just blackmailed one, the mood is bad. If for the daughter, his solemn central Holy Land enlightened ruler, how cannot receive this grievance? She ensure doesn't cause trouble? She does not dare really to cause trouble, otherwise anything cannot obtain. Afterward, do not want to leave Crepe Myrtle Holy Land. You complied to give her to support, hasn't discussed other condition? Daughter, you have not contacted that old woman. Oh. To be a long story. We, since gave the thing, must make her pay some prices. Do not annoy, so as to avoid outsmarts oneself. Cold Qing Feng shakes the head. Only then experiences has known, the woman really cannot stir up I mean, you should make her comply. After all, Holy Land arrives, must coordinate us on own initiative, makes the full face countenance to us. Must let all people who prepare to look at the joke know that we can also control the Southern Holy Land Alliance. The South Holy Land Alliance will also give us to respect in public. Cold Ching Fong knits the brows slightly. Yes, how not to think of this point? It is not right. He almost can imagine, so long as he negotiated again, no return. Holy Lord will definitely return to one additional money. The cold article scavenges, you go to negotiate with no return. Holy Lord can again many to something, making them guarantee that must respect us, to coordinate us. Similar time when all Holy Land arrives, you announced that holds a martial arts contest Congress, but also wants no return. Holy Land personally to manage. You are not do not want to make is too chaotic? After all, Holy Land might aim at us everywhere, particularly by 10,000. Beginning Northern Holy Land Alliance that Holy Land controls. With its intense waiting and manipulation, might as well by our active control, guides them. Cold Ching Fong understood suddenly. Can you use Jiang Yi? Right. Which Jiang Yi arrives, will become the focus, let alone is our Holy Land Congress. So long as we said that Jiang Yi in this, they will be ready to make trouble. We establish the challenge tournament when the time comes, they will definitely stimulate Jiang Yi to make an appearance resourcefully. No return. Holy Land makes the management, if stops unceasingly, will cause the popular anger, will cause various directions they to challenge. If Jiang Yi mounts the stage, all parties will not forgive him. As the matter stands, we can turn into the observer, stays out, looks that their male servants fight. Cold Ching Fong laughs frank. Wonderful, is my daughter is intelligent. You can become the Zushan town defender. Not only our crepe myrtle Holy Land glory, is the good fortune in Zushan can suppress no return. Holy Land can divert all attention, answers multiple purpose, but must control to stay in a brothel overnight. The surface 10 million / countless, do not outsmart oneself. You could rest assured that I will arrange Tang Yuanji to assume personal command personally. Father, guarding in Zushan when? Cold Wenqing cannot forget the beforehand marvelous feeling, she needs to consult to the Zushan town defenders. After they could wait till all parties all arrive, not only guarding meets. Many old ancestor-level character will arrive. They will bring up the rear for you personally, development strength that you feel relieved although Cold Ching Fong all smiles, have greeted the tall light time in his life. Impatiently. Chapter 987, had the feeling. Under the Tang Yuanji personal invitation, Jiang Yi arrived at Crepe Myrtle Holy Land. Lots of Crepe Myrtle disciples stand in the south entrance. Is he Jiang Yi? Also is really a one-eyed. He dares to come to person here, the courage is big. He is now serious, left Holy Land, hugged to flaming heaven that royalty big tree. I do not think clearly, will flaming heaven to receive his? Gives back to the status of his third-class elder. Because of him in the northern, that refine. The pill of immortality? Because immortal pill in his hand? This lunatic entered flaming heaven is not law-abiding, hit unexpectedly. With the world prison. You said that if the world prison knows that Jiang Yi in this, can send the killer to pursue. Far more than world prison, his all personal enemies will smell the blood the same as throw with the wolf. The purple slightly disciples are sizing up Jiang Yi full of enthusiasm, is discussing this man of the hour. Tang Mingda follows on the heels, the mood is quite uncomfortable. Grandfather, how the enlightened ruler actually thinks that did not fear what goal Jiang Yi does have? Several days later you will understand. Tang Yuanji knows the plan of enlightened ruler, is truly wonderful. Can shift all attention to no return Holy Lord and Jiang Yan, but can also use all parties the hand, teaches them ruthlessly. Needs me first to teach him? He was the life and death boundary, does not dare to abuse the spirit strength, was not my opponent. Several days later some people will teach him. Tang Yuanji turns the head to remind him, keeps cool, do not worry. The talent is very strong, but is too sentimental, has the opportunity many to learn from Wenqing study. I want actually with Wenqing many later, but she is your what meaning? Wenqing asks him to come in? How many minutes / shares Tang Mingda complexion. Was also cold, sister Wenqing what meaning, air / qi intentionally my? Jiang Yi asked and behind, Tang senior elder, where cold Wenqing does the miss live to be at? On in the middle that mountain. Tang Yuanji attitude said indifferently, regarding your bystanders, there is the Crepe Myrtle Holy Land restricted area. Tang Mingda look is swift and fierce, but also dares to inquire Wenqing. Dwelling? Endless? Jiang Yi said, I asked casually. Should not ask, do not ask. Wise, delivers to the guest area the ginger elder. Arranges to no return Holy Land there. Please. Tang Mingda snort / hum sound. Can wise brother, lead me to transfer the revolutions everywhere? Entered Holy Land, must obey the custom. But I admire Crepe Myrtle Holy Land for a long time, comes rarely one time. Cannot. I said that obeys the custom. Tang Mingda brings Jiang Yi to arrive at the fifth mountain. Here is Crepe Myrtle Holy Land receives the place of guest, after neat. Divided the zones of different, respectively Holy Land of reception from different area. Is treating honestly. If dares the chaotic revolutions, to rumble to go out. You everywhere immediately. Tang Mingda warned after Jiang Yi leaves. Jiang Yi, comes this. Zhou Qingshou sees Jiang Yi to come, immediately greets, but Jiang Yi turns head to sneak in the forest land, without a trace of disappearance. Zhou Qingshou look at each other in blank dismay with others, which did he go? Jiang Yi relies on the mountains and rivers, to induce, avoids the elder disciple who various places inspect, directly soars the central mountain. After finding one no one's covert place, sat down to start to contemplate. Senses the mountains and rivers, to vary greatly, stimulates cold Wenqing. Cold Wenqing returned to her dwelling, just started to sense the common people. Good fortune, immediately detects the marvelous fluctuation. These time is for the first time clearer, is more intense. Probably in nearby. Cold Wenqing leaves the courtyard, arrived at the foot of the hill following the feeling. Jiang Yi? Cold miss. Jiang Yi stands in the forest land, with smile on the face. Looks at chilly female. You how here, cold Wenqing doubt is sizing up Jiang Yi, even more believes that Jiang Yi is related with that subtle fluctuation. I admired to Crepe Myrtle Holy Land for a long time, came in rarely, had a look everywhere. No one reminded you, cannot take a walk at will, can't approach this mountain? I after here, have a look casually, has not thought that bumped into the cold miss unexpectedly. Among us. He. Also very has the fate probably. Is you, making me come out? Cold Wenqing the look is gradually swift and fierce, possibly is the coincidence one time, premeditate two times absolutely. But, how can Jiang Yi cause her the induction of inheritance? She's the day-electing child in Zushan envoy mouth, shoulders, the honored mission. Jiang Yi is only a rampant domineering avid follower, how with have the relations with her? Right? Jiang Yi made excuses several, said, I felt here has anything to attract me. Probably. What attracts you? Talks clearly. Possibly as I felt wrong, said goodbye. Halts. I make you talk clearly, anything felt. Is a very marvelous feeling, how probably had. Saying that had. The destiny of common people to occupy, probably here. Complexion after cold wenching the veil, slightly changes. Can he feel the common people destiny unexpectedly? What's all this about? Cold does wenching have a strange idea suddenly, the day electing child can. Also have too? I, with Jiang Yi? How I can with Jiang Yi? Cold miss, do you have that marvelous feeling? Jiang Yi is observing cold wenching the facial expression, is more definite she. Not to understand eternal 6. It seems like after Zhu Shan must wait for guarding and old ancestor level. Character completely, spoke frankly with her again all secrets. No, cold wenching is very difficult to accept. She honored clear arrogant, has no time, beautifully, how can feel the good. Fortune destiny with this boorish person together? To say after two people, must collaborate, coordination with each other? She contradiction that thinks really to plant unable to explain, even is the dislike. Was strange. Jiang Yi shakes the head, turning around to leave. Caused her to pay attention, was exciting. We, see in the evening. Wait. I am very curious your feeling. You come here some feelings, had before. Then? After cold wenching loaves, suddenly had the suspicion. Jiang Yi had the special sensation, but hasn't been inherited? Also obtained the inheritance. Is concealing intentionally? Hee. Jiang Yi smiles, slings her appetite intentionally, turns around to leave. But. Jiang Yi. You how in this? Tang is just about to look for cold wenching. Wisely, without thinking met in this at the foot of the mountain, but also. With Jiang Yi this bastard in the same place. I walk casually. Haven't I warned you? Is treating honestly, do not wander about aimlessly. Everywhere, cannot come to here. Has warned? Is short to me, plays the fool. Tang was really wisely angry. Before outside two people flirting with the eyes, a well had not seen. Unexpectedly secretly appointment. May endure what else cannot be tolerated. Cold wenching looks at front Jiang Yi, the heart moves, suddenly came one. Wise. Senior brother, he said that. Has the feeling to me. Jiang Yi. Were you tired of living? Tang does mean da fly into a rage, has the feeling? Were you special vindicate? Was concerned about face. Worked as anything me. Feeling? Exit to speak that thanks to you really said. Some of my feelings, my feeling came for 30 years, started from the growth. Corners of the mouth after cold, wenching the veil, cancel slightly, knows that. Tang Mingda cannot bear this stimulation. Hits. Teaches Jiang Yi ruthlessly. Compels Jiang Yi to put forth the full power. She happened to can taking this opportunity, investigate the Jiang Yi situation. Feels that subtle fluctuation. Jiang Yi shot a look at cold wenching, understood her intention. Jiang Yi, I challenge you. Tang really received to stimulate wisely. He everywhere is ominous the light. Combative, must teach Jiang Yi ruthlessly, making him understand where this is, should obey what custom. Chapter 988, Day 8 Saint Fists. Jiang Yi shakes the head, the rejection, I was the life and death boundary, not suitable fight. Life and death boundary is not suitable, is not cannot. Tang tears off the forehead brocade belt, bring wisely, reveals unique spirit. Mark, only gets angry the purple eye that stares unexpectedly. calm, among us needing duel. Jiang Yi retrocedes several steps, gets hold of the fist. Is necessary, is not you decides, Jiang Yi, suffers to death. Tang Mingda whole body leaps the purple ray, condenses the dense and numerous sharp war lances, swift and violent domineering, probably endless thunder tide. Pierces the space. The auspicious sign was torrential, howls the extraordinary power and influence, the bang on Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi knocks the large expanse of forest land, numerous pounding on mountain. The whole body is tattered and torn, the bloody water crossflow is very painful. However, illusion? I am impossible not to have the resistance. Jiang Yi, consciousness absent-minded, awakens suddenly. Sure enough, he stands in same place, had not been injured. However, Tang Mingda takes his absent-minded opportunity, has condensed purple, to fight the lance, hard sharp, is flowing the fearful heart and soul cold light under the sunlight illumination, just like the peerless weapon to arrive at the society. Takes the Jiang Yi chest. Jiang Yi awakens, fights the lance to approach the chest, wants the interception already without enough time. At a crucial moment within, the whole wide world fights show protecting heart. Armor swiftly to condense. Titter. Clang. Fights the lance to pierce the chest, before arriving in the heart stops. Forcefully, fights the lance strong eruption strength, rumbled Jiang Yi. Ruthlessly. The Jiang Yi complexion quenching, does this grandson come really? If not, he responds quickly, this spear/gun punctures him sufficiently. Can an envy lose the reason unexpectedly? This is too stupid, loves. Clang clang clang. Tang brandishes, wisely fights the lance, the vigorous impact, the sharp point. Seems like the raindrop to submerge Jiang Yi, compelled Jiang Yi retrocedes. One after another. Bang. Jiang Yi stands firm strongly, grasps to fight the lance. Tang drops wisely decisively, the detonation fights the lance, changes spurts. The thin energy tide, savage shaking, draws back Jiang Yi. Spirit mark, day. Tang wisemakings, big change, performs to reveal tyrant potential, brandishes. The heavy blows bang to Jiang Yi. Thunders, the fist rises suddenly, inflates more than 10 times continually. Probably the purple meteorite, the bang approached Jiang Yi, knows that what is 8 Saint Fists? This is one of the 8, Day Saint Fist. Day Saint Fist? The Jiang Yi look condensability, flings the fist decisively. Stimulates the bloodlines, domineering interception. Bang. Sincerely to striking, 2 mountains hits the same place probably, thunders. Fiercely, the air wave turns wells up. Jiang Yi like the rock, 1,000,000 boundaries shouldered the fist steadily. Extremely forcefully, actually felt to pass the powerful power and influence. That the body entered, attacked the whole body courage vigor, to shake the vermilion bird soul. 8 Saint Fists? Jiang Yi was clear about the significances of these 4 characters, because Azura had practiced. 8 Saint Fists are the powerful fist arts of moving the past and present. Respectively, to Ing Tian and Tua, real, spirit and quiet, bone, demon and god. The cultivation difficulty is enormous, the request to spirit mark is higher. Must be the specific physique and specific spirit mark, can cultivation one of them? Generally speaking, can only the day cultivation, but the supreme excellent works can comprehend some superficial knowledge. Superficial knowledge can suppress same level buzz. The day the spirit mark blooming monster different ray, does not need to look straight ahead. The Jiang Yi eye can affect its soul, making his consciousness unable to distinguish clearly the reality and illusory. Tang Mingda fights, intent to surge upward, kills outrageously to Jiang Yi. Both hands ballooning is huge, crawls completely, the complex mysterious trace. Passes sends out the terrifying power and influence. They seemed like the purple gold heavy hammer to rumble in the past, crazy strength unparalleled. Shook the space to twist, an extremely overbearing imposing manner shake. Forest. Jiangyi consciousness confusion, what's seen is the offensive tide of blotting. Out the sky, front fights lance suddenly, slash violently to strike, the behind. Hurricane crazy volume, the behind purple rave roared again, but Tang Mingda still used martial law in the distant place. If others, possibly has fallen into, started to block these offensive. However, Jiangyi knows, Tang in fact wise, not in distant place, but has killed. Torrential martial law seemingly does not exist, greeted as surely as the day. The Saint Fist. Bang. Tang Mingda kills, the heavy blows bombardment, such as the extremely heavy Great Mountain, resembles the crazy dragon, to have the deep pool. The Saint prestige is dreadful. Overbearing peerless. Jiangyi stands one's ground steadfastly, the whole body roaring flame. Blasting open ebullition, sweeps across in all directions. Powerful momentum shake roaring flame of cholera world. Tang submerges wisely in the roaring flame, by blazing high temperature. Burning down, the twisted cholera raises draws back. Jiangyi, by the induction of roaring flame, locking Tang is wise, sticks out. Suddenly instantly, the steps dash about wildly, 1,000,000 extremely boundary. Shake spaces. Tang Mingda stands firm the body forcefully, the whole body purple light rises. Suddenly, an immeasurably deep power and influence releases suddenly, as if awakens some heavenly prestige, turns enormously and powerful wells up. Gathers the both arms, raises the shocking fist prestige, takes Jiangyi. Bang. Jiangyi flutters face up, vitality surges, soul-stabbing pain. Was stimulated one after another, his boundary suddenly scale fluctuation. Starts to continue to rise suddenly unexpectedly. This is not the good matter. The Jiangyi rapid returning to normal mood, suppresses the bloodlines. Controls the sea of qi, in order to avoid strength out of control. Jiangyi, outside the person has the person, your day how? My day the saint. Mark, is not weak you. Tang Mingda spirit mark, makes an effort closed, opens fiercely, a monster. Different ray pierces the roaring flame, disregards the space, hit to Jiangyi. Jiangyi rapid evacuation, but the ray was controlled, takes advantage of opportunity the turnover, caught up with Jiangyi, penetrates from behind. In an instant, Jiangyi felt that the surrounding scene sways, probably changed, does not seem like changes. Kills. Tang from kills, wisely behind, boils the fright to absorb the mortal form the powerful power and influence. The Jiangyi whole body ties tight, subconscious wanting inertia counter. Attack, however, he guessed that following Tang Mingda is fake, real threat in other positions. At a crucial moment within, the roaring flame surges, condenses over a thousand hot feathers, undifferentiated suddenly slash violently to strike speedily. Tang is wise, whole body auspicious sign to surround, shoulders fire feather. Suddenly slash violently to strike just like the armor hardly, kills from behind. The powerful fist prestige comes, solid bang on Jiangyi. Knows obviously this is false, consciousness is affected. However, the feeling was too real. The bone break, bloody water splattering, the body was even raised to fly. Probably. Jiangyi consciousness, the absent-minded, good overbearing day the Saint Mark. Even on the alert, is influence such clear intense. Changes into others, perhaps has been involved, is unable to extricate oneself. At this time, true Tang Mingda killed the Jiangyi near, that immeasurably deep power and influence erupted again, heavy blows ballooning, big several times, such as the monstrous waves struck the day, took Jiang Yi. Compared with consciousness influence that spirit mark has, the day the might of Saint Fist is more terrifying. However, Jiang Yi stands firm suddenly, awakens the vermilion bird soul, the pursuit. Day effects, he worked loose from the chaotic consciousness, forcefully, grips the fist that grasps stubbornly, since leaps instantaneously. The vermilion bird trace glitters in the palm, attacks the bloodlines. Exciting invincible might. The vermilion bird wrestles a day of technique, domineering release. In life and death boundary reassignment bloodlines, unusual danger, but Jiang Yi cannot, whatever Tang Mingda humiliates. The sharp claws, violent strikes the heavy blows. The vermilion bird inheritance meets the approaching enemy day, the Saint Fist. Bang! Jiang Yi retroceded accordingly, 2 to 3 steps, the Tang double fist is completely, wisely broken, calls out pitifully to Flutter. Excellent works, eventually are the excellent works, you cannot display the day the true might of Saint Fist. The Jiang Yi look is cold. Remembers the day that Azura displays the Saint Fist is true, shocking everybody, the tyrant. Certainly world. Can you sober unexpectedly? Tang stands in the distant place wisely, both hands covered with blood. Awakens was too sudden, how did Jiang Yi achieve? Although Jiang Yi is day, but the consciousness of life and death boundary is very frail, is very difficult to control the self-body, let alone worked loose. You are very lucky, run into present me. Jiang Yi obviously feels lacking the ability to do what one would like, the life and death boundary was too uncomfortable. You are also very lucky, has not run into me outside. When you are a guest. Does not use the full power conveniently. Tang wise cold, snort, /hum. Wenching miss, we will narrate another day again. Under the Jiang Yi reorganization, the clothes left the forest land. Tang Mingda healing both hands, scavenged to the cold article, junior sister. You do not need to manage him. I before you show the strength, how teaching him to obey the custom. Cold wenching looks at the back that Jiang Yi leaves, felt strange secretly. Unexpectedly without that marvelous fluctuation. Master, does the life and death boundary have the special way, steady in the past? Jiang Yi returns to the dwelling, the recuperation is returning to normal. Silently diligently the strength of fluctuation. How long did your previous generation boil? 2 years. Life and death boundary is to open up the body buried treasure special stage. Awakens is the transformation, this stage is very dangerous, but is also very important. You cannot be too irritable. I have not thought that enters the life and death boundary quickly. Jiang Yi shakes the head. The Somalian mansion really harmed to be miserable, this bad condition, how the thorough territory, how went to the highest heaven day. You have taken celestial pill, made fully the preparation during the high rank. Soul boundary, should be able smooth in the past, to boil slowly. Has what elixir, can let me when needed, heartily the release strength. No. You have. I do not have. You, if really does not have, will explain that in detail no reason, you said. Directly do not have, definitely has. Pill Sovereign is at a loss for words for a while. Chapter 989, we match very much. Has the harm? Jiang Yi affirmed that Pill Sovereign has the means that immediately braces oneself, the inquiry. I hope you can close up the cultivation normally. I do not delay the cultivation, the main energy opens the body buried treasure. I want when needed, should not be too aggrieved. You return flaming heaven to close up for 2 years, does not have needs. Time. Master, I really 2 years. Pale Sovereign considers over and over, opens the mouth, through the ages. Some can study the life and death boundary greatly, however few of success. Spreads are less. My previous generation time, collects two. One is elixir, one is the heart secret art, can deal with the situation of life and death boundary strength fierce fluctuating. Has the harm? The Jiangyi feeling, worthily is Pale Sovereign, but also is. Really anything has. I had explained before, strength fluctuating of life and death boundary, simply speaking, is the body in the opening buried treasure. If the excessive suppression, you open the body buried treasure, to be affected. Gives me, I do not use casually. Jiangyi to own awakening some competence, does not care about 35 influences. Pale Sovereign believes that Jiangyi potential, particularly the soul high. Rank 3 breakthroughs are almost perfect. What he is worried is the Jiangyi character, told him does not have the means that he can also be honest. Cautious, once there is a way of suppression, Jiangyi was equal to without. Worry, working was bolder, recklessly unseemly behavior. Now ensure does not use casually, in the future can use definitely. Unambiguous. But, thinks it over, Pale Sovereign compromised. Somalian mansion that move was too ruthless, Jiangyi is also unable to back down now, can only brace oneself to proceed to clash. Elixir is excellent works elixir, can to pass the life and death boundary. Extremely in a short time rapidly, makes great strides forward the nirvana boundary. But the pharmacology suppresses opening of body buried treasure thoroughly. Forcefully sublimation boundary. In other words, you do not use the card in soul boundary ninth heavenly layer. Can become stronger, you did not use in the life and death boundary, but after entering the nirvana boundary, you can only be first heavenly layer forever. Was without opening body buried treasure first heavenly layer, compared with the soul boundary ninth heavenly layer strong point. Moreover elixir, after all is elixir, can suppress the body, forcefully. Sublimation boundary probability, only has 50%. The second type is the heart secret art, starts one time, can stabilize the boundary some time, short several hours, long several days. But the use captures the body control each time forcefully, not suitable. Frequent use, otherwise can affect the body opening buried treasure, affected. Past the probability of life and death boundary you. I choose the heart secret art. I can teach you, but I must give the number of times that you stipulate. Thanks the Master. 10 times, you can indulge 10 times, most 10 times. If you multipurpose 1 time, my quiet 1 year, multipurpose twice, my quiet 3 years. Pale Sovereign is good for Jiangyi, must limit the number of times, otherwise Jiangyi very cannot be easy to control. If because of his heart secret art, cannot pass the life and death boundary. Finally, he may be unable to confess with himself, is unable to confess with the God Dynasty heroes' souls. Jiangyi stays in the room, to close up the cultivation. Darius Holy Land arriving Crepe Myrtle Holy Land one after another, first is 50 Holy Land is the Lord Western Holy Land Alliance, is Day of Qilin Holy Land is the Lord Northern Holy Land Alliance, is really Yuan Holy Land is the Lord Eastern Holy Land Alliance. Li Fire Holy Land and Chaotic Sky Holy Land, Tribulation Holy Land also to arrive spirit during this period. Beginning 10,000 Holy Land, 2 Profound Holy Land and How Dark Green Holy Land, 3 Big Central Holy Land deliberately delay the time, but also is walking on the road slowly. But 50 Holy Land and Day Qilin Holy Land, is really Yuan Holy Land. Obtained the secret relation of Central Holy Land, requesting them to challenge Crepe Myrtle Holy Land. However, has not waited for them to start to cause trouble. Crepe Myrtle Holy Land announced in high profile. Holy Land gets together, the person with outstanding ability gathers, the rare. Good opportunity, to set up the martial arts contest competition especially. Shows spirit mark, compares notes martial law. Is revered by the South Holy Land Alliance Lord, no return Holy Lord, is. Personally responsible. Announced together, advances the keenest struggle, no return Holy Lord. She is responsible for managing, must accept all parties to challenge. Responsibly. All parties are happen to willing to try the crest of wave abundant southern. Holy Land strength. Especially after Crepe Myrtle Holy Land expressed Jiangyi here, there. Enthusiasm surged upward. In third day that Jiangyi closes up, the developing martial stage and guest area live it up. Zhou Qingshou first mounts the stage, shows the strength of stars, 3 fight. The winning streak, 4th defeats to the Eastern Mahayana, excellent works. Han Ao mounts the stage later, by the bloodline strength of transformation. 5 wins, shocks all Holy Land. This is the result that they restrain, after all mixed day of spirit treasure. Is too special, cannot demonstrate in this case. Jiangyi closes up the self-torture 5 days, goes out in the night, must buy. Starlight sneak off. Day black, why do you go? Zhou Qingshou blocks Jiangyi. Having the matter must process, do not disclose. The Jiangyi racket his shoulder must leave. Darius Holy Land arrived one after another, you not they? Your Holy Land matter, I do not mix. You do not want to mix, but they want to make you mix. Has no interest. Jiang Wanner was injured. What? Jiangyi just had run the corner, ran. They know you here, wants to see live, the enlightened ruler has been. Pressing, does not know was who thought a stupid idea, unexpectedly when. Challenged Jiang Wanner, made into the severe wound her. How you see? Won't stop? The Jiangyi complexion sinks. Sudden, the weapon of brat has the strangeness, the sudden great power, almost. Hit Jiang Wanner waist. Who does? Northern Holy Land, Snow Waterfall Holy Land. Name? Side Rong. Also living? By my family elegant monster lesson. I will pass to tidy up them tomorrow. Jiangyi turns around to vanish under the curtain of night. After 2 hours, Jiangyi arrived at Crepe Myrtle Holy Land inside and outside. 300, a secret place, the sensibility mountains and rivers vary greatly. Enticing cold wenching. If smooth, he must take cold wenching tonight. Cannot wait till her to go to Zushan, even cannot wait till guarding in Zushan. To come. If not smooth, tries to find another way again. Cold wenching has not made her and others too long, found Jiangyi in midnight. Early morning. Is you? Well, the cold miss is quite skillful. Jiangyi looks at cold wenching the appearance, gave up decisively. Skillful? During the daytime was skillful, tonight is also skillful, cold. Wenching is not all alone comes, but is riding the gold/metal flame sacred. Image, in the hand is grasping the distortion space weapon, in the darkness of distant place, probably also follows shadow. We look like also very have the fate. The Jiangyi secretly thought was a pity, must think the means shift topic, cannot make cold wenching produce. Vigilantly to him, otherwise wanted to direct to be difficult again. Here others, had not said that your feels? When you are some feelings, has anything to feel, cold wenching is very vigilant, the space coffin in hand has been grasping firmly. I, when sees you, having the feeling. The Jiangyi thoughts. Racing, finds the excuse diligently. Said, clear. I felt that we match very much. What? I noticed that you had the feeling, very strong that feeling. Are you enticing me? You have thought that has a status, to enter Zushan? What status? Blazing heaven in the future, the woman of Pale Saint. This can drum up support. For you, making your status more special, respected. Are you shaming me? Do I also need to drum up support with you? Improves on perfection. You just married the flower-building female, comes to discuss with me again. Marries? You worked as anything my cold wenching. I am only bravely under the expression my idea, if you are not willing even. Said goodbye. Halts. Did you work as the fool me? Today you do not speak the daytime words. Gave up any idea of returns to Crepe Myrtle Holy Land again. What did I say during the daytime? You said that special feeling has no relations with you probably. Has the relations, yourself clearest, cold wenching wants to clarify, does Jiangyi have his inherited? Jiangyi intentionally hesitant little while, purses the lips slightly. Probably very big determination, I obtained an inheritance, probably. What inherits, cold wenching the pupil condensability, stares at tight Jiang. Inheritance? Did he really obtain? Can this inheritance arrive to two people on unexpectedly? Chapter 990, sets up the prestige, destiny, and good fortune about common people. Franking, after this as I obtain the news, the following enlightened ruler will also come here primary cause. Jiangyi walked. The risky move step. Destiny, good fortune? Cold wenching, the complexion is dignified. The Zushan envoys have said that this was vanished several tens of thousands of years of mysterious inheritance. About, concerns in the common people in the world. Is the secret in secret? Although the Zushan envoys have not said is very detailed, but cold wenching can speculate, such secret should few know personally. Jiangyi can say unexpectedly, maybe, let alone can also cause the subtle induction. Cold wenching looks at front Jiangyi, has mixed feelings. If the Zushan envoys knew, can lead him to Zushan together? Such person, how with controlling common people destiny? Does such person, how with share Zushan with her? Moreover, Jiangyi is controlling the Qiao strength, has to flaming heaven to make the background, Zushan can be primarily Jiangyi? Has the possibility very much. The cold article is more clear and melodious, more is more vigilant. In look that she glitters, cannot escape experiences Jiangyi of old say/way. Bet right. Jiangyi almost can imagine his cold wenching idea at this moment. Can speculate killing intent that she will soon move. Gripping of cold wenching slender white hands unconsciousness is tight. Can an inheritance, how arrive to two people on? Can she seize? As the matter stands, she does not need to go to Zushan with Jiangyi, but can also strengthen her the strength of inheritance. Tries? Why no? Here is her territory, she completely has the condition to try. However must arrived here before the Zushan envoys, moreover, must a merit become, does not alarm anybody. Wenching miss, I confessed my secret, did you also express? Why I can feel the destiny from your there, why can you find here? The Jiangyi sound awakens from the thinking cold wenching. Cold wenching deeply looked at Jiangyi, the tone is light, I need to consider. Like this, 3 days later, we also meet here. Cold miss, does that is not quite fair. Among men and women, not fair. I said for 3 days, you are willing to come when the time comes, I give you a pleasant surprise, is not. Willing to come is casual. Cold wenching must go back with the father together, to plan well, the secret. Takes Jiangyi. If can capture, preferably. Is inalienable, has tried, did not regret, in addition, thinks other means. Suppress Jiang Yi. In brief, removes Jiang Yi either makes Jiang Yi take orders in her. After all they must control entire day below destiny, is to arrive at the summit of the world, is to enjoy the endless honor. Jiang Yi looks that cold wenching disappears in the forest land, the corners of the mouth bring back the curve. 3 days? We wait. Whom has a look is the prey, who is a hunter? Water. Jiang Yi shoved open the Jiang Wana room, the brow wrinkles immediately. In the room, scratches the plain white cloth of blood everywhere, shocking. Elder brother, I am all right. Jiang Wana lies on the bed, is pale, makes the smile. Do not worry, the situation was stable. Jiang Hongwu, they gather in the room. What's the matter? Jiang Yi has not thought that the Waner situation is so serious. The Yan Qinggu calm face said, Snow Waterfall, Holy Land side glory challenges. Waner on own initiative, the attitude is very friendly, repeatedly indicated. That compares notes for the Lord, but hit few rounds, the cheap person reveals. A weapon suddenly, exploded directly. Shaking the head, that Jiang Hongwu rebukes oneself, we were also negligent. Wei Qianqiu reminded Jiang Yi, the goal of Northern Alliance is to stimulate you to appear, do not impulse, we can deal with. Jiang Yi sits to the Waner bedhead, is grasping her hand investigation aura. They can despicable one time, the despicable second time. This Waner is lucky, next time may abandon anyone. Jiang Hongwu said, this time is the general idea, careless, next time, you will not be the life and death boundary, was not suitable acts, gives us. You can count on that I am not vulnerable. Jiang Yi is the investigation, the complexion is ugly, the Waner heart. Lineage/vein are disorderly, the aura is weak, wound is very heavy. Why injured always his family member? His ominous is not very big? It seems like must set up the prestige. Sets up the prestige ruthlessly. Let all people who want to harm his family member, no serious results that. Does that? Elder brother, I am really all right. Jiang Wana rebukes oneself very much. Always implicates the elder brother. Jiang Yi comforts in a soft voice, we no longer are white tiger pass we have crossed, are humiliated. Who dares to harm us, we double present. The weather just dawned, various Holy Land disciples rushed over play the martial stage. They fight, intent to be soaring, hot-blooded rushes. This is the rare Holy Land assembly, they want to show oneself spirit mark. Wants to show that own Holy Land is stronger. Various Holy Land alliance also rare sticking together, jointly outward. However, presently main warm bullies the crest of wave abundant Southern Holy Land Alliance. Bullied the Southern Holy Land Alliance, bullied Crepe Myrtle Holy Land, this is also they come one of the here goals. If really can stimulate Jiang Yi, mistreatment well, that was more perfect. Came. No return Holy Lord brings Southern Holy Land to arrive, develops the martial stage, the lively atmosphere is rapidly peaceful, all vision fall to no return. Holy Land on. Daiqilan Holy Land and other disciples of Holy Land alliances hit a look. Mutually, arrived one after another front. The Waner miss came, restored good? Worthily is the elixir Holy Land disciple, various elixir used casually. Restored is quick. Is the Waner miss interested in comparing again? Our time will show mercy. Most let your flow point blood, will be different to yesterday, the fight could not halt. Ahem, do not let her compare. Cannot shoulder accidentally/surprisingly, is really weak, if died in the arena yesterday, we also do want to compensate? Yes, do not fight her. I also think that she and her rampant elder brother are equally strong. The result was too disappointed. The disciples of Northern Holy Land Alliance start to clamor, have actively invite the war, has prods intentionally. Is stimulates Jiang Wanner to mount the stage in any case, teaches again. Ruthlessly. Their ultimate goals are to direct Jiang Yi. Is you place to cheat obviously. Jiang Wanner is angry. There can never be too much deception in war, hasn't your elder brother taught you? Snow Waterfall, Holy Land, Side Glory sneers. Is your cheats? That is despicable. What is despicable, what is cheats? You obtained clear. I compare with you. Ahem, you cannot lose, does not compare with you. Who could not lose, come, I compare with you. Cannot lose, had not acknowledged, is really laughable. With your elder brother well-doing, took away from Guhua Imperial City Qiao, was afraid. Unexpectedly, abandoning them to face to encircle, oneself ran up to flaming heaven to hide. Cannot you say my brother? He dares to do, hasn't made one say? Cowards, tortoise of revealing only part of the truth. Side Glory said that is blinking to about fellow apprentices, what kind of, I scolded had the level. But, the Snow Waterfall Holy Land fellow apprentices are just about to show. The smile actually stiffened one after another. Daiqilan Holy Land and other Holy Land disciples also congealing eyebrow. Observed closely slightly front. What's wrong? Side Glory has a look at them, strangely, look to the front no return Holy Land team. A person from corner, developing martial stage of watching the fun, look slightly cold, walked toward the no-return Holy Land team. Jiang Yi. He came out unexpectedly. Tai Long and other Holy Land disciples, are the look complex looks at man. Eternal Holy Mountain leaves, in an instant is 10 years. To them, 10 years said that were short said long were not long, but were day after day cultivation. Regarding Jiang Yi, actually changed the life and imposing. No matter the reputation how, he has at least moved the world, advances into the royalty. The hand grasped strong soldier. Tai Long still remembers vaguely he with the Jiang Yi first meeting time, Jiang Yi points at that dissolute words that he is speaking, without Holy Land, what? Are you? Leaves Holy Land, you can go out far. Jiang Yi, Su Clear and the others look at Jiang Yi, the facial expression is also very complex. Before thinks that Jiang Yi must die in great wilderness, has not thought that one person alone visiting flaming heaven unexpectedly, but also won the World Lord trust, removed the Somalian mansion, resisted the threats of 10,000 gods. For several months, he reversed oneself life. They once think, the Jiang Yi achievement should halt in this, but they actually feel now, the Jiang Yi achievement is not limited to this. Chapter 991, ends. Is he Jiang Yi? Does he come to revenge for his younger sister? North Holy Land this move, although ignominious, but truly effective. Deals with this extreme person, can only use the extreme method. Crepe Myrtle Holy Land said that he was the life and death boundary? Life and death boundary also dares to run around, but also is really a madman. Life and death boundary looked like did not have the tiger of tooth, was seemingly powerful, actually without many threats. Good play started. Looked how the Northern Holy Land Alliance played. After the broad developing martial stage are slightly peaceful, lives it up rapidly. Matter that most anticipates happened finally. The Northern Holy Land disciples forwarded collectively several steps, the look was swift and fierce. They and Guhua Palace walls relations between are close. They support the Guhua neutral stance. Guhua affirm their influences. The mutual cooperation takes advantage mutually. Finally, Jiangyi 1 deliberately creates trouble. Chaotic north makes Guhua lose seriously. They as Holy Land did not have the opportunity to help, has not thought that. Here bumped into. Since this, they did not mind that teaches Jiangyi for Guhua well. Elder brother, can your body be good? Jiang Wan'er was worried very much. Okay, look. After looking, you must understand, your Jiang Wan'er anything does. Not need to fear, no one needs to fear, because you have an elder brother. Called Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi arrives on the practicing martial arts stage, the cold vision. Observed closely. Side Glory, was yesterday you framed my younger sister? Side Glory stared at the heart to shake by his look, wants to refute, but the lip wriggles, actually could not speak. That feeling looked like the beast of prey that the selected person bit to. Observe closely. How can say frames, the comparing notes martial arts contest with boundary? Who defeated, who is not as skillful as others? Side Rong's man blocks in front of her, raises the head slightly, is confronting Jiang Yi on stage. Before the speech, identifies one's role when first coming on stage. Snow Waterfall Holy Land, Liang Hao. Although is less than your day saint. Mark, is the Mahayana excellent works. She framed my younger sister, I uphold the justice for her today. I said that does not frame. We are the noble Holy Land juniors, the play. Square, obeys the custom. With your barbarian, different. Good frankness, really is not concerned about face. What did you say? Here is the assembly of Holy Land, is beyond control your most wanted terrorist to come dissolutely. Don't an effectively virtuous false appearance, be want to challenge me? I met. Do you come first? The Northern Holy Land person exchanges the vision, accepted the challenge. Easily? Also thinks that wants to spend some the argument. Since this. They are impolite. Since you want to challenge our Holy Land disciple, I help you. Liang Hao was on the arena. Their Northern Holy Land Alliance was selecting 6 challenger in secret, is. The St. Mark's is Soul Boundary 9th Heavenly Layer. For after Jiang Yi appears, initiates the challenge. Wano looks inside. Jiang Yi arrives at the arena center, Hao ratio. Liang Hao station, to the Jiang Yi front 20 meters places, fair martial arts. Contest, compares notes for the Lord, to stop. Bullshit, how calculated the victory and loss even. The Jiang Yi look was swift and fierce, got hold of the fist. We compare notes, so long as a side admits defeat, the competition ended. Even. Said clearly. So long as admits defeat, even finished? So long as shouted that admits defeat 2 characters, even finished. On Liang Hao face, has the evil smile. Although soul boundary 9th heavenly layer with the life and death boundary. Is the different boundaries, but the strength of life and death boundary. Drifts from place to place, weak time might as well ordinary soul boundary. Strong time is very easy to lose control. If Jiang Yi weak condition, he oppressive ruthlessly. If Jiang Yi is the powerful condition, he resists, the spoken language. Stimulation, making Jiang Yi lose control. Which this challenges, this is tames, haha. Senior brother Liang Hao. Hits ruthlessly. Let him ask for advice our north. Holy Land strength. Senior brother Liang Hao, we anticipated that your splendid performance, I am proud of you. The Snow Waterfall Holy Land disciples shout loudly. Liang Hao was their new generation's strongest spirit mark that has penetrated into their souls, and intrepidly, they believe that Liang Hao can control the scene, taught Jiang Yi ruthlessly. Please open, protects the barrier, without finishing, no one must meddle. Jiangyi faces No Return Holy Lord to hint. No Return Holy Lord moves toward the arena, assumes personal command. Personally, we spoke the clear rule, comparing notes between Holy Land, the friendship first, the martial arts contest second, the victory and defeat all. Relied on the strength, after leaving office, does not bear a grudge does not retaliate, various Holy Land cannot therefore hold responsible. The enlightened rulers of Northern Holy Land Alliance nod in turn. Liang Hao retrocedes, spreads out with Jiang Yi, to continue to stimulate. Jiang Yi, I want not only to be our Northern Holy Land, and even dark green. Profound all Holy Land, are very curious to you. The curious your strength, is curious your spirit mark, is curious your martial law. Since you came under satisfies us. Fires off this, no matter victory and loss, to other disciple opportunities? Who does also want to challenge? The Jiangyi vision shot a look at to the Northern Holy Land Alliance. We want to ask for advice your strength. Other 5 selected disciples. Arrived front, is excellent work spirit mark in North Holy Land, wins great reputation. Stands there do not move. You can satisfy the desire quickly. We are anticipating. They show the light smile, the life and death boundary was so crazy, really. Overreaches oneself. Do we start now? Liang Hao spreads out both hands, hints toward the audience. Facial expression one austere, observed closely, Jiang Yi. No Return Holy Lord soars, the arrangement barrier, covers 500 meters wide. Large-scale arena personally. I am the life and death boundary, you first start. Jiang Yi stands in same place, looks at rampant Liang Hao indifferently. You are the life and death boundary, I do not bully you, you first start. Liang Hao was ready in full battle array, completed the defense. You first start, the opportunity that otherwise you make a move, did not have. Hee haha. Liang Hao laughs coldly several, the complexion suddenly won, do you look down upon my Mahayana Saint Mark? Do not blame me not being impolite. Strong winds stick out suddenly, are sweeping across the close, thorn bright. Ice crystal, sweeps across the arena 500 meters rapidly. Arena thermal drop. The strong wind's howl, is getting more and more violent, everywhere chaotic. Volume. The ice crystal is crowded, the speed rises dramatically, probably the thunder and lightning wreaking havoc audience, as if can destroy all lives within range. The control of Mahayana Saint Mark, won the nod that the audience Holy Land disciple commended immediately. Jiang Yi stands one's ground steadfastly, whatever the strong winds tear, ice crystal suddenly slash violently to strike. This now formally starts. Liang Hao eyes are bright, pass send the ice-cold ray, both hands dance. Controls the strong winds and ice crystal wreaks havoc hot-tempered. The strong winds might is wild, can destroy the mountain. The ice crystal is cold, can freeze the growth on the skin bone. In the vast land of the polar north, he is the snowfield controls. The snow waterfall Holy Land disciples raise the head in abundance, this is the pride of their Holy Land. All Holy Land disciples pay attention with rapt attention, are appraising the strength of this north world, is anticipating the resistance of Jiang Yi. Roar. The howling strong wind's deep place, appears the sad and shrill pitiful yell. Sound. Probably the wind sound / rumor, seems like the endless wicked soul, to howl. In an instant, the strong winds rise suddenly, the speed might rises. Dramatically the pinnacle, inside ice crystal collides intensely. The strong wind seem like the hand of heaven, is molding the ice crystal fast, forms the gigantic heavy blows. Bang. Heavy blows suddenly / violently to strike, shake strikes the field. 100,000 ice crystals condense, do not have the slight slit, the hard degree is over profound iron 100 times. The pinnacle temperature, can during the hit goal, it's thorough frozen. The strong winds of howling, give the heavy blows incomparable speed and strength. This as he kills the giant beast at the snowfield Bang kills to incur. Powerful. Wish. Lots of Holy Land disciples change countenance, the might of this fist is truly powerful. Su Clear shakes the head, slowly. The style of performance was too strong. Should not experience the life and death challenge. Your general idea, careless. Liang Hao brow, spirit mark blooming glare, the Mahayana Saint Mark, controls. Strongly. The Jiangyi whole body leaps the roaring flame, after the right foot, moves. One step, grips the steady lower part of the body, the right hand gets hold. The palm vermilion bird mark prints and distributes up. Bang. The meteorite ice crystal heavy blows howl the strong winds to arrive. Strongly, the fierce cold air, the torrential fist prestige, heads on toward Jiangyi. Jiangyi does not draw back, does not evade, to a fist, is facing to strike. Haughty, Liang Hao happen to sneers, strikes the field actually too. Explode the depressed loud sound, the ice crystal heavy blow stops. Accordingly, the dense and numerous cracks, from the hit place bang spout. Sweep across the ice crystal. Bang. The second explosive resounds through strikes the field, the ice crystal heavy. Blows explodes comprehensively broken, confuses the strong winds, the reeking havoc audience. Chapter 992, ends. Shouldered? Is so relaxed? The audience are in a tumult, unbelievable. The strength of life and death boundary is not drifts from place to place. Weak time is very weak, strong time moves restlessly very much, Jiangyi. Is he life and death boundary? Many Holy Land senior elder observe closely. Jiangyi, re-examines gets up. Is impossible. How can you resist my ice fist? Liang Hao is unbelievable, he is clearest as martial law might, let alone. Jiangyi, the place palatial mountain, can even easily the disintegration. This eye? The Jiangyi whole body gold/metal flame sudden rebellion, the ground. Disintegration, Jiangyi through like lightning. Bang. 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 The Jiangyi whole body roaring flame 3 rebellions, the speed rise. Suddenly 3 times, in screams that the audience starts, the front surface. Appeared before Liang Hao. Swift and violent, domineering. You. Liang Hao look changes, dodges excitedly decisively backward, the wrist/skill. In a flash, ice crystal broadsword clang, however starts. This is his kills, inside contains the unique side cold air/chi, to resist. Jiangyi, but prepares specially. However, the Jiangyi speed was too fast, in approaching in an instant. Speed's fourth sudden rise. Bang. The heavy blows that Jiangyi brandishes, take Liang Hao mouth. Jawbone disruption, blood splash. Liang Hao's nape of the neck sways violently, almost breaks off the head, the body also takeoffs to fly. Jiangyi grasps his ankle, entire turned. The wrist rocks, the crazy strength is torrential, pounded to the tread fiercely. Bang. Side Liang Hao is well grounded, the bone disruption, the broadsword in hand. Let's go. Senior brother Liang Hao. The snow waterfall Holy Land disciples awaken, charges into the arena in abundance. Collapses at the first blow. Jiangyi brandishes Liang Hao, probably is turning the gunny sack, bang bang. Pounds to the tread randomly. The strength erupts, the speed is astonishing. 10. 20, 30. 50. Bang bang bang. Bloody water splattering, the skeleton disruption, from the body to the head, is total wreck. Liang Hao has not waited to hit back, thorough round was been ignorant, the mouth disruption, cannot make the sound, the head disruption, the consciousness confusion. Stop. Stops quickly. We admit defeat. The snow waterfall Holy Land disciples shout anxiously, make an effort to hit the barrier. The audience are in a tumult, is shocking the bloody scene in arena, many girl students frighten are pale, does not endure to look again. Admits defeat? Jiang Yi continues to turn Liang Hao, shouts loudly. In the hand is the moment. Has not been idling, is turning Liang Hao bang bang the hit, bloody water splattering. Admits defeat. How to speak? Good. Suffices to be unyielding. Helps you. Bang bang bang. Hasn't admitted defeat? Underestimated your will. Again come. Bang bang bang. Jiang Yi pounds, while asked. Your bastard, he is dying. He wanted rottenly, he said. We admitted defeat, we shouted for him. The snow waterfall Holy Land disciples shouted abuse. No return Holy Lord, are you doing? The competition ended. The snow waterfall Holy Land enlightened ruler berated loudly. Finished? A no return Holy Lord face is faint. Can't you see? He is dying. I only recognize the custom, does not look at the life. He did not shout. Admits defeat, was not finished. Bang bang bang. Jiang Yi is turning covered with blood, Liang Hao, to arena one by one is pounding. The depressed hit, the blood of splattering, the bone sound of disruption. Daunts the Holy Land disciple, who had a high and respected position. Bang bang bang. Jiang Yi pounded fully 180 times, finally stopped. While people think conclusion time, Jiang Yi shook idler, changes into the left hand, held Liang Hao Luan of tattered looking awful. Stop. I said that stops. The snow waterfall Holy Land enlightened ruler rushes to front of the arena. Looks angrily at no return Holy Lord. No return Holy Lord is unemotional. Sound, old lady, I not deaf. The snow waterfall enlightened ruler angrily rebukes, he was dying, dispersed. The barrier to me. I only recognize the custom. He did not shout admits defeat, continued. He died, he shouted. He is dies, lives, there is nothing to do with me. I only recognize the custom. You, snow waterfall enlightened ruler, is in an uncontrollable rage. Wishes one could to rip open the barrier, but the imposing manner of no return. Holy Lord, sending out, went far beyond him. No return Holy Lord, knows when to stop. He cannot shout admitted defeat, we shouted for him. The day Qilin Holy Land enlightened ruler arrives at front. Other northern Holy Land enlightened rulers also follow. Their complexion is ugly, no one has thought that can be such scene. Are you making me violate the rule? That is not good, I am arresting on. Principal person. Crepe Myrtle Holy Land arranges me to preside over the martial arts contest competition, is to my trust, how I can disappoint this trust. If he did die? Can you shoulder the responsibility? If Liang Hao died, Snow Waterfall Holy Land all withdraws from the competition, the North Holy Land Alliance Collective warned one time. What? The day Qilin enlightened rulers are startled, Snow Waterfall does. Holy Land withdraw? Do we mark misconduct? Liang Hao insisted on not shouting admits defeat, making the martial arts contest Congress present death event, naturally must shoulder the responsibility. You, a day Qilin enlightened ruler courage vigor upwells, almost faints. The northern Holy Land enlightened rulers HUHU breathing heavily, are opening. Mouth do not know that should say anything. Too shameless. Too shameless. Various Eastern Conference Holy Land enlightened ruler senior elder, look at each other in blank dismay. Is this words that an enlightened ruler said? The 50 enlightened ruler shakes the head, the unmarried woman has not changed. Chaotic sky Holy Land, tribulation's Holy Land spirit, the collective is silent, they closely are shutting up, close to. Regarding truculent and unreasonable of no return Holy Lord, they have profound understanding. The one who most makes one have no alternative, she also can always the steady principle. Is she is bullying the person obviously, finally you must apologize on own initiative. It looks like her to slap your palm, you must ask that her hand does not hurt sorely, cannot do well must compensate the medical expenses. Bang! The Jiangyi left hand turned 100, finally stopped. Lying of Liang Hao covered with blood on the ground, letting in air, the multi-air vents are few, suffocated. Jiangyi squats before Liang Hao, racket his tattered face, do not feign death. Admits defeat? Continues to hit. Lying trough you. The snow waterfall, Holy Land disciples, almost violent walks. Also is asking, especially admits defeat, goes too far. Jiangyi pinches Liang Hao's neck to raise, is asking no return Holy Lord of upper air, cannot admit defeat like his type, how should calculate? We admit defeat. The snow waterfall enlightened ruler angrily rebukes, I. Crawling full blood threads. When arrogant Holy Land receives this facetious shame, Jiangyi said, that is not good, strikes the field to have custom that strikes. The field is not your outside people decides. The enlightened rulers, you. Strike a president, you judge. No return Holy Lord pretended to consider the little while, said, our Holy Land martial arts contest, emphasizes to compare notes, tasteful martial arts. Spirit. Like this, except for admits defeat on own initiative, but can also bow to salute. Jiangyi is pinching Liang Hao, manipulated an attitude, making Liang Hao face. The younger sister Jiang wanted to kneel down, bend the waist and kowtow. Anxiously was not busy, makes maid. Bastard. The snow waterfall, Holy Land disciples clench jaws. Shame. Jiangyi each expression, each movement, is shaming their snow waterfall Holy Land. The Eastern Holy Land expression is complex, finally asked for advice this Holy Land to abandon the child was crazy. Said knowing a person by his reputation not as good as meeting him face to face, they really realized. This person, in the bone passes the wild nature, in the blood is flowing. Cruelly. This person, truly not suitable Holy Land. No return Holy Lord deliberately delayed for several minutes, announced. Competition ended, Jiangyi wins, Liang Hao defeats. Life-saving. The snow waterfall enlightened ruler shouted loudly. Snow waterfall Holy Land senior elder rushed to the arena, hugs Liang Hao, of being on the verge of death to clash. Next, who comes? Jiangyi looked before valiant-spirited northern Holy Land disciple. 5 St. Mark disciple corners of the eye twitch, awkward, was silent. What comes to come? They did not have exactly enough. Bad, that Jiangyi situation they have not imagined, probably completely not by the influence of life and death boundary. Does not compare. The Day Qilin enlightened ruler admits defeat on own initiative. Wait. You are not I, do not challenge me, finished? I give you an opportunity. In 5 same places. On together? 5 people observe closely, Jiangyi neatly, raised, fought. Intent. If insufficiently, add several to you again. The Jiangyi sound is not loud, but the attitude is rampant. Helps you. 5 St. Mark exchange vision, move toward the arena. The northern enlightened rulers have not stopped again, Jiangyi is no matter. How crazy, after all, is the life and death boundary, 5 people encircle the war, living that should be able to deal with. Gives me to hit well. Various Holy Land senior elder are reminding them. Seriously. Just lost phase 2, must save the face. Hits the meaning to hit well ruthlessly. Chapter 993, ends. Various Holy Land elites observe earnestly, each other discussed. Jiangyi, although is a day of mark, but the life and death boundary cannot transfer too many energies, his normal strength is less than 1/5 ordinarily. The Jiangyi boundary now is very steady, is not suitable bumps hardly. When focuses on defending, pesters as a supplement. They, so long as coordinates appropriately, ties down Jiangyi, can make the Jiangyi mood have the fluctuation. So long as the mood fluctuates, will involve the strength to fluctuate. Jiangyi strength, if weakens, they can end to be oppressive he. If the strength rises dramatically, they evade not to fight, can make Jiangyi lose control. Do be not so optimistic, if they just started to be ineffective on the coordination, was seized the opportunity by Jiangyi, losing was they. Various Holy Land disciples discussed that but also consults to senior elder. Even/including such were guessing how Jiangyi should deal with collaborations of 5 St. Marks. 5 St. Marks stand in the arena, is gesturing mutually, whom arranging to be responsible for disturbing, who is responsible for diverting, who in special time life-saving. Although they want to teach Jiangyi, but does not have the general idea/careless. So many Holy Land look, they must win, but must win attractively, making Jiangyi kneel on the ground, begs for mercy, to them. Jiangyi, here is the assembly of Holy Land, desire this Holy Land. Abandoned child, stand on the stage does not feel awkwardly? Daiqilan Holy Land St. Mark's son Ida, to Jiangyi, is continuing the spoken language stimulation. He to the sage Mark, the complete treasured vase, can turn into the energy to swallow the offensive of enemy. He is responsible for resisting Jiangyi. Is he awkward? If he is thin-skinned, can arrive today the step. Qiao Jia follows he to rush to the south, finally he noticed that circumstance. Not wonderful run up to blazing heaven to ask to give shelter, does not know that with the method of flattering, can win the trust of world lord. Unexpectedly. If not because he male, I suspected that he devoted. No matter what Guyang Holy Land St. Mark striving to improve circles to. Jiangyi behind, unties the brocade belt/bring, revealed land dragon spirit. Mark. His head sways from side to side, turns into the fierce place dragon's head, the body ties tight, prepares the incarnation monster beast at any time. Other 3 St. Marks disperse periphery, release spirit mark, is ready in full battle array. Prepared? Jiangyi remains unmoved, indifferent standing on the spot. We can be your qualified opponent. Sun Ida activates spirit mark, the whole body leaps the moonlight ray, probably honored god-child who he compliments. Underfoot rune interweaves, light picked up him, the top of the head. Moonlight interweaves, condenses the transparent treasured vase. Roar. No matter what striving to improve sends out resonant dragon to recite, the whole body skeleton twists, the rapid rise, changes to the plump. Hard land dragon, numerous pounding fall, struck on the field, shakes 500 meters to strike the field to sway. Other 3 St. Marks release spirit mark one after another. Flings the phoenix feather zither, Jean, the fingertip presses lightly. Swings the allocation level ripples, can form the sound wave offensive. Endures compared with the thunder. Boils thunder tide, condenses 9 thunder orb, probably 9 stars are. Surrounding him, passes sends out the astonishing prestige energy. Grasps the heavy axe, billowing turns rustically wells up, is rushing to. Condense behind, probably the monstrous waves of savings, prepare to hit at any time. Friendship first, martial arts contest second, victory and defeat all relied on strength. Spoken language admits defeat, or boast to salute, regards as the failure. Competition formally starts. No return. Holy Lord haunches the barrier, announced loudly. Started. The audience atmosphere surges upward, everyone vision brilliant, is anticipating the splendid showdown. However, bang! The rebellion, the shake develops the martial stage violently, the torrential roaring flame from Jiangyi turbulently, the mighty current that probably opens the sluice gates, submerged rapidly struck the field. Imposing, enormous and powerful. 500 meters striking field turned into the turbulent sea of fire in an instant. Life and death boundary, day spirit mark, the speed of reserves or release of spirit strength, sufficiently steamroll audience. Everyone thinks that Jiangyi does not dare easily to release the spirit strength, he opens wide the sea of qi directly, the release most. The flaming glare illuminates thoroughly the square, many people cannot open the eye. Fused the vermilion bird monster fires of massive ceremonial fire, is seething with excitement, the corrosion space intense temperature. Sunita and the others were unexpected, the galloped roaring flame submerges. Was swallowed by the terrifying high temperature. Stands firm. Stands firm. He in the release energy, he possibly loses control momentarily. Seizes the opportunity, prepares to counterattack. Outside person shouted loudly anxiously, the whole face was shocking. Is away. From the barrier, they can feel the gold/metal flame might. Develops the martial stage well, probably suddenly turned into the purgatory. Must burn inside person while still alive. Various Holy Land disciples knit the brows slightly, doesn't the Jiangyi? Unexpectedly driving release energy, fear out of control? Risks danger. Wrestles, first controls the scene? Stands firm. Sunita releases the spirit strength difficultly, forms the protection to fight the clothes, controls the treasured vase, to swallow to attract galloping. The roaring flame. He had stayed 5 years in 9th heavenly layer, to the sage mark, the strength is agile and fierce. The roaring flame of galloping is towed immediately, toward treasured vase. Continuous galloping. Like the sea is 100 Sichuan, almost controlled less than half roaring. Flame that strikes the field. Insists. No matter what strives to improve also, horse shouts loudly, 30 meters huge. Body vibrates violently, everything may become vulnerable boils the powerful. Air wave, is relying on the hard armor, overruns toward Jiangyi. Other 3 people, distressed retreat, difficult resistance. However, this is only starts. Jiangyi after condensing sea of fire, 276 beast seal in consciousness regain. Consciousness, completely. He is flaming heaven to be possible not to idle, berries, the vermilion bird. Inheritance except for the research mountains and rivers greatly, is. Practicing beast seal. Has been close to 300. Roar roar roar. More than 200 kinds of beast of prey, are counted the pack of wolves, colony. Weight, etc., thousands. They're one after another formations, dissimilar in shape and form, lifelike, consciousness interlinked with Jiangyi, submerged toward Sunny and the others. Wish. The audience are in a tumult, innumerable person excitedly Discolorations. Shocked. Several thousand hot beasts appear loudly, probably opened the different space, piled up with struck the field. Real and manic. Barbaric and domineering. Is this martial law? Is this day of spirit mark control? Shock that they look, scalp tingles. But, does Jiangyi dare such release spirit strength recklessly, he not to care about the strength change unexpectedly? Roar. Ren Ziqiang the rave, dragon recited the resonant, earth wave turns. Wells up, it swung more than 30 meters land dragon bodies to meet head-on. Strongly. The roaring flame fierce tiger hits the roaring flame, dashes about wildly. Speedily, the front surface through. The land dragon house claw lifts fiercely, is hundreds of thousands of tons. Takes the fierce tiger head. Bang. The fierce tiger momentum is wild, loudly scrap. The claw that the land dragon drops self-confidently was raised unexpectedly. Ruthlessly. Ren Ziqiang is unbelievable. He is the land dragon. Like calling the resonant, great shape dashes about wildly, Ox Mao is sad, ox. Guangong, more than 10 beast of prey clash from the roaring flame, hits one after another to the body that the land dragon was just raised. They are not only then beast of prey shape, but has the respective power and influence, has the control that the vermilion bird soul read. Rumble. Accompanied the imposing hit explosion, the land dragon more than 30 meters. Serious bodies was turning face up, belly covered with blood crossflow. Submergence that several hundred firebees blot out the sky in the past. The red fox, the hot wolf wait, etc., advanced uninterruptedly, plunged the land dragon of struggling. The land dragon was embezzled by the beast of prey, was burnt down by the roaring flame, he struggles crazily, the sharp claws strike with force, the body tumbles, the tail sweeps away, torrential rustic is martial law who forms to rush, but does not help matters. Jiangyi opens the attentive secret art, lived in the boundary stably. Displayed might far ultra soul boundary, 9th heavenly layer, let alone vermilion bird monster fire. No matter what striving to improve quickly, by covered with blood of rumbling. Sun Eat of foot treads rune, controls 3 treasured vases, difficult. Swallowing is building up the flame and hot beast, but torrential roaring. Flame continuously. He calls out anxiously, crazy stimulation of movement. However. Bang. The treasured vase connects the scrap, the hot beast submerges in groups. There too also calculate that insisted the little while other 3 collapse. Quickly, struggles in the surge's roaring flame, sad and shrill. In front of Jiangyi of stable strength, they frailly to collapsing at the first blow. Recognizes. A person wants to admit defeat, is actually flown by the fire beast bang that. The violent strikes, covered with blood, falling to the ground stupor. He is not the life and death boundary. We admit defeat. The northern Holy Land enlightened rulers shout loudly immediately. Admits defeat quickly. Senior elder also shouted loudly toward the barrier. However late, beast of prey of Jiangyi release in groups embezzles 5 Saint marks, the dense and numerous explosions, the dripping with blood that they rumble, complete stupor. The blood is burning down their clothes and armor, is burning down the body. Might cremate them. Chapter 994, Hunts for promptly wenching. No return Holy Lord, you act shamelessly, he is not the life and death boundary. The day Qilin Holy Land enlightened ruler is unable to maintain the ordinary scholarly to be calm again, points at no return Holy Lord to angrily rebuke. Is reveres Lord, attention deportment. Age 1 big, irritating me was irresponsible. No return holy Lord cold snort / hum the sound, lifted the slender white and tender finger, gently in a flash. First, he had to say oneself were the life and death boundary, had said wasn't the life and death boundary? He is the life and death boundary is also good, ninth heavenly layer, 5. People besieged, but also shouted loudly acts shamelessly, did you want? Shamelessly? Second, what is we act shamelessly? He is not my holy land disciple, is not I. Asks him to come out to challenge. Is you must compel, but must line up to challenge, a desire discontented show vigor. I was invited by Crepe Myrtle Holy Land, the host arena contends in martial arts, that is all. The day Chilan enlightened ruler opens mouth, actually could not say the rebuttal words, you. That or you should the matter of doing. Immediately. Should I work? Host is fair. Is unfair? They must be burnt. They do not stop, how I can meddle. I must manage fairly. No return holy Lord. Do not go too far. If you do not prevent, do not blame us to begin personally, when the time comes injured anyone, we were irresponsible. Whom injured? You try. Whom when the time comes has a look at dead in. Inside. You. Do not shout, first do I apologize? Did I apologize to you? With to revere Lord, you a little do not respect about me probably. You. Apology. I apologize. Attitude is insincere. I am serious, to you, apology. Okay? Finished quickly. Does not worry. You just said that I frame you with Jiang-yi, this little encroached upon my reputation / honorary apology. I apologize, you ended the competition quickly. The day Chilan enlightened ruler, breathless anxious appearance, making all enlightened rulers grin secretly. This stance is insane. Perhaps this arrogant honored North Lord lived such excitedly half a lifetime. Not. No return holy Lord is drooping the eyelid, indifferent looks at the day of Chilan enlightened ruler, without meaning that the least bit finished. Impulsion that the day Chilan enlightened ruler biographies, first secondary. Curses at people, you finished actually. Other North enlightened ruler, also anxious angers, wish one could to rip open the barrier, drags, feared that the no return holy Lord domineering stop. Caused the excessive energy to collide, killed inside disciple. No return holy Lord, not anxiously not slow say, / way, I must tell clearly you. This is the fair play, no one acted shamelessly, loses was not as skillful as others, this seemed like your Liang Hao saying that I felt very reasonable. Therefore, the day Chilan enlightened ruler is in an uncontrollable rage, we admitted the failure, we did not investigate the Jiang-yi responsibility, you finished. Quickly. What to roar, is your voice big? Reveres solemnly Lord, does not have the strength in meditation. Your vixen, disperses the barrier to me. What did you say? The old dog, here is not north, no one is used to you. No return holy Lord turns around to move toward the barrier, both hands lifts. Up high, the energy of rushing submerges strikes the field, is reinforcing law. Continually, I looked that today who dares to terminate the martial arts contest to me. You. The northern enlightened rulers are burning with anger, activates spirit mark. One after another, shows martial law, locked no return holy Lord. No return holy Lord, ended the martial arts contest. Tang Yuanji, cannot hide. Again, if really burnt 5 St. Mark's, the martial arts contest Congress of their careful arrangement was even waste. Do you want me to violate the custom? No return Holy Lord unemotional shoots. A look at his one eyes. Enlightened ruler can admit defeat for the racer. You are the organizers, you decide. However, I thought that there is very excited, if afterward retaliates? Crepe Myrtle Holy Land will handle fairly. No return Holy Lord then nods, dispersed the energy of rushing, relieved the barrier. The Jiangyi dispersing roaring flame, leaves behind 5 hard cokes. He has been controlling the crucial moment, kept the tone, but all abandoned, even if can live, still had no too great achievement. Quick life-saving. The Day Qilin enlightened ruler, they rushes to the arena. Personally, looks at the stiff distortion, hard coke, furious, almost killed. Front Jiangyi. What trash of training. Disgraceful. The Jiangyi light language, arrives at the arena, did Wonner, see? Who dares to bully us, this is the fate. The overbearing manifesto makes Wonner, Yan Qinggu, and the others, the surging emotions fluctuate, made other person who prepared to challenge feel the chill in the air. Also who must challenge? Miss today, I do not serve. The Jiangyi swift and fierce vision has swept the audience. The audience are silent, completely silent, no one dares to bump the cold light in Jiangyi, that one-eyed Jiangyi left, develops the martial stage atmosphere, to constrain, no one mounts the stage again. The challenge also can continue to contend in martial arts? No return Holy Lord is asking. Tang Yuanji. Jiangyi does not belong to Holy Land, this is only the accident/surprise. Various Holy Land can continue to demonstrate spirit mark, compares notes. Martial law, but must remember, cannot have the casualties again. Tang Yuanji naturally must continue, otherwise various Holy Land must look at Crepe Myrtle Holy Land. Invited the Crepe Myrtle Holy Land disciple, came out to demonstrate? I think that the real strengths of various Holy Land to Central Holy Land has been very curious. Where no return Holy Lord cannot know their attempts, but they made 2 mistakes, hands over in the initiative her hand, underestimated vicious, and strength of Jiangyi. After various Holy Land do not dare to challenge Jiangyi again, she can easily guide the attention, aims at Crepe Myrtle Holy Land, completely. Tang Yuanji, the look warns, no return Holy Lord immediately, beginning 10,000, how dark green, are too unreliable, 3 big Holy Land must arrive. Quickly, some of our also many things must process. The matter elders of reception, can be responsible, the disciple does not need to participate. Said, our peripheral alliance disciples, but also doesn't have the qualifications challenge Central Holy Land disciple? No return Holy Lord a few words, light immediately, the enthusiasm of developing the martial stage. Various enlightened rulers incite the disciple to speak the challenge. Especially Western Holy Land, under hint of 50 enlightened ruler, arrives at front one after another, threatened that must challenge the purple slightly. Disciple Tang Yuanji is helpless, after blue no return Holy Lord ruthlessly, arranging the person to invite Tang to be wise, they to meet head-on. 3 Celestial Empress, beginning 10,000 Holy Land takes the lead to arriving Crepe Myrtle Holy Land. As nominal most Holy Land, is the place that the present age Zushan town defenders were born, beginning 10,000 Holy Land has the extremely high position in the territory. The Crepe Myrtle enlightened ruler leads the person to greet personally. The atmosphere is lively. The Jiangyi elder has heard so much about you. Beginning 10,000 Holy Land, Yao Jinglin visits especially. In beginning 10,000 Holy Land arrives at shortly after Crepe Myrtle Holy Land, a martial-looking majestic man, then directly soars the no-return Holy Land dwelling. The Holy Land disciples in guest area alarm in abundance, with arriving here. Is he Yao Xinglin? Beginning 10,000 Holy Land Day successor, Zushan Town Defender strongest competitor. Yao Xinglin is fierce, the stance is strong, once in the name of Holy Land. Successor, challenged lots of royal successors, the name has moved Beidadi. How he looked for Jiang Yi, is to challenge? If Jiang Yi can fight him, is definitely splendid. Anticipation, I have not known that Jiang Yi is what spirit mark. Various Holy Land disciples are taking a look at big martial-looking Yao Xinglin curiously, was guessing he comes here goal. Han Ao, Zhou Qingshou, and the others run, gathers in the Jiang Yi courtyard. Anxious confronts this imposing manner, to compel the man of person. Jiang Yi shoves open the door, are you meet? 2 days later comes again. Yao Xinglin tiger emit light, brilliant, is sizing up Jiang Yi, life and death. Boundary not suitable fight, unable to display the true strength. I do not come to challenge with you, I am congratulate your. Comes happily from where? Can you know the day of outlet list? Has not listened. Day outlet list is dark green profound is most influential, most receives the rank list that pays attention. What displays is dark green profound most has the talent influential, and most potential native of Tianjiao. All is day spirit mark under 50 years old, altogether displays 100. The rank order, the selected qualifications, were inspected strictly. As a rule, heavens chosen within an territory range is easier to be on the list, the inspection of surroundings area is severer. I am inform you because of nearly a half year of splendid performance. Were dispersed into the day of outlet list, is 97. Day outlet list? Various Holy Land disciples are exchanging the vision, is very strange. Su Clear and other small numbers of people have hearing early. Although is only the ranking, actually because of its particularity, arouses the steep competition and extensive interest. The above day outlet, is renowned person, will be the future dark green. Profound peak character, will not take over control of the royalty, will be is the sovereign, to say the core. They are very proud, is not naturally willing to arrange under others. Has not been on the list, a crazier performance, was anticipating can be. Therefore, the day outlet list could be called is dark green, profound most. Authoritarian, strength ranking. Chapter 995, hunts for promptly wenching. The Jiang Yi expression is very calm, had not asked that also not happy. Day outlet list? Isn't this honor list? His previous generation foundation. Can be the day of outlet list is the extremely high glory, can make your move. The world is the symbol of status, can make you obtain the world royalty. People to respect outstandingly. Yao Xinglin looks at the Jiang Yi tranquil expression, very strange. Like Jiang Yi, this battering domineering character, should be interested in the day outlet list very much, how not to have the response? What qualifications does he have to be the day of outlet list? Tang comes wisely from the distance, that was he once the long-awaited honor. Once hopes that cold wenching can be. But the rank of day outlet list is severe, central for big Holy Land also only. Then Yao Xinglin mounted the list, under, because he may becomes the Zushan Town Defender. He did not have the qualifications before, now no one questioned. Yao Xinglin wins over Jiang Yi is not accidental / surprise to the day outlet list. If Jiang Yi runs away crazily, distrust works loose to encircle, he at the North noisy event can only say that is splendid, finally appears briefly. But Jiang Yi joined, was known as Flaming Heaven, that the 13th sovereign said that, but also obtained world lord to tolerate, this means that Jiang Yi Can exist for a long time, had the reason of being on the list. They just want to argue. Jiang Yi turns around to return to the room, bang the sound closes the door, only leaves behind one, board. Yao Xinglin complexion is slowly cloudy, his with good intention, gives Jiang Yi to congratulate, new all convenient, finally trades such a Tang Wei's cold snort, hum, rampant. Really worked as itself the character. Really has the individuality. Straight shaking the head that various holy land disciples look. Yao Xinglin voice is loud and clear, the Jiang Yi elder, meets rarely, we have not known. Another day we'll chat again, today is not convenient. In the room spreads the Jiang Yi sound. Most 3 days, how common people, to profound holy land must arrive, when the time comes dark green profound holy land meets all building up, waits for Zushan to arrive together, any bystander cannot stop over. I do not know why Crepe Myrtle Holy Land leaves behind you, but 3 days later, you almost must leave. Are before then approximately time? Yao Xinglin is very dedicated, must understand the Jiang Yi character and manner well as spirit mark situation. Because in the day outlet list top 100 rank, he is 91, and between Jiang Yi is only away from 5 people. If the Jiang Yi again restless several matters, or he himself loses the qualifications of Zushan Town Defender, Jiang Yi might surpass him. Regarding this rank that is symbolizing the glory and position, he regards as important, only hopes toward the front, does not want to drop again. Before I leave, Jiang Yi responded in room. You left, I deliver you. Yao Xinglin brings beginning 10,000 the holy land disciples leave. After at nightfall, the dwellings of other Holy Land alliances are brilliantly illuminated, extremely busy. South Holy Land Alliance here is very peaceful. Because no return Holy Land is very intimate with Li Fire Holy Land, is not worth the small talk. The Spirit Tribulations Holy Land and Chaotic Sky Holy Land not to need to no return Holy Land to try to get close. Jiang Yi knocked the no return Holy Lord door, enlightened ruler, I must put to trouble to you. No return Holy Lord just took a bath, is throwing over the generous long gown. Optional lying down there, the eye has not lifted, who annoyed you? Good that you do not know. Jiang Yi arrives at the table, puts down a brocade sack, tonight, Crepe Myrtle Holy Land will have an accident, your anything does not need to manage, must protect itself good, after the Zushan Town Defenders arrive, gives him this brocade sack, you can smoothly return to the south. No return Holy Lord catches the eye to look at Jiang Yi, do you want to do? Do not make the foolish matter. Jiang Yi serious say, way, you could rest assured that no matter I work, has the discretion. This brocade sack, you must receive 10 million countless. Does not arrive to. The Zushan Town Defenders do not open, must give him personally, anybody cannot look. No return Holy Lord haunches the body, is observing the Jiang Yi complexion. Do you want to do? Needs me to help? I can deal with. However, I need to carry off Han Ao and Zhou Qingshou. Can you, when confess your entirety with me? I respect you forever, thanks you forever. I hope in the future someday, I can repay you. Jiang Yi to no return Holy Lord, good a ritual, withdrew from the room. Old Wei, comes. No return Holy Lord and other Jiang Yi left a while, shouted the sound toward outside. Enlightened ruler. Wei Qianqiu arrives at outside the door. Such quickly? Did you peep I to take a bath outside? Enlightened ruler, attention deportment. Takes Old River, goes to have a look. Jiang Yi, that boy could make anything. Goes. Wait, the attention hidden. Cannot expose, do not expose. Jiang Yi takes in the bronze tower. Han Ao and Zhou Qingshou sneaks in the darkness. Relies on the mountains and rivers to induce, avoids the elder who. Various places inspected, leaves crepe myrtle holy land. Midnight hour. Cold Wenqing also leaves crepe myrtle holy land quietly. In order to make Jiang Yi relax vigilantly, to safeguard secret, this time. Has not brought the gold/metal flame sacred image, without leading the guard. Is going to the deep woods solitarily. At least, in the surface is she. Jiang Yi, person? Comes out. Cold Wenqing goes to the beforehand agreement place, has not actually seen the Jiang Yi form. Hasn't come? Cold Wenqing condenses the destiny, is feeling the Jiang Yi trail. In front? Cold Wenqing detected that familiar fluctuation, in the jungle deep place, is unexpectedly farther from here. Did he discover what? Cold Wenqing truly, what people do not have the belt/bring today, but before. Today, actually arranged two big monsters to ambush quietly ahead of time. Here. A gold/metal flame sacred image, buries in the place bottom. Scarlet blood thunder leopard ambushes in the deep woods. Is the Nirvana boundary 5 heavy day of powerful beast of prey, caught up with senior elder, quickly. If not, the father must deal with beginning 10,000 an enlightened ruler. Camouflages him with Jiang Yi is missing irrelevant evidence, perhaps. Wanted to come. Pursues, Cold Wenqing thoughts racing. If Jiang Yi really discovered anything, now should escape. Do not hide, is to. Detour to run back, crepe myrtle holy land, goes to no return, holy lord. Later wants to remove him, perhaps really had no chance. Before Cold Wenqing, somewhat hesitates, must try not trial, now suddenly sets. Firm resolve. Must try. Does not remain regrettably. Cold Wenqing blows the whistling, summoned the gold/metal flame sacred image. And scarlet blood thunder leopard. Bang. The land thunders, turns rustically wells up, deep buried below gold/metal. Flame sacred image, wild works loose, raises the trunk to initiate resonant. Long cry. Solemn sacred image, noble domineering, is forced to bury unexpectedly here. This makes it aggrieved. Scarlet blood thunder leopard appears in the distant place mountain, it is all. Over the body, jet black, proliferates the blood mark, is seething with excitement, the dazzling thunder and lightning. The thunder and lightning is sturdy, probably innumerable snake pythons scurry about in the whole body, the tyrannical aura fills the wilderness. Pursues, dead ahead. Cold Wenqing jumps to leap to the gold/metal flame sacred image on, is feeling the Jiang Yi position. The gold/metal flame sacred image is a pure blood, height more than 50 meters. All over the body, golden yellow, burnt the torrential roaring flame, battering. Was crashing in the profound jungle. The heavy trampling sound resounds through the dark night. Scarlet blood thunder leopard height more than 30 meters, huge actually. Vigorous, controls thunder tide, wild crashing in jungle. More than 50 inside and outside, Jiang Yi detected the fluctuation that Cold Wenqing the sensation common people good fortune had, sets out to leave. Immediately, shifts to front. He must as far as possible far away from crepe myrtle holy land, in order to avoid alarms there, after taking Cold Wenqing, strives for enough time. Plundering common people good fortune. Jiang Ben, is ready. Zhou Qingshou, prepares to coordinate. The Jiang Yi sound reaches the bronze tower. He is really escaping. Cold Wenqing feels the Jiang Yi trail repeatedly, urged the gold/metal flame sacred image as soon as possible. The gold/metal like long cry, foot treads the roaring flame, shoots up to the sky. The scarlet blood thunder leopard whole body thunder tide thunders, casts off. The gold/metal shape is searching the Jiangyi trail. Nights of two beast of prey moving restlessly, awaken many powerful. Monster beast birds of prey, the forest is along the way rapid. Did there have an accident? Leaf Zhu Tian detects the change in forest, leads the aid with the past. Chapter 996, hunts for promptly wenching. Jiangyi shifts everywhere, to continue the thorough jungle. Dozens li, 0.5 kilometers. 100 li, 0.5 kilometers. 300 li, 0.5 kilometers. Until Crepe Myrtle Holy Land in line of sight is getting more and more fuzzy. This stopped, arrived at a steep cliff top. Do we want to do tonight? Zhou Qingshu rides Jiang Ben to run out of the bronze tower. Jiang Ben is all over the body jet black, the snake head is fierce, the edges and corners are incisive, the sturdy snake height is more than 50 meters, the generous meat wing launches about 100 meters, the end separates the sword and spear two tails. Probably of four wings twin tails flying snake mentioned in ancient legends. The vicious tendencies are extremely heavy. Catches individual, escape. What person? Zhou Qingshu is looking at the jet black forest, what person? Can here have? Quick came. Later escapes time, you coordinate Jiang Ben, can run runs. Quickly. We just left home with you, can breakneck? Later also really must breakneck. First stops by calling elixir, at any time. Preparing. Jiangyi meditates the heart secret art, is under the body control, starts to wait for with rapt attention. Bang. The scarlet blood thunder leopard seems like thunder tide of galloping, speeds away in the jungle of cover, destroys the forest, pierces the mountain. Came. Jiangyi, from contemplating sober, condenses the hot wing, soars. Jiang Ben brings Zhou Qingshu to charge into the cloud layer deep place. Spreads out enough with Jiangyi. Roar. Scarlet blood thunder leopard kills on the cliff, the vicious tendencies with the thunder moist rebellion, are quite man-eating. Its cruel vision observes. Closely Jiangyi, observed closely in the distant place cloud layer the partly visible black giant beast. Jiangyi, here does not seem like the place that we agree. Cold wenching is riding the gold/metal flame sacred image, arrived at the cliff. To withstand/top, but also noticed in the cloud layer that huge and fierce. Unusual animals. Pterodactyl? It is not. Probably the python, actually launches 4 meat wings. Does the end become the pointed weapons unexpectedly? This is what monster helper who Jiangyi looks for? Cold wenching? Can Jiangyi catch cold wenching? Zhou Qingshu stands in Jiang Ben, conducts the back, perfectly round that the eye stares. Here is Crepe Myrtle Holy Land, can he catch their saintess? Unexpectedly? Does the future Zushan guard? Bin Ben, runs. In a big hurry quickly, run. He must be insane insanely, we cannot accompany the outbreak. Zhou Qingshu hurries to urge that Jiang Ben leaves. Jiangyi wields the fire wing, fell near the cliff, shot a look at eye scarlet blood thunder leopard and gold/metal flame sacred image, cold mist brings them, not seeming like must speak frankly the secret. My secret. Cold wenching just about to opens the mouth, a marvelous fluctuation surging. Cliff, setting time. Jiangyi in an instant, the crumb that the tip of the toe falls banning source. Bead in hand, welcomed cold wenching to throw. Several hundred meters distance, in an instant, namely. The whole body twists, the skeleton resounding, the Jiangyi incarnation huge. Vermilion bird, the sharp claw pierces cold wenching the chest cavity, leading her to shoot up to the sky. Since made the decision, does not need rubbish, hesitates. Well? The Zhou Qingshou surprise and cloud layer looks at this, static? This bans. Soar speed? The lying trough is quite ruthless. Then the pretty woman gave the puncture directly. Jiang Yi holds cold wenching, soars to the heavens, sticks out suddenly, at the maximum speed, charges into Jiang Ben, leaves here, in a big hurry quickly. Jiang Ben joins Jiang Yi, for meet wings, inspire to strike violently, the body of being ready, seems like the flying arrow, charges into cloud heaven. Banned the effectiveness of soar speed quickly in the past. The time returns to normal, to continue the silent circulation. The gold/metal flame sacred image and scarlet blood thunder leopard are slightly absent-minded, because front Jiang Yi vanishes to disappear. Unexpectedly. Very towering, the bewilderment completely vanished. They have not noticed cold wenching disappearance, but looking as if by prior agreement to the distant place, that giant beast also vanished unexpectedly. No, was runs far. Before still there, how suddenly to appear in very far place, slowly vanished. The trace. What's all this about? Scarlet blood thunder leopard looks to cold wenching, what wants to have a look at her to respond, the result. Didn't have? Roar. The scarlet blood thunder leopard moves restlessly to roar toward the gold/metal flame sacred image. The gold/metal flame sacred image also thinks that it is provoking. Immediately faces scarlet blood thunder leopard, the whole body leaps violent. Gold/metal flame. Roar, roar, roar. Scarlet blood thunder leopard roared one after another, leapt to remove mines. The tide, charged into the sky, is pursuing Jiang Ben, who was in the distant place. The gold/metal flame sacred image gawked several, this knows cold wenching who conducts the back, disappears, it raises the trunk, roared resonantly, is treading the roaring flame bang dashing about wildly. Although banned soar speed to imprison for several seconds, may be counted. Two monster beasts, being in a day's time, already passed more than 20 seconds. Regarding Jiang Ben, whose spear shoots, generally, spreads out sufficiently. The painful scream resounds through the nighttime sky. Cold wenching the pain is more frightened. What's all this about? She sits in the gold/metal flame sacred image, obviously conducts the back. Must confront with Jiang Yi, how suddenly by ominous bird holding, but also pierced the chest cavity. Jiang Yi? Are you Jiang Yi? You dare to harm me, doesn't want to live? Cold wenching subconscious wants the jade and crumb, that is the space coffin. Can form the space barrier, can protect her. But, in the hand was unexpectedly spatial. The jade disappears. Jiang Yi holds cold wenching stubbornly, beast is gawking doing, coordinates. Jiang Ben. Do you really want to kill her? Zhou Qingshou is fearful and apprehensive, must be so exciting, the father. Just mixed with you, can be chased down by world holy land? Quickly. Jiang Yi berated seriously. Whiz whiz whiz. Jiang Ben's speed increases sharply, probably the sharp sword pierces the fog. Dashes about wildly forward. Zhou Qingshou scolded at heart overturns the heavens, but in hand unambiguous. Activated spirit mark to tow everywhere moonlight to cover them. Bang. 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 5 big stars crash, bang, vast momentum, silver radiance covers the hills. Jiang Ben bumps into stars, in an instant appears in front of second, the fierce hit, vanishes again, it continues to span in 5 stars. 5 stars revolve one after another, receives, and instructs Jiang Ben. Alternately. Among the short several breaths, Zhou Qingshou leads Jiang Ben to run out of more than 20 li, 0.5 kilometers. Jiang Ben's speed does not reduce, to continue to clash crazily. Who whistling? Zhou Qingshou is pale, clenches teeth, incurs the star's sword, points at the front. The star's sword after he fuses, the shape completely by him, decides, no longer is 100 meters greatness, but is more than 1 meter as long. Bang! The sword body like the jade, inside is star-studded, splendid, probably is grasping a small galaxy. In an instant, the vault of heaven is turbulent, the endless starlight receives crash that the hauling blots out the sky, gets together and the stars soared. A galaxy main road unfolds in front, stars seem like the space vortex to leap. Jiangbin flutters, strikes crazily, runs upon the stars directly, spans one after another, speeds away forward, Scarlet Blood Thunder Leopard who continues to cast off following pursues. The mysterious magnificent scene is shocking cold, wenching, Jiang Yi, let's loose me, I do not have the enmity with you without the injustice, why can catch me? Jiang Yi does not utter a word, the huge sharp claws cover cold, wenching stubbornly. Let's loose me. To let loose me. You unable to escape from the holy spirit forest, you died, cold wenching, to struggle, intensely, finally affected the wound, the blood cross-flow, sore almost fainted deadly in the past. Scarlet Blood Thunder Leopard roared to resound through the nighttime sky. Angrily, anxious is chasing the giant beast of going far away. But, Jiangbin. The speed advantage is inherent, after the fusion fights the lance, achieves the pinnacle, coordinates Zhou Qingshou again, to continue to spread out. Although the distance draws is not obvious, but the forest is vast, vertically and horizontally able to move unhindered 10,000 li, 0.5 kilometers, after they dash about wildly speedily the Senriyama River, finally vanished in the Scarlet Blood Thunder Leopard line of sight. Shifts the position. Jiang Yi commanded. Jiangbin to the end dived, sneaked in the jungle. Prostration Zhou Qingshou lies on it layer on layer, heavily, the mouth spits the foam, the eyeball turns white, can probably momentarily walking. Chapter 997, 1 Trillion National Destinies, Startled Dark Green Profound. Scarlet Blood Thunder Leopard is in hot pursuit, the whole body blood glittering, the thunder and lightning dance, the blood color thunder clouds gallop in the sky, probably roar roar roar. The gold/metal flame sacred image stands in the summit, hot-tempered long cry. It not only with throwing cold wenching, even including Chi Blood Thunder Leopard with losing is ordered to protect cold wenching, finally did not have yes, what's the matter, even the shadow did not have roar. The gold/metal flame, sacred image, whole body roaring flame rebellion, soars to the heavens, turns wells up, probably golden tide, single layer then single layer strikes the nighttime sky crazily, forms the huge roaring flame great shape, as high as 800 meters, height ultra-kilometer. The golden light is boundless, illuminates thoroughly the sky forest. The gold/metal flame ebullition is twisting the world space. The huge roaring flame gold/metal rapidly becomes a surrounding area 100 li, 0.5 kilometers, focus likely, can see including several hundred li, 0.5 kilometers, beyond. Indistinctly. The gold/metal flame sacred image sends out the resonant shape to call, La Hill's beast of prey. As the crepe myrtle Holy Land Protection Saint Beast, they have the unusual position in the Holy Spirit forest of length and breadth, besides certain territory overlords, other beast of prey spirit bird is awing them. The night forest moves restlessly quickly, massive beast of prey regain consciousness, the quantity are getting more and more, from several thousand to tens of thousands, to 100,000, the dense and numerous spirit bird ominous Bird soars again, is blooming various types of fan light, is covering the sky. Beast tide formation. The beast of prey spirit birds scatter in all directions galloping, shakes the mountain, tramples flat the forest, triggers more and more stirs. Outside Crepe Myrtle Holy Land the way town defenders soon discovered. Exceptionally arranged the person to investigate in the past, while returned to Holy Land to report. When the vast world falls into before daybreak, darkest time, the beast moist. Rebellion in North Forest has lost control thoroughly. The beast of prey is hot-tempered, the ominous air/chi filled the air, stirred the fearful panic. The beast tide scatters in all directions galloping, the range spreads from dozens li, 0.5 kilometers, to several hundred li, 0.5 kilometers, even must affect Crepe Myrtle Holy Land. The land sways, the dust and fog is dreadful, the bird of prey spirit bird blocks the sky. Had an accident? The elder disciples in Crepe Myrtle Holy Land are looking into the north. Gold/metal flame sacred image initiated scared, probably is giving some information. Guarding of investigation spreads the first news. Did Wenqing come back? Cold Qingfeng deeply frowned, suddenly has to plant. Very not good premonition. Isn't Wenqing closing up? Cold Wendao strange asking. Has a look quickly. Yes. Shortly, Cold Wendao comes back, in room no one. Was bad, Cold Qingfeng heart thump. Did father have an accident? Cold Wendao is anxious, Zushan soon arrived. Can't the younger sister go in the room? Cold Qingfeng soars suddenly, the vigorous sound spreads over 5 big mountains, asked returning to native place elder to go out, presides over the Holy Land business. Holy Land all senior elder and elder, penetrate the holy spirit forest, rescues Cold Wenqing, captures Jiang Yi. 5 Yu Xuanzu causes a stir greatly. Rescues Cold Wenqing? Captures Jiang Yi? Had an accident? The elders of returning to native place go out one after another, although is bewildered, but rapid homing. The senior elders in various places soar one after another, gathers in Cold Wenfeng the direction. No return. Holy Lord goes out of the room, stares at the north. The young animals, you're so-called causing trouble, catches Cold Wenqing? I asked you to come, was witnesses Cold Wenqing to be powerful, did you abduct? To me? Enlightened ruler, Jiang Yi? Jiang Hongwu, they run out of the room. Walked. No return. Holy Lord Willow eyebrows slightly wrinkle. Walked? What do you mean, where did he toward walk? Jiang Hongwu they're holding breath. Cold air, did Jiang Yi really seize Cold Wenqing? Why this time is no return. Holy Lord reminded, asked no matter who, bites a few words. Jiang Yi to me does not have the least bit to relate with us. Beginning day Qilin Holy Land and 10,000 Holy Land wait / etc. stared at the northern confusion, felt that shock's inconceivable. How did Jiang Yi have the relations with Cold Wenqing? Listens to Cold Qingfeng the meaning, probably did Jiang Yi seize Cold Wenqing? How he achieves, how also to think. Various Holy Land will soon arrive in full completely, Zushan must arrive. Quickly, Jiang Yi catches Cold Wenqing now, isn't Quartz deaf? Gold/metal flame sacred image all send out, expels the beast tied to me. Sweeps to the north. Cold Qingfeng and other all senior elders assemble, brings to charge. Into the north personally. The senior elders only know, was Jiang Yi directs Cold Wenqing, but also seized. Although can also look at the enlightened ruler to conceal, but they cannot lose Cold Wenqing. Rumbling. The energy surges, martial law releases. They or the control weapons, or use martial law, charges into the north at the maximum speed. Gold/metal flame sacred images awakens in groups, foot treads the roaring flame to dash about wildly forward, scatters the beast tide to form the fearful mighty current, enormous and powerful shift direction. Whiz whiz whiz. Jiangben is sticking to the crown of fluctuating, runs amok toward the north. Speedily, the speed moment has not been weakened. Jiangyi has restored the person, is pinching cold, wenching the neck, feels the mountains and rivers, to Barry with rapt attention greatly, is inquiring about the secret of plundering. She must die. Only then she died, the world can choose the successor. The only connection way is you, when she died swallowed her soul, making the universal system feel your existence, first weighs your condition. The voice of Pill Sovereign makes a sound in the Jiangyi mind. Only then this means? Do you also want to put her to leave? Since firmly decides, do not have the worry. Does not keep the cause of disaster. Jiangyi seizes the hand of cold, wenching neck, to make an effort, tightly won. Cold wenching weak opening eyes, Jiangyi, you cannot escape, treats hands tied. Seizes. Now stops also with enough time, I can change a statement, said that. Follows, casually you. If they blocked you, you will jointly be tried by Holy Land, does not need to. Inform to flaming heaven, can execute you. Believes me, my life is more precious than you, so long as I am living, you can live. Jiangyi not again hesitant, the 5 fingers catch up, gripped, fiercely broke to pieces her neck. Cold wenching is killed violently at the scene. The Jiangyi right hand leaps the roaring flame, is covering her body. Refining up the flesh state of mind forcefully, the consciousness. Communication mountains and rivers buries greatly, is stimulating the vermilion bird soul diligently, is demonstrating own potential to the heaven. In this delicate moment, the front space leaps the black hole, suddenly. Jiangyi, is your must go? Leaf Zhu Tian cast off the aid, intercepted in front of Jiangyi. Jiangben's speed is extremely fast, probably the front surface hit like lightning. Leaf Zhu Tian both hands paddle, the revolution stars vary greatly. In an instant, the world seen drastic change, no longer is the vast forest, but is the boundless starry sky. Star splendor twinkle, radiant mysterious. A bright moon enlarges in the distant place, continually, probably the bright world welcome to clash. Jiangben moves aside, is involved, the vast stars are limitless, let its secret room, the huge bright moon spans the ambush, making it terrified. Berries. Leaf Zhu Tian, the white clothing flutters, the abundant god, like the jade, the godchild sets up the galaxy, probably generally arrogantly. Commanded, buries the law aim to arrive greatly. The endless starry sky dramatic turmoil, the unsurpassed prestige, can regain. Consciousness, enormous and powerful galloping, wild submergence, Jiangben. Waits for several months painstakingly, finally waits till the opportunity acts, is relentless. However, buries in the galaxy, in an instant, Jiangben the whole body that extinguishes. Erupts to kill the prestige, shockingly. The 4 wings rapid rotation, the body of speeding away, seems like the spearhead that a violent strikes, ripped open the vast starry sky, depending on the potential of broken day. Is burying to extinguish in an instant, withdraws. It is the monster beast, by the diversion of life and death boundary, the so-called life and death boundary regarding it, is not one dominates the powerful boundary above soul boundary. Life and death moment intense eruption, stimulated the power and influence of God spear/gun. A spear/gun broken day, 10,000 laws are difficult to keep off. Leaf Zhu Tian, the complexion changes, was penetrated? Is this possible? Jiangbin withdrew, cast off Jiang Yi, the huge body turned over violently. The domineering, killed Leaf Shu Tian. The tail blade ties tight, surges the powerful roaring flame, the high temperature dragon breath of burning hot, seems to be ordinary, corrosion. Space. The tail gun hells, is surrounding pierces the vault of heaven kills the prestige, peerless. Startled palpitation universe, 10,000. Leaf Shu Tian, the complexion changes, this imposing manner makes him change countenance, he lifts the hand to inspire to strike, potential of the bright moon erupts strongly, is seething with excitement, the extremely in air, /chi. Meets the approaching enemy Jiangbin. Bang! The terrifying explosion is earth-shaking. Leaf Shu Tian was driven back, Jiangbin was also raised, flies. What monster beast is this? Leaf Shu Tian changes countenance, can resist, his offensive unexpectedly. Jiangbin is angry, was actually lived by shouldering of ninth heavenly layer? Great shame. Its intense simultaneous /uniform hell, the combustion courage. Vigor, the power and influence of exciting god spear/gun, kills again to Leaf Shu Tian. Chapter 998, 1 Trillion National Destinies, startled dark green profound. Jiang Yi has detected the danger, but is not really suitable regains consciousness, can only branch out the consciousness, bronze inside the towers Yang, discuss, Li Yin, Zhou Qingshou, Han Ao, throws completely. Rumbling. 5 almighty troops has come, forms the resonance, actually regains consciousness, completely. A leaps the air, /chi, of endless slaughtering, as if the hell revisits, the darkness is blacker, the world is colder, endless in thunder Quangji world. A leaps everywhere Shenhua, condenses the mainland to confuse the resembles. The heavy/thick imposing manner covers the hills, the mountain cracks, the land caves. Leaps the endless starry sky, gallops, just like the galaxy, sparkling star. Splendor mysterious rose beautiful, is actually surging infinitely mysterious. One is to leap dreadful dragon prestige, as if the big dragon regains consciousness, the roaring mountains and rivers, real dragon recited, real. Dragon prestige, startled palpitation hills, 10,000 beasts. Kills. 4 people of raves, rock the earth. Fights the soldier to thunder, killing the prestige is peerless. Hiss, Jiangbin the whole body ties tight, changes to spear to explode. Shoots to go. We have another chance to meet, Leaf Shu Tian changes countenance repeatedly. Condenses the black hole decisively, swallows oneself, vanishes in this stretch of forest land. Jiangbin howls, is very unwilling, may turn head to charge into Jiang Yi. Carries him to continue to flee. Follows. After Li Yin, they are vigilant the surroundings, follows Jiangbin. Rapidly. Leaf Shu Tian appears in the summit several kilometers away, looks dignified. Similar star sword and dragon blade weapon, unexpectedly? Where does Jiang Yi obtain? Too accidental/surprised. Also was too pleasantly surprised. Leaf Shu Tian, sharply chase, has not been leaving rapidly, must look for his aid, collaborates the action. Now could not have attended to buries the secret, to expose greatly. First took Jiang Yi, to say again. Takes 5 almighty troopses, while convenient, completely. When the time comes, at the worst apportions aid one, making his keep quiet. Not say the inheritance secret technique. However, when he found the aid, the present scene made him intense. The old person who too are throwing over the black robe, in tandem observed closely his aid unexpectedly. Which did you go? The aide see Leaf Shu Tian, the complexion slightly coldly. But continues to block his old person suddenly. Who are they? Leaf Shu Tian was also vigilant, these 2 old people's aura. were too strong, is unexpectedly equally matched with his aid. They did not speak. The aids are vigilant. Because two old person strengths are not too only strong, the mouth also holds anything probably, fills the fright to absorb the mortal form the powerful power and influence. 2 can, why keep off our way, Leaf Zhu Tian, the fingertip twists lightly, is ready in full battle array. Wei Qianqiu and Jiang Qingzi did not speak, but is sending out the powerful imposing manner, is deterring them, particularly mouth, holy blood, prepared to stimulate at any time. Initially Qiao Wuhui sent to the holy blood to Holy Land, the enlightened ruler has not monopolized, shared to them. They also left behind several drops, to prepare emergency requirement. Leaf Zhu Tian hints to the aid, prepares the space shift. However, the Wei Qianqiu whole body leaps of violently cold air, froze this space, refusing them to evacuate. 2 seniors, you may know that who we are, Leaf Zhu Tian, the complexion sinks. Wei Qianqiu, they did not speak, is staring, sent out the powerful, imposing manner, is activating the saint prestige of holy blood. No return Holy Land, Leaf Zhu Tian thinks of a possibility suddenly. Is it possible that did Jiangyi ask the no return Holy Land person to bring up the rear for him? Right. Only can be they. If Qiao, or was the person of evil person Valley pursues, not only confronted with them, but acted directly. It seems like today cannot get away, can only wait for them to leave. Did not want anxiously, how they did not dare us. Leaf Zhu Tian relaxes. Although regretted, is not irritable. These 2 cannot block them as too long. So long as the crepe myrtle Holy Land beast tide sweeps, they must remove. Whiz whiz whiz. Jiangbin wields the meat wing, full speed speeds along. Jiangyi sits in it, conducts the back, is absorbing cold, wenching the soul, is stimulating the vermilion bird soul full power, is demonstrating the potential, is waiting for the inheritance of common people good fortune. However, waited to wait, had not responded. Did Jiangyi look dignified, Mrs.? Hasn't the heaven designated him? Did not say that gives priority to? If cannot obtain to approve, the common people good fortune will shift to others, is other Holy Land successors. For example, Yao Jinglin, for example, Holy Land of other mainland. If so, he is busy at work for quite a while, to make the bridle close to others? Calm, do not worry. The voice of Pil Sovereign appears at the right moment, is comforting Jiang. Heaven induction requires the time, your 1 trillion national destiny should be able to bring in the inheritance. The Jiangyi returning to normal mood, to continue to stimulate the vermilion bird soul, is showing itself to the heaven. Pil Sovereign also said, the suppressed mountains and rivers bury as far as possible greatly, in order to avoid has the conflict with eternal 6. Jiangyi complies immediately, shuts off with the induction that the mountains and rivers bury greatly, releases the strength of vermilion bird diligently. Was recalling previous generation God dynasty, the attempt induces the dust laden national destiny. Time 1 minute / 1 second passes by. Yang discuss they suppress the almighty troops one after another, fell on. Jiang Ben, on the alert surrounding hills, is feeling strange. Jiang Yi immerses in the sensibility, probably very short time, probably long. Waiting, a marvelous fluctuation suddenly in mind for the first time. Presently. The initial image is raindrop, fell on the tranquil consciousness sea, swung. The ripples, the blooming glimmer. Very tranquil, is very weak. However, raindrop puts, the ripples are turbulent, the ripple thunders. Rapidly, probably numerous monstrous waves, galloping, are unceasing. The glimmer rises suddenly, just like the scorching sun, shines the vastness. Jiangyi raises the headache roar, the consciousness see dramatic turmoil. Probably was filled up by some energy thoroughly. In confusion, in ray, all kinds of shadow dents and numerous flashing before. It is not several hundred several thousand, but is several 100,000. Several million and several million, the direct link are billions. This had not finished, 10 billion. 100 billion. 1 trillion. Absolutely 100 million. These shadows have the hunting household of forest mountainous region, to have. Or guard the soldiers of city, to have merchant who is busy with the livelihood, but also sovereign and city of lords and monarchs influential. Side even is the sage. These shadows have the emaciated fly insect, to have the manic beast of prey. To have the spirit bird of hovering. Has in world 100.001 million monster. Clans, the demon clans and spirit clan. The endless common people, the endless good fortune, in this moment, wells up. Crazily, but, is filled with the consciousness of Jiangyi, is attacking the Jiangyi soul. Common people good fortune. Official inheritance. Jiangyi suppresses the pain, sitting cross-legged Jiangbin conducts the back, is accepting the inheritance. His whole body illumination, the Buddhist image is dignified, the marvelous fluctuation runs out of the body, enormous and powerful unceasingly, just like the rivers and streams tide, flaps the world. Yang discussed they look startled to accommodate, was this? Can break through? The Jiangyi breathing rapidly, the whole body ties tight, accepts common people good fortune the secret of inheritance, is accepting the eternal six. Vast energies. The inheritance turns and the consciousness wells up, the energy surges in the whole body. Although Jiangyi, the life and death boundary at danger, the courage vigor. Soul does not have therefore to move restlessly, instead is fusing the energy. Steadily. Probably obtained common people's blessing. However, Jiangyi has not thought, Pil Sovereign has not thought that the heaven tests. His induction, to imagine him as more intense, is brutal. The heaven main road truly was such that Pil Sovereign speculates, after. Jiangyi swallows cold, wenching gave priority to him. However, considers to examine, the examination verifies. Jiangyi biggest taking advantage, is the celestial empress forcefully seal, 1 trillion national destinies. The heaven main road. Examined. Also awakened. Chapter 999, 1 trillion national destinies, startled dark green profound. In territory, heaven old city. Here is the dark green, profound mainland biggest forbidden area, the legend. Has fallen from the sky the innumerable spiritual god. Here is the dark green profound mainland most mystical great city, is sealing the innumerable secrets. Here is also the celestial empress secret seals the place of God dynasty. National destiny. Millenniums ago, the god sovereign died in battle to ascend Tianqiao. Celestial empress, Azura, nobilities, as well as 8 big regiments, the sacrifice offered their life, formed to the strong seal, seals 1 trillion. National destinies across the imperial jade seal, suppresses the heaven old city somewhere. At the mysterious energy of heaven old city, hidden the secret of seal, avoids. The dark green profound sovereign, saying the investigation that only then after the god sovereign recovers, can awaken by the gold/metal. Bright blood. However, when the heaven main road touches Jiangyi, inquired about Jiangyi's secret. Time actually awakened the quiet biography country imperial jade seal. Dark time before daybreak, when the dark green profound mainland will soon greet the new day of light, the stratum deep place of heaven old city, erupts. Fierce thundering. As if the desolate ancient giant beast regains consciousness, as if the spiritual god of deep sleep angrily roars, cried out like 1 trillion life. Collectives. The numerous seals were inspired that to split open seam, divulges the endless ray, covered the vast several thousand li, 0.5 kilometers, heaven-old city, shook the samsara of history. The memory of space and time. At this moment, in the dark world, the ray of twinkle star in silent blooming sweeps across the range to expand from several thousand li, 0.5 kilometers, to over 10,000 meters, eventually was more than 80,000 li, 0.5 kilometers. Innumerable cities and innumerable wooded mountains. Innumerable wilderness, innumerable sect gate. Regains consciousness in the deep sleep, they look at the surroundings. Surprisedly. A ray sprinkles, condenses person's shadows. Dim fuzzy. They face the remote central land. They bow to crawl, silently twittering, light language prayer. They are seeing off anything devotionally. The marvelous light shadow, the dreamland seems to be ordinary. The spooky song, as if spans the blessing that the space and time comes. People are curious, actually who were these people? While some people must extend and must track down and must investigate, the ray scatters in early morning glimmer. Silent appearance, silent disappearance. Does not seem to appear. However, with early morning arrival, with awakens of national destiny, the dark green. Profound 12 sovereigns said that the old ancestors of deep sleep, from the ancestral hall, from the crystal coffin, opened the eyes, completely. In a bright profound pupil flashes through several confusedness. Because, they probably made fierce. The dream to 10,000 th God dynasty, the dream to burnt the deity. Sovereign. 12 sovereigns said, 10 parents ancestors, go out of the ancestral hall, stares at the vast territory, the Vision Institute and the heaven. Old city. South central the land, closing up Chiao Wuhui, Jiangyan, completely from contemplating regain consciousness. They moved toward the summit as if by prior agreement, is staring at the remote territory land. Xiao Wuhui is the bloodline's imperial prince, Jiangyan is the body of gold/metal embryo, has the complicated opportunity with Jiangyi, had the induction to the 1 trillion national destinies of God dynasty seal. Did you feel? Xiao closes the eye regretless, cannot help but spread out both hands. Since entire life, his first clear feeling existence of God dynasty, that vast, that great, that mysterious, that familiar. God dynasty as if floated in once river of history, just like dreamland. Also nearly in his at present, the tentacle may probably. Jiang Yan felt touching of soul, probably whether there is people completely. Innumerable twittering, is summoning him. This feeling is indistinct and real, makes one's blood bubbles up to the brim vastly. Ominous spirit period of 5 days mansion. Zhao Shiyu shoves open the heavy stone palace, stands in early morning. Bright light, is staring at the remote north. An invisible common people big meteorology is the vastness of galloping, wells. Up crazily, but, is hitting his capable body, sways soul, that he is moving. Restlessly. Zhao Shiyu closes the eye, spreads out the both arms, is feeling the special sensation of this surging bloodlines silently. As if endless common people surround around him, as if trillion people worship. On bended knees before him. This feeling. Let him move restlessly, exciting, making him proud. Zhao Shiyu chains collapses the to split open seam, moving restlessly the blood of slaughtering in the whole body surges, has probably what energy to awaken comprehensively. Father. Cho Seung arrives in the courtyard, strange looks at the father stiff back. Undertaking care of Dawn, the father gives him unexpectedly a strange feeling. Zhao Shiyu opens the fishy smell red eyes, then looked at Cho Seung, a few Words had not said, dragging the heavy chains to soar to the heaven sticks. Out suddenly. Inside and outside the stone palace, various warring states places, the quiet statue ghost creeping motion body, sank slightly underground. Shortly, 30,000 statue ghost regiments assemble rapidly, runs amok in the place bottom is following Zhao Shiyu, directly soars the north. East mainland, Fire Yang dynasty. This was situated the powerful dynasty in desert, although was not the supreme rank, the inheritance was glorious, has the strong influence. Fire Yang Huangchao founds until now, for more than 700 years, was the Li imperial family has controlled. But 30 years ago, a rebellion erupts suddenly. Fierce Yang Ho replaces Li, became the new dynasty control. Maximum capital, that fierce Yang Ho Fu rebels, is their new patriarch Jiang. Tyrant. Jiang tyrant rebels, the domineering name sovereign, took over control of the Fire Yang dynasty. In just several years, slaughtered 200,000 people, the prestige of shock and a dynasty blood and iron. When the national destiny escape of Heaven Old City, the ginger tyrant walks. From the boiling hot underground magma, the capable body seems like the steel. Construction, passes ascending the powerful strength, is majestic, imposing. Manner flourishing and prosperous. The both sides guards kneel down in abundance, my sovereign. Jiang tyrant disregards to go forward to hand over the maidservant of clothes. Barefoots to go out of the underground scene of fire, welcome the dawn to look to the north. There has any mysterious strength to summon him probably. From time to time is indistinct, from time to time is real. The intensity is vaster. Is touching his bloodlines, is moving restlessly the soul. Northeast mainland, degeneration heaven. Here is known as the dark green profound biggest exile and by spiritual God. Abandonment evil place of. Here is occupying the people of innumerable evil, is somewhat notorious, is somewhat forced to escape. After several thousand over 10,000 years of evolutions, here turns into moved dark green profound evil state finally, with degeneration heaven. That the outside world isolates, is the northeastern part, supreme dynasty. Royal influence. Here is the evil paradise, is the evil in the dark green, profound final pure land. Therefore, although here the internal confusion, actually does not allow anybody to meddle, banned that all royal influences enter. When the 10,000th national destiny starts, when the prey of God dynasty reappears the historical mark, in the primitive wetland of degeneration heaven. Deep place, regained consciousness an old person who buries in coffin. His whole body only remains the skeleton, the white bones are dense, is actually also living. He shoved open the coffin lid, crawls the mud, stares at the distant place. A azure deep fire turns and the whole body wells up, condenses the flesh skin. That shows. Except that the flesh is pale, the pupil is blue, with average man not different. Southeast coastal. The lively wharf gradually lives it up, with early morning light, is bustling and filled with people, makes noise noisily. Some people board the steamboat to go to sea, some people are busy transporting the cargo. Roar. A resonant dragon recited from the vast sea area transmits, along with powerful dragon prestige, the fright absorbed the mortal form. Massive human tides alarm, looking of surprise to see. A dark horse of God's steed is treading dashes about wildly spatially, the place visited, the dark cloud turns wells up, the thunder tide crashes. Its figure is slender, actually does not lose strong, the whole body is covering the tenacious dragon scale, for hooves are the taking the form of Cheilants. Dragon scale? Many people recognized this rare and powerful unusual animals, what is more. Shocking is it conducts the back is riding a man unexpectedly. Dragon Linley can exude the sound of dragon recitation, release strong dragon. Prestige, looks like thunder dragon to be able with the thunder and lightning to blend generally perfectly. They have the astonishing speed, but day line 10,000 li, 0.5 kilometers, even 20,000 li, 0.5 kilometers. 50,000 li, 0.5 kilometers. However, their quantity is scarce, is unruly, even if we're surrounded, still would rather die than surrender. Only if obtained the approval, therefore few people can surrender it to make the mount. A majestic tall and strong man grasps the heavy blade, is riding dragon. Linley spans the vastness, lands dark green, profound. His military might is aggressive, whole body surging pinnacle verve potential, such as thunder. Siwa. Front. 570,000 li, 0.5 kilometers. Male commanded, cried loud and long, probably sturdy thunder tide, disappeared in the sky instantaneously, charged into the world connecting point. Daluo. Celestial Empress awakens, goes out of the vigorous stone palace, stares at the territory. Passed on the seal of country imperial jade seal, to split? He made anything. Now has not bumped passes on the country imperial jade seal the time. The celestial empress congealing eyebrow closes eyes, is feeling carefully the situation of passing on the country imperial jade seal. Gold/metal hull walks from the stone palace, the whole body is covering the thick golden hair, is fierce and boundless, is large, the ominous air/chi soars to the heavens. Had an accident? We make a transaction. Celestial Empress opens the eye, stares at the territory, it seems like she must go to a heaven old city personally.